fourth-year radiology resident from the Kolebu Teaching Hospital.
And my name is Dr. Obed Kojo Otu. I'm a radiologist at Konfanoche Teaching Hospital.
So last year, the focus of AGSM was on musculoskeletal radiology, and this year we have graciously, and the theme for this anniversary is DAP, harnessing the advances in neuroradiology to improve patient care. How excited are you, Obed, of this new transition?
I am very excited. I'm looking forward to all the various sessions that we are going to have, the practical sessions we enjoy, and I'm looking forward to many innovative ideas that I can use in my practice. I think neuroradiology is a wonderful field, and I'm sure we are going to have fun enjoying all that we will have on the program. I think now we can ask one or two people what their expectations are and how they are excited about what we are going to gain from this program. Ruby, you can start for us with one person.
Okay, wonderful. So I see a very beautiful lady here, and I'm going to ask you to tell us your name, where you're coming from, and how excited are you about this event and any expectations you are having.
I'm Lydia Naki Tekwete, a senior resident with 37 Military Hospital. I'm looking forward to learn a lot, get more insight, and get many more differentials for the different things that I'm seeing every day and improve my practice hereafter. Thank you.
That is wonderful. Please, a round of applause for her. Obed, over to you.
Thank you very much. And I see one of our veteran radiologists here. I also want to talk to him. Sir, your name, please, where you are coming from and the expectation.
My name is Asare Boatin. I'm from, and I'm expecting that at the end of the program, neuroradiology will become easy for everybody.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for him too, please. And Ruby, I didn't ask you, what about you? How excited are you about the program and what you expect?
I'm particularly excited and giddy as I'm looking the quintessential Dr. Plenam JFTT.
And then there is Dr.
Jared. Sorry.
We also have the members of the Police Management Board who came with the Inspector General of Police. We also want to welcome you, sirs. And then we also have the director of the police hospital, the medical services director, COP Otu Nyakon. You are also welcome, sir. And then finally, we also want to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Jared Oblite. He is the scientific committee chair for this particular conference. We thank you for your efforts, for helping us.
So we welcome you all protocols duly observed.
We also want to welcome in our midst the European Society of Neuroradiology President, Professor Tarek Yusri. You are welcome, sir.
A round of applause for him.
Right, we all want to get ready for us to start our program for today, and it will begin with the introduction of the chairman, and Ruby, you can do as the honors for that.
So it is a great and distinct honor than me to introduce to you the chairman for this august occasion. You will agree with me that we need a man full of great repute, grace, integrity, resourcefulness, vast experience and ingenuity to help steer this function to a successful end. And it is on this note that I present to you this amazing personality. He is a consultant physician and endocrinologist at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, Accra, Ghana. Currently, he is a senior lecturer at the University of Ghana Medical School. He has been extensively involved in the organization and also served as a facilitator to numerous metabolic and cardiovascular CMEs, both locally and abroad. He values the use of practical tools as well as new technology in research and development to solve problems and also to advance knowledge. He has published widely in both local and international peer-reviewed journals. He is currently the chairman of the Greater Accra Division of the Ghana Medical Association and the vice president of DEFSMOC. He is a fellow of the West African College of Physicians and Surgeons, fellow of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. He holds a master's degree in diabetes from the University of Cardiff, Wales, United Kingdom. He also holds a Master's of Science in Endocrinology from the United Kingdom. He also holds a Bachelor of Science certificate for Health Administration Management from the GIMPA Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great delight that I present to you Professor Ernest York. Please give him a resounding of an applause as we welcome Mr. York on stage to give us the chairman's response.
Hello. Thank you, MC, for your kind introduction. DMA members will not be happy with you for leaving out the fact that I'm here in my capacity as a vice president of the Ghana Medical Association. Yes. And my VC will also not be happy with you to recognize the academic ladder that we've managed to climb. But I'm happy to be here, and thanks for the invitation. Mr. President of the Ghana Association of Radiologists and my own boss, Dr. Siama, and your executives, representatives of the sister associations that you invited, and I can recognize also the presence of the IGP, Honorable Dampari. Member welfare. I'm talking about trade unionism, but we're also interested in advancing health and advocating in that space to advance health and technology for our members in the general public. And that's what we do. That is why I'm here in that capacity. I was happy to learn of the theme, harnessing advances in neurology to improve patient care. This is because the field of radiology has expanded over the years. When we were in medical school, every radiologist was a radiologist. We didn't have differentiation, and it is nice to see how it has expanded over the period. We now have people who are expertise in their subspecialty areas. And over the world, it has grown into many fields. We have pediatric endocrinologists, radiologists, we have musculoskeletal, radiologists, emergency practitioners, persons who are even just, their main work is just look at certain limited structures like the breast. We have specializations in cardiac, nuclear, interventional, and the list goes on and on. So to sit and not to tap into these areas for advanced health is saying that you are satisfied with the status quo. I am happy to see the differentiation of this expertise. And it's also very thoughtful of you to bring along compatriots in your value chain. I'm talking about the neurologists and the neurosurgeons. And even bringing people as far as those from other countries in the sub-region and also in other continents to join you in these deliberations. I recently visited Vietnam and I was surprised to see the advances they've done of the made in radiology. And I was happy to see how they've integrated AI specifically to serve as an initial screening tool before the human interface to validate what the AI has done. Indeed, what I also recognize was that in certain, in most times, the AI tended to perform better than what the human did. Of course, they still reserved, the final decision or what it is to the human, to make. But it means that, one, it can save us time, it can save us money, and scarce resources that we don't have to advance health. So I'm happy that we are looking in this direction. That is why this conference is being had. And to look into the area and strategize to put together what is new in the field of neuroradiology to help, grow the overall subject of radiology in this country. As a trainer, I will be glad to learn what advances there are in the area of augmented reality. This immersive technology enhances the radiologist's ability to navigate complex anatomical structures, making interventional procedures more accurate and less invasive. So augmented reality is also being used for medical education, allowing students to visualize complex anatomical structures in a more tangible way. Mr. President, I can only pray for an educative sessions throughout these meetings and during this opening ceremony that we hope will clearly outline some useful and implementable decisions going forward to advance the health in this country. And I accept to chair the opening ceremony. And I wish all of us a fruitful deliberation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairman. We are grateful for your accepting to chair the occasion. We now want to let those who have to join him on the high table do so before we continue the program. And first, we'll call on the GAR President, Dr. Samuel Isiama, to join him. We also call on Professor Tariq Yusri, ESNR President, who also want the LOC Chair, Professor Dr. Francis Ofe, to be there as well. Dr. Ebo Hammond is also supposed to be there. The Vice President of GAR, Professor Benjamin Dapu Sarkodie, to also go there. And then we also want to acknowledge the presence of these presidents: the president of the Association of Radiologists in Nigeria, the president of the Association of Radiologists of West Africa, the presidents of the Academy of Neurosurgeons, and then Society of Neurologists in Ghana. We welcome you for helping us to grace this occasion. Right. Ruby, now you can help us see what next we have on the program.
So we'll now introduce our GAR president. It is with utmost pleasure that I introduce to you our next speaker, a medical mogul by all standards, a man who has counted the cost, walked the talk, braved the odds, and gathered enough silver in years of impactful work in medicine, and is within touching distance of brilliance. Having risen through the ranks of medical education, he holds in high honor an MBCHB. He is a fellow of the West African College of Physicians and Surgeons, a fellow of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons, and holds an executive MBA from the University of Ghana, Legon. He is currently a consultant radiologist at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital and doubles in role as the Director of Medical Affairs in the same institution, having set himself apart as a man of distinction. He is also a consultant radiologist for the National TB Prevalence Survey. As if these credentials don't suffice, being a man full of grit, gravitas, with zero tolerance for mediocrity as far as academic excellence is concerned, he happens to be the chief examiner of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons, as well as an examiner of the Faculty of Radiology, West African College of Physicians Surgeons till date. His name resonates with reverence, impeccability, and admiration in the radiology coterie, as his passion is unmatched. We are honored and privileged to have him as our GAR president. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, I humbly request you to join me in a standing ovation to welcome this truly unique spectacle of a man, the Dr. Samuel Isiama, to give us an address.
Thank you very much.
So there's a small mishap. GR President, sorry for that. We want the welcome address from the LOC chair, and then we'll have your address. Thank you very much, sir. So LOC chair, Chief Superintendent Dr. Francis Ofer, you have to welcome us to this program, and we invite you. He was a former vice president of GAR as well, and head of radiology at the police hospital. Let's welcome him, Dr. Francis Ofer.
Thank you very much. So if I don't welcome, we can't start. So I have to welcome. Chairman and Vice President of the Ghana Medical Association, Professor Ernest York, our special guest of honor and Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Ekufu-Dampari, executives and members of ladies and gentlemen, I am deeply pleasured to be part of the 12th Annual General and Scientific Meeting of the Ghana Association of Radiologists. We are gathered here in person and virtually from across the length and breadth of the GAR Constitution, which enjoins us to hold annual general meetings once every year in May. At the last AGM at Pimpamsie Hotel in Cape Coast, we resolved as members of our noble association to hold this year's AGSM in Accra, and that the LOC be chaired by the police hospital. The LOC was subsequently commissioned by the executive committee to see to the organization of this AGSM. It is the hard work and choreographed efforts of the LOC members that has brought all of us to this plush Alisa location for our AGSM. Chairman, permit me to pay tribute to and applaud the efforts of all the members of the LOC and their subcommittee members for their hard work, dedication, and monumental act of self-sacrifice towards the organization of this AGSM. The unquenchable determination of the LOC to make this AGSM a unique and successful one is very commendable. I think we can put our hands together for that. A similar glowing tribute goes to the Executive Committee for their unalloyed support to the LOC in every step of the way. This AGSM, which is the 12th in a series, is under the theme Harnessing the Advances in Neuroradiology to Improve Patient Care. This theme underscores the critical role of neuroradiology plays in enhancing healthcare outcomes. Neuroradiology serves as a cornerstone in the multidisciplinary approach to neurosurgical interventions and neurological care. GAR's collaboration this year with esteemed partners like the European Society of Neuroradiology, Ghana Academy of Neurosurgeons, Association of Radiologists of West Africa, Association of Radiologists in Nigeria, inter alia, embodies the spirit of global cooperation and knowledge exchange. Together, we harness the power of collective expertise to advance the future of neuroradiology and ultimately improve patient care in our homeland, Ghana. As you would know, our AGM was preceded by the usual pre-conference ethics session yesterday, which was purely virtual, and I must say, very successful. Today, and indeed in the few days ahead, our conference will hold in a hybrid form, implying that some of our colleagues who are on fixed duties, as well as some of our international partners, will be joining us virtually. During these few days, we will be delving into rich scientific plenary sessions, which will be punctuated by presentations from our cherished sponsors. Over the period, we will be on a mission to illuminate the complexities of the brain and spinal cord in the areas of imaging and clinical management. A business meeting of radiologists will also be held this evening, which is very important in addressing Venerable Inspector General of Police, Dr. Ekufu Dampare, and his Police Management Board members, and to deeply thank you, sir, for heartily accepting to be part of this momentous event. I also welcome in a special way the President of the European Society of Neuroradiology, Professor Tarek, who touched down yesterday from UK just to be part of us. We are very grateful and we give a warm welcome. Another warm welcome and profound gratitude to the representative of the Director General of Ghana Health Service, Dr. Ebo Hammond, GMA President, and indeed my own Medical Director, DCOP Dr. Otu Nyako, for also accepting to be part of us. I wish all of us a fruitful deliberations and a yielding intellectual and social intercourse during these few days. Long live GAR, long live radiologists in Ghana, long live all our partners. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Local Chairman, for that spectacular welcome address. We'll now duly call Dr. Samuel Isiama to give us, the GAR President, to give us the address.
The Chairman and Vice President of Ghana Medical Association, Professor Ernest York, our special guest of honor, and Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Ekufu Dampare, executives and members of the Ghana Association of Radiologists, our distinguished guests, our cherished partners and collaborators, friends from the media, and ladies and gentlemen. have a note to make. IGP, please forgive me. You said I shouldn't refer to you as special guest of honor. Unfortunately, I cannot break protocol, so don't arrest me after. On behalf of the Executive Committee of GAR, I welcome you all to the 12th AGSM, which is a collaborative conference. I want to stress that part. A collaborative conference providing a unique platform for networking between Ghana Association of Radiologists, European Society of Neuroradiologists, Neurointerventionists, Academy of Neurosurgeons, Society of Neurologists, which is the physicians, Association of Radiologists in Nigeria, and Association of Radiologists of West Africa. I wish this collaboration continues and deepens in the areas of education, multidisciplinary clinical practice, and research. The theme for this year's conference, 2024, is harnessing the advances in neuroradiology to improve patient care. It's actually most appropriate at this time. While this conference aims at updating our knowledge of neurological diseases and their management, it has brought into sharp focus the urgency of establishments of neuroradiology fellowship, as there are scores of residents waiting to be admitted into this program. I'm highly honored to be the president of GAR at this time, and permit me to address only the academic issues at this forum, and of course we will defer the socio-economic affairs to the business meeting this afternoon. We, the ESCO, are grateful to the membership of GAR for supporting the change of the theme from respiratory radiology to neuroradiology to support the goal of developing the curriculum and establishment of neuroradiology fellowship in the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons in collaboration with the ESNR. I would love to state that a 3-member committee has been working on neuroradiology curriculum, and they will present their first draft to the faculty before the end of June 2024. Join me to acknowledge the contributions of Professor Kwesi Oforiama, Dr. Rama Aidan, Dr. Mankwa Eti, Dr. H. Badamosi, in the execution of this project. The resources made available from ESNR and Dr. Jackson deserve mention at this point. In addition, ESR has offered 5 partial scholarships for specialty training in neuroradiology organized and certified by ESNR in Europe for young GAR members. I want to stress that part. Young, that's what Professor Tarek told me. Young GAR, so I am not qualified. On this note, I would want to, in fact, for this to happen, Professor Tarek Yusri has been immensely instrumental in achieving this feat. I am pleased to announce that GAR is in the concluding stage of our admission to ESNR as an institutional member with the same rights as any other institutional member in the world. The efforts of GAR members, this affords the GAR members the opportunity to participate in courses and examinations organized by ESNR, leading to individual membership and also a diploma in neuroradiology, certified by. So if you have that certificate, it gives you the opportunity to practice. You know what I mean? I don't want to say it. On behalf of GR, I welcome Prof. Tarek Yusri, President of ESNR, to GR 2024 at Alisa. Mr. Chairman, the choice of the IGB as the special guest of honor, sir, is no accident. You will agree with me that the police service has enormous experience in investigating and fighting crime. But the gaping void in this service is the absence of forensic radiologists. I had the opportunity of discussing that with the IG, and I saw him smiling, so I know that he noted this down, that he's going to help us to build this. In fact, I want to assure the IGP that the GAR is ready to partner and collaborate with the police service to establish the cutting-edge radiology service and also to establish police hospital as a hub for training forensic radiologists in the sub-region. Prof. Chair, there's a serious omission of radiologist fees and charges in the May 25th 2024 professional fees and charges document published by GMA. I want him to hear that, so I will repeat it. Professor Chair, there is serious omission of radiology fees and charges in your publication of May 25th, 2024 on the charges, fees and charges for practitioners, published as I've stated. And you omitted radiology. But don't worry, we would like to work with you to correct such an omission. I will conclude by acknowledging the chairman of this ceremony, Prof. York, our special guest of honor, Dr. Ekufu Dampare, our distinguished invited guests, chairpersons of our sister associations, and here I will mention Professor Yusri, the Academy of Neurosurgeons, Society of Neurologists. I can see Professor Palu, who's the president here. Association of Radiologists in Nigeria, Professor Yin Loye is also here. And a rep of the Association of, the president of Association of Radiologists of West Africa is also here. The past executive for GR, the local organizing committee. I think I have to salute Dr. Fair for this. Our sponsors, oh yeah, if you were not around, I didn't think we would have nailed this conference. And participants, and I think I would like you, I will say Ayuko, and I would like your response of IAA. So Ayuko. Thank you.
Thank you very much, GR President, for that talk and address. And on that note that you ended, I want to mention the sponsors for our program. They are Kasona Ghana, Fujifilm, GE East Cantonment Pharmacy, KD Global, Sonotech, UGMC, Hospital Equipment Solutions, Tangana Ghana Limited, Philips Health Tech, RadSef, Supreme Specialist Services, Chabatra Foundation, Spectra, Scanport, Adansi Health Tourism, MedPoint Solutions. We thank you very much for helping us so that we can have this year AGM as we have it today. I got somebody whispering to me, special guest of honor. Why is he not sitting on the high table? And then I had to explain because I was told he wants to, together with the management board, be with the people, down to earth. So it's not because he doesn't want to be there. He and the management board were supposed to be there, but they wanted to be among us. So we thank you very much, sir. Now we want to go on to the next item on our agenda, and that is fraternizing messages. So messages from the various associations who have joined us to have this GR AGM. Ruby, can you start with the first to come to give us that?
So this next speaker is a great man of many hearts, one who is leaving indelible prints on the sands of time as far as medicine is concerned. He is a seasoned neurologist, a clinical researcher, and an educationist who hails from Ghana's premier hospital, Kolebu Teaching Hospital, and works at the faculty of the University of Ghana Medical School as an associate professor of neurology. He is currently the PI for the genetics of Alzheimer's disease and dementias in Africa. He holds a wealth of experience in training in a multidisciplinary stroke team with current proud collaborations with stroke partners in Wessex, United Kingdom, of which Ghana was recently recognized in a global report in The Lancet. He can boast of leading the establishment of the first stroke unit in Ghana and the biggest neurology outpatient clinic in the country. He has a vast and an in-depth knowledge in clinical research and was involved in the Stroke Investigative Research and Education Network, SIRENE, geared towards evaluating the socio-demographic, clinical, and genetic risk factors for stroke by building a formidable research and educational infrastructure for high-level self-sustaining stroke investigation in Africa. He also has prior experience working in international collaboration in Africa as a co-investigator. Being a connoisseur of medical research has landed him an enviable role as the principal investigator for the proposed study of modifiable factors associated with Alzheimer's and related dementias in the elderly living in urban and rural West Africa. He holds an MBCHB from the University of Ghana Medical School, a Master of Science degree in Clinical Neuroscience from the University of College of London. He's a fellow of the West African College of Physicians and Surgeons, and he is an international scholar of epilepsy from the University of Pennsylvania. He holds a mini fellowship from the American Academy of Sleep Medicine, and he is a fellow of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons and a fellow of the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons. This is quite the introduction. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding hand of applause, please join me in welcoming a colossus of neurology, Dr. Albert Akpalu, to give us a fraternal message from the Association of Neurologists.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. And I don't know where she found that information from. So I'm very happy to be here, and this collaboration should continue and continue. I had some slides, but I don't think they're ready to show that yet. So I'm from the Neurology Society of Ghana, which is a very integral part of neuroradiology. And I'm happy to see Professor Yusuf here. Many years ago, I think 2003, I worked with him and Prof. Rolf Jager at the Queen Square. So I spent a year doing MRI scans of acute brainstem stroke. So that's why I like coming to the MRI room, and then we're happy to be here. So we need to do a lot of collaboration. We're doing a lot of work with epilepsy. I see Professor Song, who is a neurosurgeon. We're doing a lot of work with stroke. Dr. Dabo Sarkodie and the team have really pushed the frontiers for subarachnoid hemorrhage and an acute stroke. So we need to do a lot of collaboration. I encourage all the neuroradiology trainees to spend some time with us at the neurology clinic. It makes a big difference. I sit with Dr. Bracken here apart to look at when we have scans with Dr. Esiama and Dr. Jifate Tetu as well. So we are here to collaborate. We are not pests. We are here to find out, want to know the differentials. So we have two lectures to deliver, one by Professor Patrick Ejay on epilepsy, and I'll talk about demyelinating diseases tomorrow. So thank you very much, and enjoy your conference, and it's great to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, and we're also happy that you are here with us. Now we want to look at the next fraternal message that we want to have. And this will be coming from Dr. Abbas Adam from the Ghana Academy of Neurological Surgeons. And we just want to say something brief about him before he comes. He's already here. Okay, please let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to stand on the existing protocols already established by the previous speakers. I'm not Dr. Abbas. I am Dr. Patrick Banker. I'm the Vice President of the Ghana Association of Neurological Surgeons. Dr. Abbas is unable to be here, so he asked me to stand in for him. I'm also very happy to be here. You know, as a neurosurgeon, I think one of the biggest things that has happened to us is neuroimaging. It's really advanced the frontiers of neurosurgery all over the world. And I mean, if you talk about diagnostic imaging, talk about intraoperative imaging, and even after surgery, you also need to talk about follow-up of this patient. And it's an integral part of even treatment of patients, stereotactic radiosurgery and the like. So as far as neurosurgeons are concerned, we and neuroradiology, we are bedfellows. So they can't do anything without us. We can't do anything without them. So that's the case. That's the relationship. I mean, nowadays, you can't have individuals treating patients. It's really abnormal for individuals treating disease conditions. If you are doing that, you're probably doing the wrong thing. Multidisciplinary teams is the way to go. So all over the world, there is collaboration. Collaboration is no longer an option. It is mandatory. That is why we are so happy to be part of this conference. We are partners in this conference, I must say. We have, the Ghana Association of Neurosurgeons have partnered with the Ghana College of Physician Surgeons. We now have a faculty of our own, and just March this year, we actually took in 20 residents, and we are hoping that in the next 6 years, we'll be adding 20 more neurosurgeons to our number of 26, serving a population of 34 million. So it is very heartwarming to learn that very soon we're going to have a neuroradiology fellowship, and we would very much like to be part of this training. And as I said earlier on, without neuroradiology, we will really be blinded. I mean, our outcomes are going to be bad. So we are happy that this conference is taking place. And the collaboration, as I said, is mandatory. We'll collaborate in terms of organizing conferences, but most importantly, we will also collaborate in the consulting rooms, in the research labs, in the skills lab, all for the good of the patient. So thank you. We wish ourselves a wonderful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We want to continue with fraternal messages. Now, the president of the Association of Radiologists in Nigeria, if he's here, he can come and then give us the fraternal message. Thank you.
The chairman of today's occasion, permit me to adopt the existing protocol, because I was corrected some days ago that if you stand on the protocol, you might actually break the protocol. Thank you. So, before I go on to give my short fraternal message, I always remember the inaugural lecture of one of my great teachers, and I was a medical student. That was part of the reason why I ventured into radiology. And his topic of the lecture was making substance out of shadows, consultant of consultants, meaning that other consultants essentially will consult radiologists to make appropriate diagnosis. So, dear Ghana Association of Radiology, on behalf of the Association of Radiology in Nigeria, we want to extend our warmest wishes to the 12th Ghana Association of Radiology AGM, and definitely your dedication to advancing the field of radiology in the sub-region is truly commendable. The direction of training in the sub-region is actually towards sub-specialization. I also happen to be the secretary of the Faculty of Radiology of the West African College of Surgeons, and we have been trying to move in the direction of subspecialization. In fact, my brother, my friend, Dr. Asiama, is supposed to be one of the driving force, the chairman of one of the committee. So when you are less settled, complete your assignment. So I'm happy that the Ghana College is moving towards this direction. This is evidenced by the theme of this conference, that is harnessing advances in neurology to improve patient health care. Let me also appreciate the president of the European Society of Neuroradiology, Professor Tariq Yusru, for taking this far journey to be here with you, and it shows a lot of commitment towards training this subregion. I can also buttress this because I was privileged to be in ESR Vienna earlier this year, and there was a special reception for delegates from Africa. A few of us were there, and it is clear that the European Society of Neuroradiology is really putting a lot of effort to train people from this sub-region, and I think this is really commendable. We are inspired by your continuous commitment to excellence in the field of radiology. We look forward to continue to collaborate and learn from you and ourselves in future. And we are grateful for the opportunity to work along you, our colleagues, and other professionals. Congratulations once again, and I believe this AGM will be successful, and I want to wish you continued success in all your future endeavors. Warm regards from the Association of Radiologists in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we are happy that you are here with us and you are gracing the occasion. We want to now change our direction a little bit, get some music to refresh ourselves, and then we'll continue with the fraternal messages. So, musical interlude, please give us something nice.
We'll do a very popular song. This is by an ethnomusicologist, Dr. Efremamo. The song simply says the development of the country, and by extension, the development of our institutions. It depends on you, it depends on me. Sing with us if you know the song. Young Araya Asasidi by Dr. Efremamo. Young Araya Asasidi, hey, I bought in my Mojana, no, she go at the toe. Say baby at so nim dia traso konto grane abe se min kumina e die brem dem amaya sase do atom se omano sembe yo omano sembe yo ayen se da ho se oman fura je omano sembe yo omano sembe we take it one more time. Yangaraya Sassini, Eya Bodende Maye, Mojana Num Shegunya, Eto Maye, Eto Mene was so, say a bay, Piatuaso, Nim Diatraso, Conton Grande, Ape, Selling Gomina, Eddie Brendem Amaya Sassio. Omano sebeyo, omano sebeyo, eyese na ose, omanfo mirande, omano sebeyo, omano sebeyo, eyese na ose, omanfo mirande, omano sebeyo, omano sebeyo, eyese na ose, omanfo mirande. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that nice song. And now we want to take fraternal message from the Ghana Police Service. The medical director of the police hospital, DCOP Dr. Med Samuel Otu Nyako, an astute public health consultant who has worked for many years at the Ghana Police Hospital in Accra. We welcome you, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot start without acknowledging my Inspector General of Police, Dr. Akufudampare and Pomab. They are all my seniors, so I need to acknowledge them before I stand or sit on protocol that has already been established. I must say that Dr. Esiama was my resident when I was a house officer back in the day at Kolebu Teaching Hospital, and I'm excited that he has risen to this very high position. Again, I see some of my house officer mates. Prof. Akpalu, we did house job together. Dr. Brako Hiapa was my house job mate. Dr. Otudankwa, where are you? He's my childhood friend. So, I'm in the company of friends. I remember back in the day when we were residents, when you talk about radiology, it was X-ray, all right? You do X-ray, and then later in the day, CT scans came around. And now you see where we've come. So it's been a long journey, and with the fragmentations of the various subspecialties, it's really, really encouraging. I think that as a public health specialist, my interest will be in the geographical access and economic access. I know it may not be part of the discussions this time, but in future, please let's have these services, at least a CT scan in all regional hospitals. If that is done, then we can have a CT scan in all district hospitals. And then MRI can go to all regional hospitals. I think it's possible, so that you don't have to travel from Tamale, Hamile, and come to Accra to access the services that are available here. The other one challenge I want to talk about will be economic access. Some of these interventions, and Dr. Dabo Sarkodie has been to our hospital and we had engagements with him. Some of these are very expensive, and most of the Ghanaian populace may not be able to afford it. So I don't know how, but I think something must be done, because there should be equity and equality in healthcare. I think this is not beyond this platform for our big men here to try and find ways of addressing these things. I wish you all the best in your deliberations. My boss is here. I don't want to talk too much. Otherwise, I may make a mistake and then I'll be charged. So ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all the best, and may God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And I hope the IGP will not charge you, because he greeted you nicely. We now want to take fraternal message from the Association of Radiologists of West Africa.
Good morning, everybody. I think I should stand on existing protocol, even though my president didn't want to stand on it. My name is Dr. Salam Abdul. I'm actually the PRO of Association of Radiology in West Africa. The president is Professor Duem. He wanted to come, but unfortunately he had engagement that made it impossible for him to attend. So he asked me to represent him here in this meeting. He's happy with the Ghana Association of Radiology progress so far made over the years, and he felt that it's necessary that we should continue the collaboration between the West African countries, because we have a long way to go in the area of radiology. I will say 9 years ago, I was in Ghana for Arawa, and what I'm seeing today seems to be better than what I saw when I came 9 years ago, because then we did everything in Kolebu teaching us to. But now we've grown that we're using a big hotel, which means that we're making progress. So congratulations. Arawa is meant for all West African radiologists. And it has been the association, it was the association that was sustaining radiologists in West Africa before the individual countries started having their own. And it became necessary for the individual country to have their own so that they will strengthen it and know how to follow some issue up with their national government. But in doing that, we noticed that Arawa is going down. And we are really worried and we are really concerned. And I'm sure that in this meeting, maybe options and deliberation will take place to see how to sustain Arawa, because we cannot allow Arawa to die. The last meeting that we had for Arawa was 3 years ago in Abuja. And it was agreed that 3 years later, we should have the next one in Ghana. So when your meeting came, it became necessary that we come to this place and have a meeting. Unfortunately, there's a downturn in the economy worldwide. Last time when we came here 9 years ago, the numbers of doctors, radiologists from Nigeria, I think we were more than almost half of the number of people seated here. Unfortunately, things have changed, economy is bad. It was only 2 of us that can fly in from Nigeria. But I'm believing that things will get better and we'll find a way. Irrespective of that, I think we should still have a way of collaborating between the West African countries to see how to make radiology to grow in these parts of the world. We have a long way to go. Nigeria is doing well. And also, for what we are seeing also, I think Ghana is also making a lot of progress. When we're told about the issue of European Society of Neuroradiologists partnering, we felt that it would be necessary for us to also key in and make sure that we also benefit from it, since it will be something that we want also in Nigeria. A fellowship in that field is also welcome. So let me appeal to the European Society of Neuroradiology to also consider Nigeria. Well, it became necessary for me to stress this because in the course of discussion with Dr. Siama, it came up, and he felt that, if Nigerians are going to come along, they'll be very happy about it. So, since I'm here and we are representing Nigeria, please, the European Society should also join Nigeria in it. Once more, let me say congratulations for this meeting. The opening ceremony so far has been great, and I'm expecting that we're going to have a beautiful deliberation these few days of this meeting. Thank you all.
Thank you, Representative from Arawa. And now we want to call on the President of the European Society of Neuroradiology, who is a professor of neuroradiology, Professor Tarek Yusri, to give us fraternal messages from ESNR.
Good morning, and thank you very much. Maybe to start with a few words about the European Society of Neuroradiology. It was established in 1969. It's diagnostic and intervention, and has evolved quite significantly over the last few years, decades and then last few years. The society has 2 kinds of members: direct members and member societies. They're represented in what we call the Institutional Council. We have about 35 national societies in that. When I became president about a year and a half ago, I was keen on establishing a relationship with African countries, with Africa. And I looked at where we can start these discussions. Over time, one of my dear colleagues, pediatric radiologist, told me, get in touch with Ghana. They're very serious. I said, okay, let's get in touch with Ghana. There was Augustina, and there was Samuel. And then we got in touch. And things happened then very quickly. So it was impressive how we took decisions in a matter of a few meetings and went forward. And I was delighted to see that Ghana became one of our institutional members thanks really to the major input of both of you. Being a member, and I should add that the European Society of Neuroradiology does not make a difference between European and non-European either members or societies. They're all equal and equally approached. So when we then talked about the next steps, we developed a memorandum of understanding, because what I personally, coming originally from Egypt, didn't want to see was that we do single meeting, single course, and then go again. I think what I was looking at is establishing a long-standing relationship, a long-standing structure with a clear view. This is not only about education, but this is really about a partnership of equals. There are certain things where we can support Ghana. There are other things where we can learn from you, because you are working in singular situations. You are exposed to a different set of diseases than we are exposed to, and it's very important for us in this global world to learn from each other. So this memorandum that we have signed includes working together on a curriculum, identifying new leaders, and this is where the fellowships come in. It was mentioned before, the economic problems. I'm afraid we all have them, and all societies have them. So there's not just enough financial resources to just do whatever we wanted to do, but we have to work together on enabling them to happen. And we would offer 5 fellowships to young radiologists, neuroradiologists. So, from Ghana, so that they can be the leaders of the next generation, and they are the point of contact between us. I would like to congratulate the Ghana Society and the president of the society for this meeting. I'm truly delighted to have this meeting on neuroradiology and including the partners, neurology and neurosurgery. I think radiology is one of the best, I'm not biased, but I think it's one of the best specialties you can choose. Everyone wants you, everyone needs us, no one can do anything without us, maybe dermatologists. But otherwise, they all need us, we are at the center. But being at the center is also responsibility. We cannot just provide an image. We have to be a partner. And I'm delighted about what I heard from the presidents of the Neurological and Neurological Surgeons Society about collaboration and interactions. MDTs, I think these are key. When you come to neuroradiology, you're in the world of neuroscience. We have a role that no one else can play. We are the ones who interpret the image. That doesn't mean that we are the only ones who do research. No, we can all do research together. We need to talk to each other, we need to learn from each other, we need to work from each other. In that sense, I should also mention that I am the chair of the Neuroimaging Committee of the World Federation of Neurology. So, whereas I don't see neurologists necessarily reporting, but I do see that we need to engage very seriously in meetings, in discussions, explaining images. We have neurologists and neurosurgeons coming in London at Queen Square to our department, and we teach them. We don't teach them till they do the reporting. That's not the role. They are busy. They have many things to do. But we teach them so that they understand the complexity. And they also understand that sometimes it's difficult to make a final diagnosis on imaging. Neurology, neurosurgery, sometimes it's very clear, but sometimes it's an art. It's not only quantification. It's an art that the individual physician master. But similarly, neuroradiology can also be an art, and that is a responsibility we have to take forward. So in that sense, I'm delighted that this is, in a way, a neuroscience meeting. I'm delighted that this is planned to go forward, and we, from the European Society of Neuroradiology, will be doing everything that we can to foster this. Collaboration is key. In a previous discussion with the Inspector General, Dr. George Akufu-Dampari, who doesn't want to be called the special guest of honor, told me that he's from King's. I'm from UCL, USense. But we collaborate with King's. We collaborate with everyone. And I think that is the key. We need all to work together, respect each other, and do the best for the patient themselves. In that sense, I'm looking forward to a long-standing relationship with the Ghana Society and to further interaction and successful meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Yose, for that enlightening message. So we'll move the ceremony along and invite Dr. Ebo Hammond to give us a fraternal message from the Ghana Health Service.
Thank you very much. First, I want to apologize for the absence of the Director General, Dr. Patrick Kumar-Boakye. If you know the calendar of health, in May, towards the ending and the beginning of June, the whole world has a medical pilgrimage to Geneva, where the World Health Organization normally meets to discuss global health issues and global health security. So the Director General, together with the Honorable Minister, are there, and he has appointed me to come and represent him at this function. And I think appropriately so, because as Director of Health Administration and Support Services, I'm directly responsible for planning, specifying, procuring, maintaining, and ensuring the safe operation of health technology, including imaging equipment. So I would say, Prof. Chair, Prof. York, the guest of honor, IG, Dr. Akufu-Dampari, they say we should not stand in the, so I observe it, all the other protocols. I'm honored to address you at this August gathering. We are in May, but it's an August gathering. The 12th Annual General Meeting of Ghana Association of Radiologists. This year's theme, harnessing the advances in neurological, neuroradiology to improve patient care, underscore the vital role that cutting-edge technology and innovation play in this field, particularly in enhancing the quality of care we provide to our patients. Radiology has long been a cornerstone of modern medicine, enabling us to peek into the human body with remarkable precision. Over the past decades, we have witnessed tremendous advancement in imaging technology. From the early days of X-rays to the sophisticated magnetic resonance imaging, MRI, computed tomography, CT scans, as we call it, and positron emission tomography, PET of today. Each leap forward has expanded diagnostic capabilities, prevented blind treatments, improved precision medical acts, and transformed overall patient care. Neuroradiology has been at the forefront of these advancements as a special branch. The intricate and delicate nature of the nervous system demands the highest levels of accuracy and detail in imaging. Recent innovations in neuroradiology, such as functional MRI, advanced neuroimaging techniques, 3D, and the advance of artificial intelligence in imaging analysis have significantly improved the ability to diagnose and treat neurological conditions. However, along with these advancements come challenges. One of the primary challenges we face in the Ghana Health Service is the rapid pace of technological change. Staying abreast of the latest developments and ensuring that the skills and knowledge of radiologists remain current in a continual process. Additionally, the high costs and limited availability of advanced imaging equipment for patients, especially poorer patients, and the need for specialized training can limit accessibility. In the Ghana Health Service, the capital cost of such high-end equipment is prohibitive, which limits our ability to provide these types of equipment for all hospitals. Despite the challenges above, the GHS, or the Ghana Health Service, would single out the Greater Accra Regional Hospital, RICH, for its recent strides in groundbreaking neurological interventions aided by some of these specialized equipment, which we got through His Excellency the President of the Republic. The GHS is aware of these challenges its hospitals face and is entering into special placement contracts with private providers to help provide critically needed imaging services. The GHS has also recently advertised the procurement of various equipment. It was just last week that we advertised, including imaging equipment, example, X-rays, ultrasounds, and others, to support 412 primary healthcare facilities, especially at the lower level. They do not have these services. And this will cost about $10 million. Maybe you can just go and check the graphic Tuesday, last week. We are civil servants and public servants, so we're not doing politics. It costs over $10 million in this. This equipment will significantly enhance disease diagnosis and, most importantly, interventional radiology, which allows for precision treatment and quick recovery of patients. Your dedication and resilience, Chairman, have ensured that we continue to provide optimal care with available resources. Looking ahead, we must focus on the following areas to harness the full potential of neurology. First, we must continue investing in training and education, which I'm very happy I just heard that we very soon will be churning out over 20 radiologists, which is essential. We must also foster an environment where knowledge is continually shared and young radiologists are mentored and supported in mastering new technologies. Second, we must advocate for greater investment in healthcare infrastructure. We, as public servants and directors in charge of these, will do part. I just told you that we are buying such equipment over $10 million. But I know that you're also collaborating with West African College of Radiologists, European College of Radiologists, and I believe that they also can support in one way or the other. By working closely with government and private sector partners, we can provide access to advanced imaging technologies nationwide, ensuring that all patients benefit from the latest diagnostic and treatment options, regardless of location. Finally, we must embrace collaboration and innovation. The integration of artificial intelligence in radiology holds promise to even greater accuracy and efficiency in diagnostics. By participating in international research initiatives and forging partnerships with international institutions, which we just were told, the association can bring the benefits of latest research and technological advancement to bear in Ghana. In conclusion, Prof. Chair, while we acknowledge the challenges ahead, we also celebrate the incredible strides your association has made in radiology in general and neuroradiology in particular. Let us commit to harnessing these advances to improve patient care and ensuring every Ghanaian has access to the highest medical imaging and diagnosis standards. Together, we can continue to push the boundaries of what is possible and can transform patient care in Ghana. Thank you for your invitation. I wish you a productive and inspiring meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ebo Hammond, for that wonderful message. So at this juncture, we would like to acknowledge our sponsors, and they are Casona Ghana, Fujifilm, East Cantonment Pharmacy, KD Global, Sonotech, UGMC, Hospital Equipping Solutions, Torigini Ghana Limited, Philips Health Tech, RadServ, Supreme Specialist Scan, Kabaka Foundation, Spectra, ScanPort, Adansi Health Tourism, MedPoint Solutions, Global Medical Solutions, and Arrest Center of Excellence. So we will now entertain a musical interlude from the Kwanpa instrumentals. I can actually see one of my mates there who went to JSS with him from Akosobo International School. So let's please welcome.
Yes, we're in the same class. All right. So we've been seated for a while. On a lighter note, we want to just stretch. I hear it's a taboo for health practitioners to dance. Please prove me wrong. All right. Show by hand if you're born on Monday. Monday. Okay, hands down. If you're born on Tuesday. Tuesday. All right. If you're born on Wednesday, show by hand. Wednesday. All right. Thursday. Yeah. Right. Friday. Friday. All right. Saturday, show by hand. Okay. And finally, Sunday. Beautiful. So it's very simple. This is our own way of stretching. And by the way, this is a palm wine band. Palm wine band. Because the kind of music we do is Ghanaian palm wine music. So it's a palm wine band. Now, I'll go through the days of the week. When I mention the day on which you were born, just be on your feet, shake yourself, and you sit down. This is our own way of stretching, all right? So which day should we start from? Sunday? Monday? All right, Monday it is. We are breaking Monday. Let's do this. Obiara ye wono Monday, Agoto, sorry. Obiara ye wono Monday, Agoto, sorry. La 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 la. Tuesday, Obiara ye wono Tuesday, Agoto, sorry. Obiara ye wono Tuesday, Agoto, sorry. La 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 la. Wednesday, Obiara ye wono Wednesday, Agoto, sorry. Obiara ye wono Wednesday, Agoto, sorry. La 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 la. Thursday, Obiara ye wono Thursday, Agoto, sorry. Obiara ye wono Thursday, Agoto, sorry. La 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 la. Friday, Obiara ye wono Friday, Agoto, sorry. Obiara ye wono hey Friday. La 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 la. Saturday, Obiara ye wono Saturday, Agoto, sorry. Obiara ye wono Saturday, Agoto, sorry. La 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 la. Sunday, Obiara ye wono Sunday, Agoto, sorry. Obiara ye wono Sunday, Agoto, sorry. La 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 la. Ladies and gentlemen, some of you were not born. This is for those who were not born. If you have not been up yet, it means you were not born. It's for you. Obiara ye wono no day. Obiara ye wono no day. La 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 la. Last one. This one, all days. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. All days. Obiara ye wono all days. Agoto. Obiara ye wono all days. Agoto. La 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 la. Thank you so much.
That was so refreshing. A round of applause again for the Kwampa. So the next speaker doesn't want us to actually speak much about him, but actually he is the reason, one of the main reasons why we are celebrating this event, but we'll honor what he tells us. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the enigmatic, resplendent, admirable, and legendary Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Ekufu Dampari, to officially open the ceremony.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Chair, because of the work I do, with your permission, I want to be very cautious by standing beside the protocol, whether existing or established. With your permission, I want to stand beside it for a number of good reasons. First, when Prof came here, he gave me, or he forewarned me, that the protocols are very fragile. You can't stand on them. So I'm not standing on it. And when my senior brother, the director of the police hospital, came around, he wasn't sure whether to stand or to sit on it. So whilst I was seated, I was very confused. And the confusion got with critical mass when Prof said, he had adopted a protocol. And by extension means the protocol probably by adoption means now is with him. So to be very cautious, therefore, and not knowing the state of the protocol, I want to stand beside it. Having said this, and with the permission given, I would like to say that I am confused because who am I? Who am I? A police officer minding the business of protecting life and property to be among these elite specialists in the health profession. Or probably who am I? An accountant, a finance guy, to be in the midst of seasoned, established officials from the medical profession. Or probably, who am I? A student and a practitioner of management and leadership to be where I am today. It takes the grace of God to be able to gather the courage to stand before you and speak on matters that I have no knowledge of. But I'll try. So the question is that what has forced me to be here? And it can come in about 3 or 4 main points. The first one, on a personal one, Dr. Dabo Sarkodie is my kid brother. Dr. Francis Ofe is my kid brother. And that level, when they ask you to show up in order to maintain your position as the big brother or the elder brother, so that if you keep sending them at home, they will go without complaining. You have to also to reciprocate by also according them that respect. The second reason is because during your last session, you did indicate that the police service, and by extension the Ghana Police Hospital, should be the local organizing authority, let me put it that way, for the conference. And with that in mind, it becomes our responsibility. And that's why I came here was a session of my leadership to come to let you know that we are grateful to you for the opportunity given to us to be the people to organize this under the leadership or the chairmanship of my own kid brother, Dr. Francis Ofe. We are grateful. The third reason is to do with what Dr. Esiama did mention, the opportunity to establish a forensic radiology department within the police service so that it becomes a hub for training of specialists in that field within the sub-region and probably beyond. It's something that we consider timely, and working with our bosses will see to its establishment, because it must be done. Now, coming back to what I'm supposed to do, my work has become easier than I thought, because I'm happy to be the last person to speak. So with my limited knowledge in the field, and with all the speeches that have gone on, it means virtually there's little to say. But the little to say is first to thank the Ghana Association of Radiologists for the opportunity given to us to be here, and also to thank all its members and partners for the contribution. The partners here, I'm talking in terms of both the national, the sub-regional, continental, and the international partners, including the sponsors, for all what they do and continue to do in the field that they operate towards ensuring that when patients shows up at their presence, they are given the care that will support them as they journey through whatever situation they find themselves. We are grateful for the opportunity. We are also very pleased to know that your team, which is harnessing advances in neuroradiology to improve patient care. This is very refreshing in the sense that it sits well with one of our proverbs, which speaks to the fact that a problem identified is half the solution. We've seen that the advances in the field that you operate, the subspecialty that you operate, and those advances have not been fully harnessed towards helping patients who appear before you. And therefore, you've decided to use your general annual and scientific meeting or conference to look into it and make sure that you are able to get the best out of the technologies available in supporting patients that come before you. This is laudable, and we commend you for that. More interestingly, we've been told that these advances are mainly in the area of breakthroughs in imaging technologies or techniques, which, of course, within the subspecialty, we are looking at how the brains and the nervous systems operate and how you are able, depending on these advances, to be able to have early diagnosis and also do targeted treatment, all in the quest to ensure improved care to patients. And that is also gratifying. And we look forward to seeing more of such breakthroughs so that you'll be able to provide the best to patients. More importantly, looking at the community of experts who are here, both from practice, from academia, and from industry, and looking at what has been achieved so far, it means that if we keep working like this and keep learning from each other, the sky will be the limit, and your profession will keep growing from strength to strength. And we encourage you to continue to work in this way so that with that mindset, you'll be eating into a system thinking point of view where you think that you alone cannot achieve anything, and it has to take the collective of all to achieve the results. I was therefore very happy when it was established that radiologists cannot do anything without the others, and others too are also convinced that they cannot do anything without radiologists. What to me it means is that we need every part of the body to be whole. And until all the parts of the body are in place, we are not whole. And with that mentality, we can go far. And we commend you for such thinking. But before I finally sit down, by way of indicating that the conference is duly open, and that will be when I sit down, I want to say 5 main things. First, I looked at it, and this is your 12th annual general and scientific meeting. 12. It means officially you are only 12 years old. And it's a huge achievement within the field that you operate, considering what my brother said about how the whole radiology environment started in our sub-region and for that matter in Ghana. So you deserve a resounding round of applause for what you have achieved. But the fundamental point is this: who are the people who muted the idea for the establishment of this general annual and scientific meetings or conferences? And if those people have not been recognized and appreciated, then I want to urge you to put it on your calendar and find them and recognize and appreciate them while they are alive, so that their hearts and minds and soul will be at peace with themselves before they pass. Second, I'm back to the same 12 years that you have been in existence officially. It means you have had 12 conferences. I'm not sure what has happened to all the previous 11 conferences in terms of all the discussions that you had and the outcomes that you came out with. How far we have documented them and where they are currently. That has been one of the banes of the African. We have everything, yet we have nothing because we cannot feel and touch the things we have, especially when it comes to the knowledge domain. So it is my plea, if it has not been worked on, that these previous conferences, the deliberations and the outcomes can be documented, probably into a book. And if you go by book thinking, you'll be writing the 12th chapter. So let's think about that. That will be helpful for all of us as a reference point, and also for the young ones, including those who have the privilege of enjoying the sponsorship from my brother from UCL, because UCL Kings just across the street, but that one is for another day. So that at the end of the day, these documents become something that we can all benefit from. The third point I want to make, only 5, this is the third one, so I'm in the middle of it. The third point is the fact that there is no limit as to what we can achieve. So the advances we are talking about now, they are advances for today. The advances for tomorrow are there to be found and to be utilized. So we shouldn't think that we have arrived. So with industry here, with academia here, with practitioners here, let's look at the limitations of the advances of today and let that inspire us towards generating more innovations in order to reduce those limitations. And in concept, from management and leadership point of view, anytime limitation is reduced, it's turned to something positive. In this case, and in your case, it become more additional advances and innovations. And then when you meet next year, instead of thinking of the advances of today, we'll be thinking of the advances of tomorrow, which will make the provision of your services to patients far better than what the advances of today is going to give. The fourth point I would like to share with you is to do with the fact that in all what we do, we should remember that the images, the advances are good. And it's all about early detection, and it's all about targeted treatment. The missing gap that I can feel, which of course goes beyond your area, is the issue of the preventive component of the whole thing. And preventive, to me, you still can find a way, based on your knowledge and experience in the field that you operate, the patients you've looked at over the years, to be able to find out the key things that causes what brought them to you, and for us to use that in an advocacy environment so as to have a preventive mechanism in place. And by so doing, it will reduce your workload and give you more time to do more research and make more advances instead of spending all your time treating patients, because the time spent to treat patients is opportunity cost lost in terms of making more research and doing more work in trying to make more advances. And here we can look at it based on the fact that we know most of the cases that come to you are as a result of road accidents that you need to work on. So if we are able to document some of these things, and through partnership with relevant institutions and agencies, we are able to share this to the population, then we kickstart the whole process of preventiveness. And by that, we'll be getting somewhere. And then all of us will be happy and will not wait for the situation to happen before we show up to address it. Finally, and also in conclusion, is to say that this point is not about you alone. It's about all of us as Ghanaians, as Africans, and more importantly, as human beings. Anybody providing a service is a servant. Anybody providing a service is a servant. And every servant has a master. And the master is the one you provide a service to. The interesting thing is this: the more you serve with all your hearts and all your minds, the better you become. But unfortunately, all of us, not to you alone, when, by the grace of God, through education, we acquire skills and competencies that put us in a particular status in life, we miss the point as to that competencies, its influence on the service that we provide. So at the time, if we are not careful, the competencies and the influence and the prestige that it gives you comes to the fore when you are providing the servantship service to the patient. So you don't see the patient, and for me, if I'm a policeman, I don't see the victim or the suspect as a master and I being the servant anymore. I'm overshadowed by my position and by my competencies or skills. And when that happens, we are unable to give the best, and the people who show up in our presence feel incomplete in terms of the type of services that they have given us. So I want all of us to look into our hearts as a people in this room and across the country to know that our competencies are to improving our living conditions. And that living conditions will be improved when we put to service in a servantship manner those competencies in service of our masters, who are the patients, in this case, for the police, the public that shows up at our place. And if you do that, by the time you are done, you become a master of your game, because something that you keep serving and you keep serving, you keep becoming better because you use a good heart in doing that. In conclusion, therefore, we want to commend you that under the circumstance, you have been doing your very best, and we are proud of you. We walk to your areas and we see what you do and all what we can say. A couple of times I've told my brothers who are in the health sector, I said, some of us cannot work here 24 hours. When we finish the 24 hours, the place you'll find us will be Ankafo Psychiatric Hospital or maybe Pantine. That is how some of us appreciate you in terms of the work that you go through. And one funny, interesting thing I heard from some of the medical practitioners, they say their best day, their happiest day, is the day that they can come to a shift, and by the close of the shift, no one has passed on. With that heart, what else can we tell you than to tell you that those who don't appreciate you fully, leave them. The majority of us do. Your salary will be both here in heaven. Rest assured. And it is in this light that I formally, in humility, want to say that this is your conference, which I know the end results will be good, to the glory of God, is open in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Inspector General, for that all-inspiring message. And I'm sure that we've all learned a lot. Penultimately, we will now call upon the chairman to give us the closing remarks, Professor Ernest York.
Looks like the IGP did that. But I think I'll formally go through, and I'm not even sure how to relate to the protocols now. Whether it's with somebody to associate or it's by the side. Well, I think I will borrow it. Not knowing exactly where it is or its state. So I'll borrow it, whatever it is. And I'm privileged to have, served as the chairperson of this occasion. And I have learned a lot this morning. But to answer directly the president's admonition of the fact that GMA probably left out the radiologists in terms of the determination of the fees and charges, we'll look into it. Whether what we have now may not may not be useful to what you're asking, because there's fees for outpatient locum services and procedures. So that might, for them, we will look at it. And I promise you, our doors are open, and I'll make sure I facilitate that conversation or intercourse going forward. So I'm borrowing the word intercourse from the LOC chairman, and he spoke about intellectual and social intercourse. I think that's what has already started. And I can see the neurosurgeons here, the neuroradiologists, all those in the value chain in patient care, talking about the brain and the mind. But I think what has been emphasized is the collaborative approach to healthcare, narrowing down on neuroscience, and that is key. And so we wish that this collaboration and intercourse continue. We've heard about the plans by the Ghana College to introduce fellowship training in neuroradiology, isn't it? Yes. And also the partnership that the IGP has firmly accepted, to use the police hospital as a hub for forensic training in radiology. We've also heard about the scholarship that the European Society of Radiologists has, promised for 5 young, and the emphasis is young, so that they will come back and serve as a focus for further training expansion in the field. And I will emphasize what I said in the beginning, that knowledge is expanding. All those things, in the past we thought that knowledge resides in one person, and I'm the godfather of medicine. And even in the field where I work, endocrinology, there are specialists, subspecialists for thyroid alone. Even within the thyroid, there are specialists for thyroid nodules. Lipidologists, lipid specialists, cholesterol specialists. Even in diabetes, there are pediatric. So I'm happy that this is the ethos of this conference, so that we can marshal, all this knowledge and advancement to advance health in this country. And as I prepare to sit down, I would borrow the words of the music team that spoke about the NR assassin, or sang the song NR Assassin, which we all sang. We all know the words. It is time for us to also give back to the nation. Our forebears have done what they could. And I think this gathering has all the ingredients to make sure that in the end, what we aim for, not just in the narrow theme of harnessing the advances in neurology, neuroradiology to improve patient care, but remember the admonition about geographical access, financial access. How then do we impact the people of this country and even beyond with the new advances in technology and knowledge that we have? Can they afford? Who are we engaging? I'm happy to learn from the representative of the ministry about plans to procure equipment. But is it just the equipment? How do we pay for it and make sure that especially the vulnerable in society get access to these services? So I wish you all in the deliberations, and I'm sure that you come out with a communique that all of us will be looking up to answer some of these nagging questions. And I'm happy about the admonition by the IGP. He was excellent. I think he deserves another round of applause. And I want to remind all of us about his last statement or point, which I want to emphasize, is being servants. It's emphasized in our training as doctors, in our practice, and in our delivery to our patients. And remember the Hippocratic Oath. That is the ethos of professionalism in the field of work we do. And he says that if you be servant and you practice, you deliver it with that attitude, you become a master of your own game. And that is all we all aspire to. So I wish you well again. And hopefully I'll join you for your evening social gatherings as well. Please invite me, and I want to be part. And so when is it ending, please? Friday. And I'll make sure I come here for the closing ceremony as well. And please enjoy your stay, and I wish you a successful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Enesiok, for honoring our invitation and for the closing remarks. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow evening. So now we want to say a special thank you to all for being a wonderful audience. So please give yourself a hand of applause for being part of this opening ceremony. So last on the list, we'll all converge at the back to take a group photography. After we have some snacks, so we'll confuse the affiliates a little bit. To the radiological right, we'll be having some snacks here, so please. Okay, so now we will be taking the pictures just right in front of where our dignitaries are. So we'll just converge here and take the photography. Please, is there an order for the photography? Okay, so please, let's stand up and gather here as we take the photography. But first of all, I'd like the dignitaries to come forward and take a photography before we join them. Inspector General, please, we kindly request of your presence. GAR executives. So we'll humbly request the GAR to prepare themselves to join the dignitaries in taking of the photography. The GAR executives should kindly prepare themselves to join them in taking the pictures. GAR executives, please, where are you? So please, dignitaries, please stay where you are. The GAR executives are joining you to take the pictures. Please, are these all the GAR executives? the local organizing committee. Please kindly join them. Local organizing committee. The local organizing committee.
The Association of Radiologists of West Africa and then Association of Radiologists in Nigeria. Please, you can also join for the picture. The rest of the photography will involve all of us. So we all have to come here and then arrange ourselves so that we can take the picture. Some of us will be on the podium, some will be downstairs, and then we'll take our pictures.
If it's our mind, Yanka say Japadia, Yanana no tea, a baby say, Ejete to Homaye. AGSM no say, and some Ghana here. And yes, I bet that ginger man over baby and for vampire. So, baby.
Let them also, because they have done that. Maybe without
So baby, Fabwa Ghana, Nakana be you, and you free me. Kunso, them papemo, won't find your man. In Kotompon and Conconsa, won't find your man. Anyhow, the chrono, and also won't find your man. Wrestling Comenian also, won't find your man. AGSM no say and so Ghana ye. And yes, I bet that chinchima over baby and for vampire go. So baby, Fabwa Ghana, Nakana be you, and you free me. And Connie baby, so baby, Fabwa Ghana, Nakana be you, and you free me. Kunso, them papemo, won't find your man. In Kuntompon and Conconsa, won't find your man. Anyhow, Necrono, and also won't find your man. Mesamin Comenianso, won't find your man. AGSM no say, and so Ghana ye. And Zabe. That chinchima, over baby, and for Pampayanka, so baby, Fabwa Ghana, Nakana be you, and you free me, and what it may, so baby, Fabwa Ghana, Nakana be you, and you free me, no say Gano, say.
Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much. We will now call on the neurologists and neurosurgeons to take pictures with the dignitaries. So the neurosurgeons and neurologists, please take pictures with the dignitaries. Neurosurgeons, neurologists, and other affiliates not in radiology, please kindly converge here and take pictures with the dignitaries. And all non-GAR members, please kindly converge in front here and let's have a picture of you with the dignitaries. Neurosurgeons, neurologists, non-GAR members, please kindly converge here and take a picture with our dignitaries. Please, the snacks are ready, and so you can quickly go in for your snacks. We converge back here 30 minutes time for the second part of the program. Please, you have 30 minutes to take in your snacks. We reconverge here back in 30 minutes. Another activity going on is the tour exhibition. So you can join in. There is an exhibition outside, so please kindly join as well.
Hello. Hello. Phone is missing. Kindly come to us. So please check. Rahodia.
Sasa yeti so nini ano krokroa itwane ho amre biara itwane ho amesinechi enti wo ya dempa o drenso ya dempa ifize ni a wo bebe ano and one I'll be wo ye papa o ye fa body o ye fa nini ano me esewara if you do good for yourself. If you do bad, you do for yourself. It's get coffee back, fury, official of fury. It's a bonus. If you do good, you do for yourself. If you do bad, you do for yourself. It's get coffee back, fury, official of your it's a bonus. If you do good, you do for yourself. If you do bad, you do for yourself. Get it back. Listen, we are papa, we are fa, we are born into a we are fa. It's a war. If you do good, you do for yourself. If you do bad, you do for yourself. They say we are papa, we are fa, we are born here, we are fa. Didn't you know me? They say wara. If you do good, do for yourself. If you do bad, you do for yourself. Coffee back my fury, official of fury. Yes, I'll go now. If you do good, you do for yourself. If you do bad, you do for yourself. Come on now, the sun is shining bright. Gather round, let's have it one more time. We promise you will have a good time. Let's do this the best way that you know, Grandpa. This is our life. Calypso dance, moonlight music. Let's come together, do the limbo. This is our life. Calypso dance, sunshine music. Let's come together, do the limbo. Come on now, the sun is shining bright. Gather round, let's have it one more time. We promise you will have a good time. Let's do this the best way that you know, Grandpa. This is our life. Calypso dance, moonlight music. Let's come together. It could be that this is our life. Calypso dance, sunshine music. Let's come together. It could be that this is our life. Calypso dance, moonlight music. Let's come together. It could be that this is our life. Calypso dance, sunshine music. Let's come together. I say money palava, money palava. So money palava, money palava. I say money palava, money palava. So money palava, money palava. Every day, sing it back. I say money palava, money palava. So money palava, money palava. I say money palava, money palava. So money palava, money palava. Every day, get it back. Oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord. Man, they suffer every day, every day, every Sometimes wake up in the morning, the soul is willing, but the body's weak, weak, weak. Sometimes wake up in the morning, the soul is willing, but the body's weak, weak, weak. One time to the top, 2 times to the bottom, 3 times to the 5. I say money, money, money. I say money, palava. Ah, money, palava. So money, palava. Ah, money, palava. I say money, palava. Ah, money, palava. So money, palava. Ah, money, palava. Every day. Get it back. Listen to this. I do so my quadu, Obuno so mo, baby. I do so my quadu, Obuno so mo, baby. I do so my quadu, Obuno so mo, baby. I do so my quadu, Obuno so mo, baby. So my quadu, Obuno so mo, baby. So my quadu, Obuno, and go to me, I do so my quadu, Obuno so mo. So my God, Obuno so mo, I don't so my God, Obuno so mo, I don't so my God, Obuno so mo, so my God, Obuno so mo, so my God, Obuno so mo. I can be a team, maybe mama, Chile. I can be a team, maybe mama, Chile. Baby mama, Chile. I get me tea, baby mama, Chile. Get it back, get it back. I get me tea, baby mama, Chile. I get me tea, baby mama, Chile. I get me tea, baby mama, Chile. I get me tea, baby mama. Bingo. bani yobayote, Georgie bani yobayote. Eh, na so jamia mama say so jango so janga. Na so jamia mama say so jango so janga. Eh, na so jamia mama say so jango so janga. Eh, na so jamia mama say so jango so janga. Oh Georgie, no no kemi na me, no no kemi ba me. Bayote, kampenga, Georgie, no no kemi ba me. No kemi ba me. Bayote, yokoribia, Georgie, no kemi ba me. No kemi ba me. Bayote, Georgie, Georgie, bani bayote, Georgie bani bayote, Georgie bani bayote, Georgie bani bayote. Eh, na so jamia mama say so jango so janga. Eh, na so jamia mama say so jango so janga. Eh, na so jamia mama say so jango so janga. Eh, na so jamia mama say so jango so janga. They say I smile too much, I'm way too hot, I'm too spirited, I'm cold-tempered. They say my dance is silly, oh, my girls are hips, oh. I love my soca, oh my ladies is like sugar. I'm made in Ghana, I'm made in Ghana, I'm made in Ghana, I'm made in Ghana. You can take me to London, but I'm made in Ghana. You can take me to Lagos, but I'm made in Ghana. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please settle down for the next session? Can we please settle down? We are 1 hour behind schedule. Can we please settle down so that we start? Please come in and let's settle down so that we can start. Thank you.
Hello? Ladies and gentlemen, we are running late. We need to get the next session going. We have an emergency. The radiologist needs to report on the patient early for the surgeon to go and operate. The patient's life is on the line, so let's get things running. So my name is Patrick Banker. I will be moderating this first session together with Dr. Rosalind Asiedu. Rosalind, you go first.
So you're welcome to the first lecture series for today. And this morning it is an honor to introduce our first lecturer. To give us the first lecture today, we have Professor Yusri Tariq. By way of introduction, he is a professor of neuroradiology. He's the head of the Division of Neuroradiology and Neurophysics at the University College London Institute of Neurology. He is also the head of the Lysholm Department of Neuroradiology. He is a graduate of the Ludwig Maximilians Universität in Munich and a fellow of the Royal College of Radiologists. He has personal interests in improving treatment outcomes through precise identification of anatomical and functional structures, establishing quantitative MR indices of various CNS diseases, and defining their histological basis at 9.4 Tesla and applying these at 1.5 and 3 Tesla. There is no better person to give us this initial lecture than the president of the European Society of Neuroradiologists. With a round of applause, shall we welcome Professor Yusri Tariq.
So good morning again, and I'm delighted to be here and talk to you about anatomy. Anatomy is critical for radiology, for neuroradiology. It's the basis of everything, and I think it is key for any report we may do. Neuroradiology typically is something, neuro in general, is something that people are afraid about. It appears complex, it's not straightforward. So it needs you to get into it if you want to be a neuroradiologist. And the basis, as I said, is anatomy, and anatomy comes with function. So over the next half hour, 40 minutes, I was given a license by the organizers. I'll go through the major points in terms of anatomical functional structures. So this is Gideon, it's not working well. Okay, thank you. So the central sulcus for the primary sensory motor, and then my pointer is not working well, Gideon. Now it disappeared. Okay, can you go back? Thank you, and then I'll forward. Okay, so sensory motor, central sulcus, audition, hearing, Heschel gyrus. Visual would be the calcarine sulcus, and then we come to the more complex area, if it wants to go forward. I'm sorry, Gideon. Yeah, thank you. Temperature pain for the insula, and the last one, which is what we... Gideon, I need your full attention. Just focus on me for the moment. Yeah, next one. Yeah, emotions, which is a problem for all of us all the time. So, if this doesn't go forward, I will need to tell you, Gideon, to move forward to the next slide. This is why I memorized your name. I always do that with the audiovisual. Gideon. Thank you. So when approaching, we have to start from the simple to the more complicated, more complex. So we start with the surfaces, then the lobes, then we talk a bit about gyri and sulci. I will not talk about the cytoarchitectonic, I will just mention a few things about them. So if you could go back, sorry, if you could go back. So in terms of surfaces, we have three surfaces, pretty much straightforward. The medial surface, the lateral convexity surface, and inferior or the basal surface. Already by saying a lesion is on the medial surface, you convey an information that is translatable. And then, it's not me. I'll just tell you next slide, that's the easiest, yes? Otherwise we lose. Of the computer there? Okay, okay. So apparently I was pointing not in the right direction. Fine. Well, next. So, that was the surface. Now when we talk about lobes, when I do the anatomy courses, I ask the people how many lobes do we have. They usually come up with these four. So, frontal, parietal, occipital, temporal, that's clear, but what's the right number? My question signals that 4 is not the right number. So, how many do we have? Next, 5, I hear 5. Look, you have to move forward, I'll tell you to move forward, yes? So, next slide. Yeah. Insula is a lobe since 1805. Next one. Then you have the limbic lobe, which is a lobe since 1878 by Broca, okay? So the correct answer is 6 lobes. Yashargil, the famous neurosurgeon, suggested next to call the precentral and the postcentral gyri together the central lobe. If I make you a sign, move forward, yes? Okay, next. Yeah, central lobe. But this is not the anatomic structure. So we could talk about 6. Now, when we talk about lobes, we need to talk about the borders. And the borders, for instance, between frontal and parietal are long established at the central sulcus. We need to know that. Frontal, temporal. Anteriorly, it's clear. And at the back, it's the Sylvian fissure. The anterior border of the occipital lobe is an artificial line connecting 2 points. I'll come to that in a second. And then you have parietal and temporal, and that's much more complicated. You have Sylvian fissure here, which is well defined. In this atlas from Ono, they took a 90-degree angle. This from the surgeon, from Talleyrand, he just extended the Sylvian fissure posteriorly. Testu from 1911 just took a nice curve. Damasio, we don't know what he did. He colored it very nicely. Next. So we need to know what are the anatomic structure that would help us. For instance, this is a work from Brazil. They looked at 300 brains and looked at the so-called pre-occipital notch or temporo-occipital incisure. It is caused by a dural thickening and folding. Next. And if you give contrast, you see that this is where you have the veins confluating. The vein of Labbé on the left side and no named veins on the right side. You also have a thickening of the bone at that area. So that would allow you to identify the border. Next. So then we come to the gyri and sulci. Next. So we go by surfaces. Always think, when I do this in the courses, people come with the names and so on, but they mix up which surface we're talking about. So if we talk about the lateral or convexity, what are first the lobes that we have? We have 5. We have the frontal, the parietal, the occipital temporal, and in the depth we have the insula. Yeah? So 5 on the lateral surface. And you see this is taken from Duvernois' book, and the French, Italian, Spanish, so the Latin, they like to make abbreviations which have letters and numbers, F1, F2, F3. So next, so you have in the frontal lobe, next, a system of 3 plus 1. Now every surface of the brain of one person is different from that of another person. There is no one like the other. It's like a fingerprint. It's quite characteristic, and therefore atlases are of limited value. What you need is to have a system in your mind that allows you to identify those structures. So what was proposed here as a simplification, as an abstract, is 3 plus 1. So you have next 3 longitudinal gyri and sulci, superior frontal gyrus, next, middle frontal gyrus, F2, next, inferior frontal gyrus, F3, next, and then you have 1 transverse next, that's the precentral gyrus. If I put my hand up, you move forward, okay? So these are 3 plus 1. And then the next one, temporal lobe, similar system, 3 plus 1, superior, middle, and inferior temporal gyri, yes? With 1 transverse, which is Heschel's gyrus. We'll come to that in a second. 3 plus 1, 3 plus 1. Occipital, we change, and we have only 3 on the convexity, and that is very simple, superior, middle, and inferior occipital gyri, 3. Then we come to the parietal, and the parietal is a different system. So you have the post-central gyrus, which you know, and then you have 2 parietal lobules, a superior, P1, and an inferior parietal lobule, which consists of the supramarginal gyrus and the angular gyrus. So this is the basic anatomy we need to know about the lateral surface. Next. Then we also have at the depth the insula, triangular in shape, central sulcus of the insula, 3 short and 2 long gyri with an insular pole. Medial surface, we have 5 lobes again, frontal, parietal, occipital, and then we have the limbic lobe. So if we start with the frontal lobe, you have here the gyrus rectus, superior frontal gyrus, paracentral lobule, the anterior part of it is part of the frontal, the posterior part is parietal, and then you have here P1. P1 was superior parietal lobule on the lateral surface, and on the medial surface it's called precuneus. So if you have precuneus, you'll also have a cuneus, which is in the occipital lobe, cuneus and lingual gyrus. And then you come to limbic. It's a bit more complicated. We'll talk about this later. Limbic gyrus, limbic lobe consisting of the limbic gyrus and the intralimbic gyrus. I'll mention that later. So outer limbic gyrus, you have the subcallosal gyrus, the cingulate gyrus, the isthmus, and then this goes into the paracampal gyrus. The paracampal gyrus, for whatever reason, belongs to 2 lobes, the limbic lobe and the temporal lobe. Next. The inferior surface has 3 lobes in it, so the frontal with the gyrus rectus and 4 orbital gyri, and these are the medial, the lateral, anterior, posterior. Very simple H-shaped sulcus. You don't see them on the same because of the orbit. It's one part is elevated and the other part is not. So you will not get all 4 gyri at the same level. You have here posterior, lateral, and this is medial. You don't see the anterior one because you have here the globe. Next. And then you go back. You have temporo-occipital divided by an artificial line, and you have 3 gyri. The one we mentioned before, which is at the border, inferior temporal or occipital gyrus. Then come the fusiform and the paracampal and lingual. This is called medial occipitotemporal, lateral occipitotemporal. Note the fusiform, which is thick along the border, but it doesn't reach the pole, neither anteriorly nor posteriorly. And here you have functions related to vision, identification of areas, word finding areas, and so on. Next. Easiest to identify them is on the coronal view. So if you start with the Sylvian fissure, you have, as you know, superior, middle, and inferior temporal. Inferior temporal making the corner, And then you have parahippocampi and fusiform gyri. Next. The central region. Anyone looking at images of the brain needs to be able to identify the central region with some certainty. If you don't, if you write in the report, there's a hyperite lesion, but the lesion is in the precentral gyrus, the neurologist and the neurosurgeon will not take you seriously anymore. For them, it's critical that you are correct in saying this is precentral or post-central. This is a basis. This is elementary. Next. So why is it important? It's important, of course, because of the homunculus, where you have the motor homunculus in the precentral, the sensory in the post-central gyrus. Next. So the components of the central region can be seen as a ribbon, one single ribbon. Precentral, subcentral, post-central, paracentral lobule. And in the middle, you have the central sulcus. And we need to be able to find our ways to have landmarks. And I'll mention them briefly. In the axial plane, we have 4 landmarks. And in the sagittal plane, we have 3 landmarks. Next. So the oldest one that was described using a CT is the so-called L sign. And it starts with the midline. And you go lateral, you have superior frontal sulcus. And then you have the precentral sulcus. The sulcus behind is the central sulcus. Perfect, perfect. Go on. Then, if you apply it here, where is this cavernoma? Think about it briefly. Superior frontal sulcus, precentral sulcus, sorry. Interhemispheric fissure, superior frontal sulcus, precentral sulcus, central sulcus, a cavernoma in the post-central gyrus. Yeah? Going to the next one, the same. A hemorrhage in the post-central gyrus. This must be the report, a hemorrhage in the post-central gyrus. The second one, something we described some time ago, the motor hand area. And it's quite easy to see once we get used to. In front of the superior frontal sulcus, precentral sulcus, you have this protrusion of the precentral gyrus. Has the shape of an omega in the lateral plane, where you have the insula. It looks like a hook, posteriorly directed hook. This is a number of patients doing functional imaging, opening and closing the hand. Go back, yeah. Opening and closing the hand, and this is where you all find them. So protrusion, protrusion, and this is where the motor hand area is located. So this is a functional anatomic landmark. It's an anatomic landmark that allows you to identify the central sulcus, and it's a functional landmark because this is where you have the prostration of the hand. And the idea is that over time, with the more sophisticated use of the hand, this area needed to have more gray matter, needed to expand, and this expansion was in this omega-shaped structure. If you get an infarct into this area, like here, subcortical infarct, or the cortex itself, here a restricted diffusion, then you get an isolated paresis of the hand. Next. So, it is a landmark, 90% an omega, can be doubled in 10 to 25%, opposite to the junction and looks like a hook. And neurosurgeons found it also the landmark. Now, there are always complications and variations. We will not go through them. The next one is, the third landmark is the precentral gyrus itself. The precentral gyrus itself, is, if you look at it, is thicker than the post-central gyrus. Here the same, thicker than here. Next, but it's not only the gyrus that's thicker, that's also the cortex, which is thicker. If you look at it here, at 1.5 Tesla, you see that this cortex is more than this cortex. How can that be relevant? It can be relevant, here you see it again, at 9.4 Tesla, the change in thickness of about 1 millimeter, you have the biggest change of the cortical thickness at the bottom of the central sulcus of 1 millimeter for the brain. That's huge. That's immense. For us, it's not so much, but that's huge. Next. So where is that relevant? That can be relevant if your anatomy is distorted, you don't know where you are, but you have something like a vasogenic edema, something that is changing the signal of the white matter in comparison to the gray matter, and then you can see the differences in the cortices. So this is what you have here. Look, this is thicker than this here. This can only be the central sulcus. Look at these two. There's a bit of a difference, but this difference is not significant. It looks similar. You don't need to measure. You do this by eyeballing. But you look at this here, this is clearly thicker than this one. So this must be the central sulcus, and this must be the precentral sulcus. A very nice idea. And you think, when you look at it, why didn't we think about this earlier? It's very straightforward. Next. Another thing, if you use FLAIR images, 2D FLAIR, then you will see that the cortex is hyperintense in the frontal lobe. It is iso or hyperintense in the parietal lobe, and the first sulcus where it changes is the central sulcus. Okay? A Turkish group published that in Radiology. Again, a very nice observation. The last one in the axial is this shape of a bracket, and it's called the pars bracket by Tom Nadick. It's a certain anatomic structure, which I'll show you in a moment. The sulcus that goes into it is the central sulcus, so this is the central sulcus, precentral gyrus, and this is an oligodendroglioma in the superior frontal gyrus. Next. This, how to identify this? By change in shape. It's the deepest, it's the most prominent, but you have others. So it looks like a droopy mustache, if you want. Then it becomes straight, goes slightly up, and then it becomes like a Salvador Dali. Okay? So by this change, you can identify, get more certainty about the shape, and that this is the ramus marginalis. Where is it? Cingulate gyrus, cingulate sulcus going upwards, ramus marginalis. This is the ramus marginalis. Go back, yes, stay there. The small sulcus anterior is the central sulcus. This is what we were seeing before as the pars bracket. So we are moving now to the sagittal landmark. The sagittal landmark is here, ramus marginalis, anterior central sulcus. You see it here on the specimen, ramus marginalis, central sulcus. This small thing here, ramus marginalis, central sulcus. Can be difficult because the cingulate sulcus is not always a single one. Can be interrupted, goes up, patient with a bit of volume loss, and you have here a widened central sulcus. So the second landmark is what we mentioned before, the hand area. You have here, when you do functional imaging, activation in this area, where you have a bit of the insula. Where you have a bit of the insula, you see this hook. And the shape it does, it's like a hook going into a cup. The cup is post-central, the hook is pre-central. This is how you can identify it. And you see the same thing on the on Tarrach's atlas, the insula, and here the hook. The third one is the most complicated one, which is lateral, and I'll go through it quickly. This is more something for a workshop, but for you to know about it. At the end, it may be complicated because it has more steps, but it's learnable. Everything is learnable by just doing it again and again and again. So how do we approach this? You have the Sylvian fissure. You have here a V. This looks like a V. Two rami, and then you look at another. This is the inferior frontal sulcus. Now you get the shape of the inferior frontal gyrus, which is the shape of an M. Once you have the inferior frontal gyrus, you look behind it. You have the C and the C. This is the precentral sulcus, which is interrupted. And then you have behind it the central sulcus. So it's a few steps that you need to go through. Why do you start anteriorly? Because you have less variation anteriorly than you have posteriorly. So applying this here, have a quick look. This is the V. Next. This is the inferior frontal sulcus. Now I see the M. Next. And I see the precentral sulcus, and this is why this is the central sulcus. Okay. So what I need to do in my daily work, I need to train myself in using them. If you have problems, it's not you. It's the brain which has variations. So don't get disheartened, just try again and again. And then you need to use all the landmarks together. So because I described the knob, so I start with the knob. I see them everywhere. And then I check whether this is opposite to the connection of the superior frontal sulcus, precentral sulcus, whether the central sulcus goes into the pars bracket, and whether what I have identified at the precentral gyrus is actually thicker than the postcentral gyrus. And then I have a view and get some certainty. Next. Sagittal, it's how you feel. You know, start with where you don't have the tumor and where you can then find your way in it. So this was the central sulcus. This is mandatory. There's no way around it if you look at the brain to be able to do that. Now we come to other areas, so primary hearing, Heschel gyrus. Heschel gyrus is again not difficult to identify at all. You look here on the axial plane, you see here the insula. The first gyrus at the back of the insula going anteriorly, anterolateral. Internal cerebral veins. On the sagittal, you have here the omega, the knob, an area of protrusion which divides superior surface of the temporal lobe into the planum polare, planum plane, planum polare, go back, and behind planum temporale, okay? So it depends where you cut, where you have your image. If you are, where you have a lot of the insula, Heschel gyrus would be at the back. If you are more lateral, it would be coming more to the front. Now you can have one, it can have the shape of a heart, it can be double, and it can be treble. The first one is the one for hearing. Next. And next. And in the coronal, similar, you have here the fornices coming together, shape of the tent, and then you have again an omega on the surface of the temporal lobe. If you are back, it's more medial. If you are lateral, if you are anterior, it will be more lateral. Next. There it is. Next. So, from a cytoarchitectonic point of view, these areas have a very specific structure. Cytoarchitectonic means I'm looking at the cell distribution of the cortex. Yes? I cannot usually see it. There are only a few areas where I can see something. So, this is the modern subdivision of it. Now, how much does the anatomic landmark in hearing and the cytoarchitectonic structure overlap? Well, actually, quite well, but not complete. For our purposes, as clinical radiologists, neuroradiologists, is good enough. You see here the heart shape, and you see this is the cytoarchitectonic area, fitting not completely, but quite well. It can go beyond, yeah? Can go beyond, and can be only part of it. So that's just to demonstrate the connection between the two. Next. This was a patient presenting with epilepsy, and she had an aura. In her aura, she was hearing music. You look at the images, that's the clinical information we get. It's quite a lot. So we look at the images, what do we see? Adhesio interthalamica, internal cerebral veins, behind the insula, a gyrus going from posterior to anterior. You have here contrast, veins. Here it's dark. Here you have, again, the omega. So this is a cavernoma with a developmental venous anomaly. And we're located in Heschel gyrus, which is why the patient has that aura. Suddenly, everything becomes clear. Yeah. Next. So, what are your landmarks? Because you need to find your way at the beginning at least. So you look in the axial plane, adhesio interthalamica, sagittal, it's the shape of the gyrus itself, omega or heart, similar in the coronal. Now, briefly, the calcarine, the visual, where you have the primary visual cortex, and anatomically, from a cytoarchitectural point of view, it has a double layer here of myelin, which is called the stripes of Gennari or bilangus stripes. So you have this here, the stains, and here you have the image again at 9.4 of a specimen, and you can see that. So we have a very good replication. It's not always easy. A lot of work has been done to try to see those stripes of Gennari in vivo. It can be done, but it's not the routine work that we do. But what we can find are the anatomic landmarks. So you have here the parieto-occipital sulcus, you have here the calcarine sulcus, and this here is called the anterior calcarine. So, calcarine, anterior calcarine, parieto-occipital. Tom called this the lazy Y because it's a Y that's on the side, okay? So if you think about it, you need to identify the Y. You can always identify the parieto-occipital and the calcarine. This can be a bit challenging, and sulcus is directed. And then you have here maybe a little bit more of a challenge because you have here two cells, but it is this one that goes that line, and here it is this one and not that one. So you can identify the primary visual cortex quite straightforward. It's again one of those very strict anatomic functional landmarks that we need to know. Next. So, again, cytotectonic fields, how do they overlap? Actually quite well. You see that some of them, if you think this is calcarine sulcus, here in the middle of the red, the red is the primary visual cortex on both sides, and it is different from one person to the other, can be quite a lot, can be not that much of an amount, can go outside of the occipital pole or not. So quite a lot of variation also in the cytotectonic field. Next one. There are multiple visual areas. We are visual creatures, so 20% of our cortex is dedicated to vision. And the way to identify it is just to look at this lazy Y, be aware about the variations again. So then the insula, I mentioned before, 5 gyri, central sulcus of the insula, and a bit of cytotectonic here. It was thought that there were different concepts. It's settled now that we have kind of a radial organization. Next. We'll go forward on this. And it's not complete circles, but part of it. You know, you have here this granular, this here is agranular, and this is something in between. So this is the arrangement. It's not by gyri, but it crosses the gyri. Which can be it. So this is the arrangement as you see if you look at it. And you have the gyri. So you have your granular, dysgranular, and agranular, and they have different functions because the cytotectonic structure defines the function that can be performed by this area. So how can we see this? We can see at the connection of the insula by looking at 2 ways in vivo. One is tractography and one is fMRI. If I ask you what is the function of the insula, well, first we don't look at the insula very much, no? It's a bit hidden. And then what's the function? The one would say maybe multimodal. Multimodal is always good because we don't know what it means. It just means everything is coming together. But there is a function, and it is multimodal, but there's also a primary function. Next. If I look at the connectivity with DTI, I can replicate the granular, the dysgranular, and the granular pattern. And I can do the same thing, next, and I can do the same thing with fMRI. You see here those 3 areas, yeah, the 3 subregions, next. Now these 3 subregions also have 3 different functional domains. And those can be subdivided into sensory motor, into social emotional, and then in between them, chemical, sensory, and cognition. Go forward, it's fine. And where you have primary areas is, for instance, the primary area of pain, the primary area of temperature. This is at the back, and this was done by surgery, eliciting, activating this area in an awake patient. Next. When you do functional imaging, you will get different activation in different areas of the insula. So you see here the right insula stay there, sorry. Subjective cooling. The left one has pleasant music, and so on. So you have different functions in the insula. They can be represented in both, or they can be represented in one and the other. But you see from that also, it's a lot of feelings. It's a lot of emotions in there. Next. So here I come to the word limbic. What is limbic? What do you understand on limbic? You all use the words. Or maybe you don't use it, but you hear it. So limbic, the word, comes, so we have, it's being used for the limbic lobe, limbic system, and the limbic cortex, and limbic function. But the word limbic has nothing to do with any of this. Okay? The word limbic, go on, in Latin means border, or edge, or boundary in a tunica and a scarf. In the Middle Ages, it was called in Europe, where you had the entrance of the house and you had a bit of something elevated so that the dirt doesn't come in. And then in theology, it was a speculative idea of the afterlife. A place for those who die in original sin but not assigned to hell. So these were the prophets from before Jesus. They were good people, and where would they go? They didn't have the chance to see Jesus, so where could they go? So until the final day, the idea was they will be on the edge, but not in hell. So that was quite popular, but it was abolished. This thinking was abolished from the Catholic Church, I think about a few decades ago. Next. But we use it in medicine, we use it in anatomy. We have a limbus of the eye, we have one in the shoulder, and this is one in the brain. So where does it come from? It comes from Thomas Willis used it first. Paul Broca really used it as the grand lobe limbic, and then came other people who used it. I will not go into too much detail of them. Next. So we have the limbic lobe as a structure which is well defined, and I mentioned it to you next, and I mentioned it to you earlier. So you have this ribbon that goes around, subcallosal gyrus, cingulate gyrus, isthmus, and parahippocampal gyrus. And you have the outer one, I'll just go through that, and the inner one, we don't need to dwell on this. And the thing about the limbic lobe, the ground lobe limbic, its cytoarchitectonic is different. So the red here, orange, is all neocortex, the newest cortex. The yellow is the paleocortex, the oldest cortex, olfaction. And you have then the limbic, paralimbic cortex. This is different. And it consists of allocortex, archiocortex, periarchiocortex. So then people start to say, okay, I understand the grand lobe limbic, but the function there, I cannot measure so well. I cannot see them so well as I can do with motor or sensory emotions. How do I measure emotions? And actually, it's all these cortex should be all the neocortex. What is not neocortex should be called limbic lobe, all non-isocortex. Isocortex means 6 layers, non-isocortex, anything else that's not 6 layers. Next. So then you have an expanded limbic lobe with no clear anatomic boundary, which makes life quite difficult. Next. So should you involve in it, for instance, the amygdala, hypothalamus, and so on. Next. The thing is, in imaging, in MR, we can see it. And it can be a problem sometimes. Because on the FLAIR, the signal intensity is higher than the neocortex. And the same applies for diffusion. You see here that the allocortex here is hyper-intense, more than there. Amygdala hippocampus is hyper-intense. Hippocampus is hyper-intense. So that can be a problem if you look, for instance, we had the epidemic of CJD. When you look at it here, the insula is hyper-intense on DWI, but also the cingulate here is hyper-intense. So you need to know this in order not to make mistakes. That was showing the difference in signal. So the cingulate, the part that was missing, cingulate, has been subdivided in 4 sub-regions which do not have anatomic landmarks. It's just from a cytoarchitectonic point of view. So I cannot separate it on an anatomic basis. I can just see it from a cytoarchitectonic point of view, as I said. Then the hippocampus. The hippocampus is always described as something very difficult. It is not that difficult. Nothing is difficult if you look at it for a moment. So you have, in principle, 2 C sheets locked into each other. 2 C sheets of gray matter. That's the one thing. Yes? And then, next. And then you have what's different. If you look at the rest of the brain, you have cortex outside, white matter inside. If you look at the cord, the other way around. You have gray matter inside, white matter outside. The hippocampus, like the cord, has the white matter outside and the gray matter inside. Yeah, something to orient yourself. So the white matter is at the surface. Next. So you can see it here quite well, the white matter being at the surface. And you can see that very nicely, the 2 C-shaped. So you have here 2 structures interlocked with each other. And with high field, with 3T, if you do it well, you saw it on the previous images. And if you look here at the histology, and then at a 9.4, which has the advantage no breathing, no circulation, no pulsation, no CSF, then you can get an excellent image, which is almost the same as the histological workup. But it shows the potential that we can go to. Now, the last couple of slides, looking at the insula. The insula works together with the cingulate, and we have a processing that goes from posterior to anterior in the insula, okay, from the back to the front. And the idea is that at the back, you get information about your inner self, about the breathing. This is the primary area for breathing, the primary area for the heart. This is where you get that information. Then in the middle, you get information from the outside world coming to it through the sensory regions. Everything gets integrated anteriorly. You remember the blue thing that was small anteriorly. This is where it gets all integrated. Now, the insula gets all this information here. Internal milieu, here from outside, and then working it out, and then giving information to the cingulate. But there is a specific cell here, which are called the von Economo cells. Now, why should I bother you with that? Now, the von Economo cells are not present in all species. We have them, others have them. What is known about them is that they are present in those who can recognize themselves. So they are not existing in cats and dogs. When they go in front of a mirror, they think it's another cat or another dog. We don't think so. So there are some apes who have them too, so they recognize themselves. It's also known that whales have these cells, but no one did the experiment with whales yet of trying to show them a mirror. But anyway, so these are quite critical. Next. As I said, they are present in social animals. And I jump on all this. Sorry, that's a bit longer. So the idea is that these cells are key to awareness. So you have in the posterior insula, you get all this information which comes together and is integrated in the anterior insula, and the von Economo cells are key. So the successive homeostatic environment, hedonic, blah, 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 and so on, it comes together and is worked up and integrated. Next. This produces the global emotional moment. This is the now. And this is different from one situation to the other. So if not much happens, these things are long, and you have the feeling that nothing is going on. If lots happening, one successive thing, then the times become shorter, and you have the feeling that a lot is happening in a short time. So this is where the idea is that this is where the self, the moment in time, is being processed. So what we have again, the core self is rooted in the information coming from somatosensory systems. We have the interoception, the pain, the temperature, and so on. We have what comes from the outside world. Everything comes together, and now it needs to have an output. It needs to tell something to another structure, and that structure is the cingulates. Yeah? So the anterior insula integrates all the information, and the anterior cingulate cortex then gives information out either to attention or to motor, not directly to the muscles, but then to the precentral gyrus. Next. So is that relevant for us in any kind of way? Well, it is. It is. Because it was shown that lesions in that area can impair the recognition of emotions. And there was a study that was done on a mass murder. He was shown images of the people, not the people themselves, but people in fear. And he couldn't recognize that they are in fear. The only thing he said, they looked like that before I killed them. So there is a pathology here that can relate to the lack of understanding emotions. And there is a patient who was published, I think it was in the Lancet, who gets a lesion. You don't get often small lesions in the insula because it's very, very well supplied by vessels. But if you get a small lesion, so there was a patient with a small lesion and he lost the urgency to smoke. He lost his addiction. Now that doesn't mean that we should cause lesions to patients to solve the addiction problem. But it says it's part of the circuit for addiction. And then it was shown that patients with schizophrenia or bipolar disorders, schizophrenia has to do with problems with recognizing the world. They have a thickened cortex of the insula, which doesn't mean they have a better cortex, but maybe a disorganized one. So they have a pathology there. Next. Next. So, I come to the end. I think it's very important to know the anatomy. It's very important to know the functional anatomy. If you only do the anatomy, it's quite dry and can be quite boring. But you need to understand the function that's related to those areas, and you need to understand the clinical impact. Functional anatomic relationships are key. When in the 19th century, we learned a lot about gyri, sulci, and so on. For them at that time, the cortical anatomy was like the genes for us today, the key to understanding. And the 19th century was quite racist. And they made comparison between different brains and thought they could understand the differences between different people or races based on the structure of the brain. But we got the information from them about these sulci and gyri and their variability. Then came cytoectotonic, and the surface anatomy was dead until neurosurgery and neurology came, and it was important to identify the structures again. Be aware about the word limbic, how it is used, in which context, understand the rules and the landmarks. Know that central sulcus, heshal gyrus, calcarine sulcus, and the insula are the key structures. So, I would avoid the word limbic unless it is the limbic lobe. I talked about the anatomic connections key to understanding the functions, and emotions, memory, and secret or papes are words which have had their time in a certain environment where it was difficult to understand. Well, it's still difficult to understand emotions, but to manage them from a scientific point of view, so these are to be avoided too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. That was very insightful. Looking at the brain on a 9.6 Tesla image, I wonder when we'll get there.
Well, with that anatomical and neuroscience exposition, I mean, we're taken into the world of neuroscience and neuroanatomy, and just marrying anatomy with function. We will now move on to how to apply this knowledge into the medical management of epilepsy. And I'm happy to introduce my namesake, Professor Patrick Ejay. Because of time, I will abridge your very long CV and say that he is a professor of clinical neurology. He holds a PhD in clinical neuroscience from the University College London. And he used to be the head of Department of Surgery, Medicine. And he loves epilepsy and stroke. So today he's going to talk about management of epilepsy. Professor J, the audience, please.
Thank you very much, Patrick. I think after listening to anatomy and seeing the audience, I'm a bit mellowed as to how to go about this, really, because I see a lot of anatomists and people who deal with machines, and it's going around at the back too. I just saw machines, and I get quite nervous when I go close to these machines. But there is something in neurology that was quite interesting. It says that the neurologist should always have a close relation with the radiologist, the neuroradiologist, such that visiting them regularly, discussing your problems, helps in making the appropriate diagnosis. So I know most of you here that I work with, I always visit you, I call you, and I ask questions, and so some persons get angry with me, but it's okay. The anatomy is difficult, but I don't know, if you want to be a good neurologist, Albert always say, know your neuroanatomy. And with the anatomy given by Professor Yusri, it's quite interesting that if you don't know the motor hand knob, I must say he taught me in 2006 at the Queen Square on the motor hand knob concept, and it was marvelous to study the motor hand knob as a neurologist in training. We would try and confuse our little brains. It's difficult to talk about medicine, management of epilepsy, and that kind of thing, but I'll try and be very quick about it. I don't want to waste too much of our time with regards to treating epilepsy. I'll let us watch a short video, and then after the video, I'll jump the slides as quickly as I can, and then we'll take questions if we have to. Medical management just follows a lot of drugs, really. Over 25 tablets are available to treat epilepsy. And I always say that every letter of the alphabet, from A to Z, has a drug involved in treating epilepsy. It is the disease that is in itself like hypertension, but people take the diagnosis of epilepsy with so much trepidation, but they love to be diagnosed with hypertension, because if I have hypertension, I'm rich actually, but every disease is a disease. So let's watch this video. It's a video created by Ghanaians for Ghanaians. And the Neurology Society of Ghana, WHO, as well as numerous projects on epilepsy, funded it. So we want you to watch it quickly, and then I would go into the medical stuff. So Chief, can we have it? Gordon, is Gordon or Godwin? Gideon. I forgot to mention Ministry of Health. So watch it carefully, those of you that have never seen epilepsy. It will be good if we get the sound, because there are very interesting comments in the sound. It encompasses everything about epilepsy.
I suppose. Yes, ma'am. I suppose. Yes, ma'am. Does anybody they have anything? Why don't we found it fast? His clothes get dirty. No. Wait, take seizure, you move the only with special care. Special care.
Cause the person for and lie rigidly, muzzle alternate between relaxation, rigidity. Do not hold the person down. Do not place anything in the person's mouth. Do not try to make
it's a pity we don't get the sound. But the lady that actually peeped to she and the gentleman share. I mean, they live in a compound house, and
Some
they
of
are
us have
always fighting.
volunteered to
Actually,
take you to the hospital when we get to town. Okay. So when we get to town. Okay.
That will not be necessary. So, I have my drugs here.
well, what she says is that it's a curse. It's a family curse. It's very important that we get to know all these things.
So he has, and yet he's so full of himself, so disrespectful.
Gideon, I think this technology is making the video boring. Maybe we can watch it later. We can show it to the audience later. So let's move on. But what a video actually is just showing us is the whole story about epilepsy itself. What patients with epilepsy living in the country go through. There is first the having the disease, then there is first the stigma. The lady that was peeping was actually stigmatizing the gentleman. But they live in the same compound. And in the midst of the people, while the gentleman was having a seizure and going through his sickness, she was stigmatizing him by saying he's so rude, he doesn't respect, and he has this disease, and he's cursed by his behavior. So it is a very important thing. Many of us here that have ever dealt with epilepsy would appreciate that persons with epilepsy take the diagnosis with trepidation because of what? The stigma. The stigma leads to the problems with the treatment, and it is what we spend our time doing, Albert and the team of the neurologist. Let's continue. I skipped the slide. We all know the diagnosis. It is having 2 seizures separated by 24 hours. So what we want to say is that if, as I'm speaking, I have a seizure, don't diagnose me with epilepsy. If I have one now and tomorrow at 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, I do have another one, look out for the epilepsy and diagnose me. But if I have a lot of seizures today, I'm having got epilepsy. There's something affecting me that is making me have so many seizures. So it's very important. The other issue that we want to talk about once you see somebody having a seizure is the first seizure, you need to investigate the patient. That's where we need imaging. We need very good imaging. You saw the effect of the 9.4 Tesla machine. It's beautiful. But the 1.5 Teslas that we do have are fairly okay. They are very good. We only need to know the anatomy, the hippocampal status, the cavernomas. The cavernomas are easily missed, but knowing those things helps us to diagnose our cases. And the 1.5 Ts are very good for that. But when you have these difficult hippocampal sclerosis, that's where the 9.5s, 9.4 are very effective. Every patient who is diagnosed with a seizure or has a first seizure should be advised. The concepts are there. I put that in red. The one in red is what I'm going to hammer on. The driving is very important. I know Albert has prominent cases that insist on driving, and there was a gentleman that lost his life whilst insisting on driving when he had epilepsy, and he drove into a tree, and that was his end. And I'm sure you're driving on the Cape Coast, Accra-Kumasi Highway, Accra-Aflao Highway, and you see all these funny, interesting accidents that you may call freak accidents. So you're having a car sitting in somebody's houses and all that kind of thing. It's not only the drivers losing control of the steer, but many of them have had a seizure and found themselves in somebody's house and that kind of thing. It's very important. I'll hammer on it again. The Ghana Road Traffic Act, the number always escapes me. If it's 51 or 57, I don't know, but it's one of them. It just states succinctly that if you have any medical condition that affects your ability to drive, do not drive. So it just means that if I have a seizure, I have epilepsy, it's diagnosed, and I've been told not to drive, and I drive, I've committed an offense, and I can be jailed, or if I drive and accidentally kill somebody or maim somebody, I've committed an offense. So it is very important. There are issues to do with personal drivers of big men and women who have begged us not to ride that they have epilepsy. But you see, these are some of the issues that we deal with. When we were with the British, anybody that had a seizure, their main fear was the driving. But they had a 1-year rule that if you have a seizure, you are allowed 1 year of seizure freedom, and after 1 year of seizure freedom, you can drive again. So you need to hand your license to the DVLA. But here, the law is silent. People do what they like. And it doesn't prescribe that 1 year, 3 months, or six months like the Americans do. So it has been left at the discretion of Albert and myself, whether we decide you do 1 year, 3 to 6 months. So as we keep advocating, that's one of the things that we should do. It's a pity that the policemen left us. So this has been an opportunity for them to put across and let us know that will they allow us to do 6 months, 1 year, or 3 months. But those of you that are close to them can let them know that what do they think about that one. And these advice I've put there is the same for the persons that have recurrent seizures. So when you have recurrent seizures, it's the same. When you have first time seizure, it's the same. Gideon, next slide. We can skip this. I'm sure you know that we need to investigate. The more EEGs you do, the better your ability to diagnose epilepsy with abnormal EEG. So if you do first EEG and it's reported as normal, don't rubbish it and say it's always normal. I won't do it. It's the more EEGs you do, and the closer your EEG is done to the seizure, the higher the chance of picking up an abnormality. Why do we need to treat somebody with epilepsy? We talk about seizure control. It is believed that for those of us that have hippocampal sclerosis, they say seizures beget seizures. So it is believed that childhood seizures, particularly complex seizures that are related to fever, complex febrile seizures, have led to damage in the hippocampus, apart from the genetic ones. And so, the more seizures you have, the more your brain gets compromised or damaged. So, to prevent further compromise of the brain, then you should control every kind of seizure that you get. Every kind of seizure should be controlled. There are avoidance of the side effects. The side effects are many for the drugs, actually. So that is why we insist that diagnose epilepsy before you treat. There are too many side effects of these beautiful drugs available. But if you don't diagnose and you take every funny turn as a seizure and put the patient on anticonvulsants, you are putting the patient more at risk, at the risk of the side effects of the drugs than helping the patient, actually. We have the dose-related visible side effects, the teratogenicity, women with epilepsy who are pregnant and you push them these anticonvulsants. Sodium valproate, for instance. You know, the Caucasians, I think the Europeans, have taken valproate off use for women of childbearing age. But we still have it on our drug market. We haven't taken it off yet, sodium valproate. And it's mainly known for its teratogenicity. And one of the commonest teratogens is anencephaly, where the child forms classically without a brain. After a cleft palate, it's treatable, and many of them have been implicated. We need to treat epilepsy to avoid the social consequences. If I have a seizure, I'm sure many of you will run away first before the bold ones will come to me and try and support me, put me on my left side so I don't aspirate and that kind of thing, and put something under my head. And there's always been this story about do not put anything into the mouth. Several occasions where people have forced things into the mouth for fear of biting the tongue. and they have forced the tank backwards and that led to death. But there's a classic story of somebody's Nokia, the little one, 3310 or something that used to be called, into the mouth that was found somewhere deep with choking presentation, and they were looking for the phone, and somebody rang the call, the phone, and it was ringing. Very interesting. Then we have the risk of SUDEP. SUDEP is sudden, it used to be called sudden death, sudden unexplained death in epilepsy. But we want to change it because as knowledge has improved, that unexplained is becoming explained. So it's sudden death in epilepsy, the SUDEP. So these are persons that suddenly die through seizures and that kind of thing. We have one of our flagship projects ongoing, and 12 of our patients with uncontrolled seizures have just died, really. And we are investigating how and why they died. When we were in Prempeh College, one of our lecturers just died and in bed. He woke up dead, but he was known to have epilepsy. So he was a classic case of sudden death in epilepsy. But it's very important. The more you treat, the lower the risk of SUDEP. In one of our studies, it was found that many seizures result in cardiac arrhythmias and can lead to non-cardiac, what we call neurogenic pulmonary edema and death. So that's why we focus so much on trying to prevent the seizures. And I put a question mark on improving, in fact, prevention of epilepsy. My neurosurgery colleagues would kill me if I say it's not appropriate, because everybody who's had a head trauma is usually put on some anticonvulsant, particularly phenytoin, to prevent seizures. But would everybody that had a head trauma, penetrating or non-penetrating, develop a seizure or epilepsy? It is a big debate that is still being evaluated. So do we need to do that? It depends on how bad the damage was. Kindly move on, Gideon. Okay, these are a part of why treat. Abstain from doing harm. We need to always know that we don't need to harm the patient. So if I don't have epilepsy, those are little spoiled children that we've been sending to SHS of now, who suddenly goes to school and start getting blackouts. Not all of them have epilepsy. So those are something that you should let them spend their time with Albert and our colleagues to confirm. I'm sure most of you realize your little children, the spoiled ones, once they get into the boarding house, wake up and go and sweep, and they start having some forms of crazy stuff. It's not necessarily epilepsy. They need to be. Albert has diagnosed a syndrome. You call it a Wesley Girl syndrome, where all the little girls that go to Wesley Girls from the pampered home start getting some funny turns. Anytime they wake up and go and carry some water, I really don't understand that one. Physicians must know how and provide information on the drugs. So a lot of knowledge. So Professor Hesse used to say, know and be known. If you know, you have the knowledge, you know, and then you can be known, and then you can continue to explain to the patients the issues that have to do with the treatment and the drugs. I'm sure you would agree with me that in as much as you deal with a lot of machines, many of a patient comes to you, doctor, what is the risk of this machine you are putting me in? And many of them have read all these Google doctor information, and the advent of the meta AI, it's extremely horrible these days with the barrage of questions that come to us. What is the risk of this carbamazepine you are giving me? I read that it will give me an itch, so why should I take it? So that if you have your knowledge, you can always let them know. Good, Gideon, let's continue. So this is a very important aspect of the medical management. It doesn't change whether you're in Ghana, you are in the United States, or you are in the European bloc. Wherever you find yourself, these things are standard and they remain the same. Over the years, the first few drugs the first one was phenobarbital, the anticonvulsant. They said there are over 25. Good old phenobarbital. And then we have these AMPA receptor antagonist called perampanel, 5-compa. These are the current ones. But in those days, it was phenobarbital, phenytoin, carbamazepine, etosoximide, and valproate. Those of you that have ever prescribed etosoximide, you know that it's a very old drug, developed somewhere in the 1950s. But in this country, it is so damn expensive. But it's a very good drug, still used for children with absence epilepsy. Good old sodium valproate came in 1963, a very good drug. We've used it, it's very good, but gives most of our pregnant women with risk of developing malformations of cortical development. And phenobarbital is a very good drug, but if you take it at high doses for far too long, then you start getting these rheumatoid kind of effect, sausage fingers and pain and swelling and all that. And good old carbamazepine is still a very good drug, and I love using it. It's fairly good. Pregnant women, I can still give it. It's still quite good. Then over the years, until the year 2000, gave us levetiracetam. And levetiracetam became a game changer. Levetiracetam is what they call Keppra. It became a game changer. It's supposed to be one of the best anticonvulsants, which has become like a household name. And when you go to UK now on the NHS, epilepsy Keppra, epilepsy Keppra, epilepsy Keppra, because it's known to be relatively inert with minimal side effects. But interestingly, it has a very annoying side effect. If you take Keppra, then you become hyperactive. And then the madness in some of us starts coming. And then we start becoming irritable and aggressive and start doing all sorts of things. And then it takes away the beauty of controlling the seizures. And then came you see the pregabalin, lacosamide, rufinamide, racemide, retigabine, and all the others. Topiramate, Topamax, I'm sure you've seen it, is a very good drug, but very good for epilepsy, but it was developed as a drug for diabetes, and they realized its anti-diabetic effect wasn't as strong as its anticonvulsant effect. But it's good because it makes you lose weight. At the point in time, they were thinking it could be the precursor for Mounjaro, but because of its annoying side effect of it just gives you tingling. Before you realize, you start feeling like you're having paresthesias. You have some nerve problem, but it was the drug. But we use it. Despite the side effects, we use it. The side effects of anticonvulsants are not dose-related. I think when you see epilepsy, it's a place that the drugs' side effects are idiosyncratic than dose-related, no, that kind of thing. Hey, I take it, I'm okay, you take it, you have a problem. So we just vary it as and when. Please, move on. Move on. I've spoken about all these things. Okay, now we'll have a look at these. It's the same thing, the side effects and the effect. Continue. When you have renal disease, which there's a lot of renal disease, liver disease, cardiac disease. For cardiac disease in particular, which is probably more than anything, you realize that the old drugs, carbamazepine and phenytoin, they have arrhythmogenic effect. So if I have a cardiac arrhythmia or any of those things, you might as well try and avoid those medications in me and then use something else. For renal disease, the loading dose is not affected because the volume of distribution is not affected in renal disease. These drugs are preferable: levetiracetam, topamax, oxcarbazepine, and all. Then we have liver disease. So you see, the acute seizure control and hepatic failure, we want you to use midazolam and phenytoin loading dose, as well as phenobarbital, levetiracetam, and gabapentin. The good thing is that all these drugs are readily available on the Ghanaian market, with phenobarbital and phenytoin being on the National Health Insurance. And we do have levetiracetam too on the National Health Insurance at specialist prescription. Move on to the next slide, please. There are several factors that will influence your choice of drug. The type of epilepsy, you need to have the license for the drugs, liver disease, renal failure, cardiac disease, and then you need to tailor it to suit the patient's profile, depending on these diseases that he may have. Next slide. These 4 drugs in red are readily available in National Health Insurance. So any facility that you work at that hasn't got these drugs, you might as well insist that they stock it for use by the pharmacist in those, by the prescribers in those facilities. But the rest of them, they are available, but you can't appreciate that gabapentin, pregabalin are also available, but not on the NHS as anticonvulsants, but it can be used effectively. Lamotrigine is also available, but a bit more expensive. Next slide, Gideon. I've mentioned this, that the old drugs versus the new drugs. The new drugs are more safe, while the old drugs carries a high risk for side effects. Continue. Continue. The rule, before we end this thing, is that you need to start low and go slow. We don't encourage starting anticonvulsants at 200 BD, 500 BD, 600 BD, 700 BD, 800 BD. We encourage that you start at a very low dose because of the risk of what? Side effects. Start low. I've had seizures for more than 2 to 3 years before you are seeing me, giving me a high dose. You are not going to solve my problem. You are going to rather increase my risk of side effects. So start low and then go slow until you achieve the minimum level of concentration with minimal toxicity. So that's really what you need to do by start low, go slow. After 2 to 5 years of treatment, depending on the seizure control, you can now start stopping the medication. And then you can stop also as you started. You slowly taper off the drug. You do not stop suddenly just as you didn't start suddenly. Gideon, continue. I think maybe, okay, skip these ones. Let's look at the old people, how we treat the old people. There's a slide on red, gold, green. Skip this one. I've spoken about this one, skip that. Continue, skipping. Good. Go back. Okay, we know a lot of us are going to be on oral anticoagulation. And on oral anticoagulation, you don't want to reduce the anticoagulant effect of the drugs. And in that situation, you want to use the modern drug called levetiracetam, Keppra. Those of us that will have a HIV that we are treating, you don't want to cause any drug-drug interaction, so you are better off using Keppra in those situations. Let's continue. And then women and epilepsy. Women are always special, and we always need to make sure anything that affects them is treated well. Contraception, if I am on contraception as a woman, there's a reason why I'm on it, and I don't want you to compromise my contraception. So at that time, you don't give me the enzyme-inducing drugs, phenytoin, carbamazepine, phenobarbital, those old drugs, but you give me the modern ones to reduce the risk of affecting the birth control I'm doing. Pregnancy, I've mentioned it several times. As for fertility, we don't know whether any of the drugs really do affect fertility, but the issue has been whether it is a social thing. Because if a female has epilepsy, many men shun away. I mean, they don't want to be with you because you can have seizures whilst. So, may more explain it. Next one, please. A lot more comorbidities in the elderly, so we need to look out the good drugs. Next slide. So you see that the red ones are better avoided in the elderly. Now the Ghanaian population is no longer stuck at the 40s. We do have a lot more 80s. Every household you go in this, everyone of here in your household, there's somebody 80 years of age. And the older we are getting, the higher our risk of seizures, because our brains have a lot of accumulated damages, strokes, and all the little things. All the Binswanger disease that you've been describing puts a lot of our people at risk of strokes, seizures. So the green ones are the ones, lamotrigine, levetiracetam, gabapentin, carbamazepine, oxcarbazepine. So these are the ones that we prefer for our old guys. But the yellow ones, it's okay, you try it. If there's a side effect, you withdraw it. Next one, but avoid the red ones, phenobarbital. I cannot talk about epilepsy without showing you the things that epilepsy can cause, apart from the seizures. Next slide. Okay, so these are all our cases from the good old, what do you call it, Kolebu. This chap was at the Burn Center. He had a seizure and fell into these days they don't do it again. The Keleweletin, you see the Keleweletin, they ran away before they came to try and save him. He had over 90 degrees burns. He didn't survive anyway. He was at the Burn Center. And then this woman, she had just given birth and she was making her, they heat some water to do something. And he also bent her breast at that time too. This one. This chap, his tongue is like a cobra, is having seizures, biting his tongue, side of his tongue, left, right. And then he developed these interesting things. It's like a motor hand knob that you see in the brain. And his wife at that time too was thinking that he has been taken over by the people. It was a big issue. You see that he even has a cut on his lip there. But it was all because of the seizures. This guy, somebody put something into the mouth during the seizure and cracked his tooth. That guy. But this guy, he was unfortunate. He spent a lot of months on phenytoin. And there's a classic gum hypertrophy that they do have. Some of them do reverse if you stop and manage the phenytoin. So these are, we cannot talk about epilepsy management without knowing all these things about epilepsy. Next one, is that the end? Oh, I thought I had finished, but cannabis, these are the alternative therapies that we do have. Cannabis, not the weed itself, because the weed itself has a risk of being epileptogenic. But we are talking about the cannabinoid oils. But Albert requested for one, and he was given olive oil with proper weed. And his patients were rather having more seizures, and he didn't understand. But it was proper olive oil with proper weed. And then we have this nutritional supplementation. Zinc, vitamin E and D are very good. It is believed that this oligogenic diet, oligo-antigenic diets can help a couple of people. Herbal remedies, many have been studied. If you go to Asia, Japan, they do have a lot of them that they believe works. The next slide, there are herbal remedies in the country that have worked. Next slide. Yes, I'm sure you know this one. Good old tetrapleura, Percocet isn't it? And then those that cook, basil leaves. Basil, thanks for correcting me. And then this one, jatropha. Jatropha was supposed to be the oil plant that they say when their seed can make diesel. Don't know whether I remember there. So these have been tried a lot in many people, but a lot of studies are still ongoing to see the actual efficacy of these drugs. Skip the last two slides and let me finish. Good. So if you look at it, with over 26 medications available, we can still treat epilepsy. But we are stuck with 4 main drugs on our national health insurance. We have levetiracetam available on specialist prescription. Then we do have the others that are out of the reach of many patients. But if you look at this gentleman here with his battery and his boombox, you can do whatever you have if you want to do it actually. So with the little we have, we can still treat many of our patients. I will end by saying, out of the total number of epilepsy patients that we have, 60% or more of these patients will have seizure freedom on one drug. And the rest that is left, another 60, will go away on 2 or more drugs. And then after 2 or more drugs, another 60% may be controlled on vagal nerve stimulation that I showed there. Then the ones that are still not being helped, epilepsy surgery has been the way to go. So having epilepsy is not a condemnation. It is the beginning of interesting research and what have you. Thank you all for listening to me and bearing with me.
Hello. Thank you very much, Professor J, for enlightening us about the management of epilepsy. Because of time, we'll quickly move on to the next presenter who is going to be online. And Rosalind will introduce the next speaker.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is someone who is well known to us as radiologists. He is a professor of radiology, an adjunct professor, a consultant neuroradiologist, and a nuclear radiologist. He is triple board certified, and he is the country director of RadAid International and the moderator of the RadAid and GAR distance learning initiative. Joining us all the way from Asbury Park, New Jersey, with a round of applause, let's welcome Professor Kwesi Oforiama to tell us about the radiological management of epilepsy. Professor, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for the introduction. Thanks for the organizing committee for allowing me to spend some time with you. It's been a real pleasure attending, listening to Professor Yusri and Professor J. This is some stuff that I don't know whether I can top it. Let's see whether my slides are going to be showing. Yes. If folks don't mind, I would turn off the cam if that's okay. There is a little bit of an echo, so I don't know who if it could be muted. All right, very well. No introduction. Thanks. No disclosures. My aim to demystify neuroimaging of the adult epileptic patient and to suggest a plan for developing a neuroradiology epilepsy service. We've gone through this, so I'm going to just keep this, flash this for a second. It's well defined by by Professor J, so I'm not going to go through it. We'll talk about a little bit of epilepsy and the world burden. 50 million people, I think, is an underestimation. Unfortunately, 80% of the folks who are afflicted with epilepsy live in low middle income countries. In Ghana, our homeland, the burden is about 270,000 people with epilepsy. For a good paper and then new classifications that came out in 2017, that discusses everything. Anybody can take a picture of this on their cell and try to refer to that article. I don't know whether I'm sorry, Professor J talked about this, and there's an echo, and it's really disturbing me. The age distribution of epilepsy is at the extreme end of the ages, so younger people and older people. I am going to be talking primarily about the imaging involved with focal epilepsy, which is the new classification that came out in 2017. And this is where we're going to be focused in. So epilepsy, focal epilepsy can be temporal lobe epilepsy or extratemporal lobe epilepsy. The managing of epilepsy is a team sport and includes all of these people, just like our people. Majority of epilepsies are pharmacoresponsive, but there's a subset of epilepsies that are pharmacoresistant, and this can be up to 30%. With respect to the resistant, the epilepsies that are pharmacoresistant, there's usually a brain substrate that requires imaging, and that's when we neuroradiologists and radiologists come into being, or those doing diagnostic work in imaging the brain. So nuclear medicine as well, and MRI is the workhorse when do epilepsy imaging. The higher the strength, the better. And as you can see on the 1.5 Tesla magnet, you could see that you could see the hippocampus, but it's not as well defined because internal architecture is blurred. As you come to 3T, you can begin to see the definition of internal architecture, and especially you can see this thing called the cerebellum, which is striatum, radiatum, lacunosum, and moleculari. And from now on, because of a long word, I'm going to be referring at cerebellum. So at 7 Tesla, you can see the cerebellum better, and this is this dark line that parallels the subfields of the hippocampus. Usually, for those who are refractory, some form of intervention is needed, and epilepsy surgery serves a pivotal role. However, for epilepsy surgery to be effective in providing seizure freedom, a structural epileptogenic lesion needs to be found preoperatively on imaging, and then that would allow the neurosurgeons to resect it completely. This puts a huge burden on us radiologists to make sure that we are good, we are well versed in locating those substrates that will be the epileptogenic focus for that individual that could be amenable to surgery. So what are the imaging strategies? For the MRI epilepsy protocol, we need an isotropic 3D sequence T1 weighted. We need a FLAIR, we need a 2T star or a susceptibility weighted imaging, and then we need a thin section angle coronal sequence. And contrast is it's plus or minus depending on what you're doing. But for adults with first time seizure, you need contrast because they tend to have tumors, either a primary tumor or a secondary tumor like METs. This is just a continuation of why we get those sequences. The 3D is to look at the gray-white interface. The FLAIR is to exaggerate any abnormalities that may be present. And as Professor Usri said, flares in the hippocampus tends to make it bright, and this is because of it being an allocortex structure, and it's 4 layers instead of 6 layers. So Professor Usri showed a beautiful example of that in his presentation. You need that thin section angle coronal sequence so that you minimize the volume averaging of the hippocampal formation. So a closer look, I believe Professor Usri talked about this, but it's worth repeating. We have this gray-white matter band that wraps around, and that's the parahippocampal gyrus. Then we go to the transition zone, which is the subiculum. And then we go to the CA1 is the conus ammonis, because that thing looks like the ram's horn. And Then we have the subfield, which is a common among insect 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 would kiss, as Professor Yusri said, they are two gray, C-shaped gray matter that sort of bang against each other. And usually on imaging, the CA4, the subfield CA4 and dentate gyrus are together. So it's called the hilus, but you still can see the cerebellum in there, and to know if there is any kind of pathology going on. This is a sectioning that shows this is the perihippocampo gyrus. We wraps around to the subiculum, and then we see those subfields as they wrap around and come to the center and kiss the dentate gyrus. This is a high-powered view of this, and showing the subfields of the hippocampus. This is courtesy of Eric Middlebrooks, who has this that shows what we'll be talking about. So this is a normal hippocampus with it labeled by Eric, and this is the corresponding path part that goes with it. I believe Professor Yusri talked about it, so I'm going to move forward. Before you read any of those hippocampal study with seizure, you have to make sure that there is no head tilt. And a way to make sure that there's no head tilt is that you have to make sure the IACs are on the chrono slides can be located on a single slide, that both of them, okay, and they should look equivalent on either side. You can also use the cochlear to be your internal control. On a good scanner, this is what you do. This is at the level of the body. It looks rounded. This is, again, another picture from Eric's, that I took from Eric's presentation. It shows you the head. The head has these undulations, and it's very important that you see this hurts, and also to see this dark thing that wraps around, okay, and that is the cerebellum. You can see the cerebellum here when you have, and this particular panel shows you the subfields and the dentate gyrus, and then the subiculum, which is a transition zone from the perihippocampo gyrus. Why are we interested in this? Because the epilepsy preferentially affects the CA1 and dentate gyrus. I put this in, I know Professor Yuji was talking about it, about Papez circuit and that, but I put this in there because the hippocampus is linked to other structures, and when there's pathology in there, they tend to affect those structures. And those are some secondary signs that you can use in seeing whether a person has hippocampal pathology. Some tips and perils: never confuse this with hippocampal pathology, and this is the perivascular spaces, choroidal fissure cyst, arachnoid cyst. There are some people who have claimed that arachnoid cyst can give can be a source of seizure. It's been doubted. And the other one is a hippocampal sulcus remnant cyst, which you see quite a bit. And that should not be confused with pathology. Now, we talked about this already. If you see the flare intensity, you have to correlate it with T2 and to see that the T2 is abnormal before you call. Okay. In terms of strategies for reading, Bronin and colleagues, I think this is even earlier, but they published this article several times in different journals, so they have different dates. But Bronin, who is a professor, Professor Bronin, who is a professor at Yale, very heavy in epilepsy imaging, he and his colleagues came up with a memory aid to help in making sure that when you are assessing the hippocampus or imaging epilepsy with emphasis on the hippocampus, that you use this memory aid to help you so that you don't miss anything. And the hippo is the hippocampal size and signal abnormality or hypothalamic hematoma, the internal auditory canal, and atrial for asymmetry, and that's what we talked about to look for periventricular heterotopia. The peripheral abnormalities, it will be on the next slide and what to look for, and then to look for any obvious lesions. So for the peripheral thing, it's morphology, morphologic abnormalities, atrophy, gray matter thickening, and cephaloceles over the anterior temporal lobe, which we will talk about. So it's important that when you're reading those hippocampal studies, or in general with the epilepsy studies, once you get it, to use narrow windows and wide windows. And this is an illustration of when you use a wide window, everything looks washed out. And when you use a narrow window, then you have a lot of relief because the window is very narrow. And sometimes it spoofs you when you're using a narrow window, but you'll get used to it. And if you do the narrow window and you think that it is too much, you can always invert it, and that tends to have an accentuating effect for the things that you're looking for. But it takes time, like Dr. Yusri said, it's practice. You have to do this over and over again. So now let's look at some selected pathologies. The first is we'll look at mesotemporal lobe sclerosis. It's also known as hippocampal sclerosis. It's one of the most surgically amenable epilepsy substrate, and this is linked with intractable mesotemporal lobe epilepsy. The principal findings are reduced hippocampal volume. I'm going to show it shortly, increased T2 and flare signal, and loss of the internal architecture that I've been mentioning so far. So we are looking at this image where we see this side, the side which is abnormal is the left, and so we see the hippocampus, this is the amygdala in front of it, and when you see that there's subtle T2, subtle flare hyperintensity, you go and then you look at the T2, you can see that there is increased T2 abnormality within the hippocampus. And if you are, if you're paying close attention, there's a featureless appearance of the hippocampus compared to the side where there's this undulation, where it tells us that we are at the head of the hippocampus. This coronal confirms it, and the coronal shows you the abnormal signal. And in addition, if you look carefully at the right side, you can see the cerebellum, but here everything looks blurred. I think I have a better example here. Again, this is from Eric, and you can see the normal side, which is on the right. You can see the cerebellum. You can see that this has more bulk than the one on the left, and this is the hallmark features that we talked about, where there is loss of volume, and then the loss of the T2 hyperintensity and the loss of internal architecture. One thing that you should know about mesotemporal lobe sclerosis is that there is usually a dual pathology, and dual pathology is that there's some other abnormality that exists in addition to the temporal lobe sclerosis that should not be, because most of the time there could be another epileptogenic focus where if you resect what you think was the temporal lobe abnormality and you leave that stuff, the person is going to continue having the seizure. And this has been described that it's between 10 and 22%. So it's quite high. Now we'll move our attention to malformation of cortical development, which is another source of seizures. And the schema just tells you about the development of the neuroblast, where they get from the neural crest and migrate up to the cortex, where they organize themselves into the 6 layers that we know about. So I am going to only focus on focal cortical dysplasia for the sake of time. And it is a failure of organization into the normal 6-layer cortex. Usually there's a disorganized cortex with abnormal architecture, and it's just one of 3 causes of adult epilepsy. Blumke classified this into 3 now in 2022, I believe, or 2021. Don't quote me on this one, but there's a new International League Against Epilepsy has a new classification where there are 5. So I am still going with the Blumke classification, and with the Blumke classification, we will talk only about type 2, but I will try to define what type 1 and 3 are. And so with type 1, you have dysmorphic neurons. With type 2, you have dysmorphic neurons with or without balloon cells. And with type 3, it's having either a type 1 or type 2 with another structural abnormality. Sorry for the typo. This focal dysplasia of the cerebral cortex in epilepsy, in the type 2, they call those balloon cells Taylor balloon cells, and it's because of the work done by D.C. Taylor and colleagues in around 1971, where they did sectioning to find out what these things were. And so that is his claim to fame, if you would. The type 2 can be isolated or seen with tuberous sclerosis. It usually manifests with thickened cortex and blurring of the gray junction, and often you have a transmental sign. So it makes the type 2 easy to see on imaging. The type 1, usually you wouldn't see it unless they resect, they go on a hunch and resect it, then you will see the pathological specimen. The type 1 are very hard, but with the advent of 7T and now you're having 11T magnets, I think we'll be able to add more to the management of these conditions. This is with the thickened cells, abnormal flare signal, and then on T2, you can see this, where the stuff is subcortical thickened, T2 hyperintensity showing you, and this is what you characteristically see. If you're lucky, you will see the transmental sign where this is a T2 weighted image, but the flare would exaggerate it, and you can see this band, a radial band that goes all the way from the cortex to the margin of the ventricle, and that is what is called a transmental sign. This is seen in type 2 focal cortical dysplasias. This is put in here, it's courtesy by Laura Eisenberger from University of Wisconsin. I wanted to show you that with respect to focal cortical dysplasia, it sort of lobs the temporal pole. So this is one place that you need to be scrutinizing in all of the planes and using all your pole sequences to confirm or to confirm the existence of an abnormality. I'm not going to talk about tumors. There's a whole lecture on it but as I mentioned earlier, anything that is close to the surface will cause an irritation and cause seizure. So there are certain tumors like gangliomas and adenoids and stuff, and of course metastases that would cause seizures. Periventricular leukomalacia, usually when people see it, they will say, we're not going to be discussing this, I'm not going to show you any pictures of it. But it's leukomalacia, there's an insult that was suffered, and you get this reduction in the white matter volume. These people have these copocephalic looking ventricles, and that can cause the seizure. So when you see it de novo, and it could be an older person in Ghana because they never came to attention early, that could be a cause of your seizure. Now we'll move our attention to vascular malformations, and with the vascular malformations, I'm going to be talking about cavinomas. Professor Usry mentioned that in his talk as an example. These are dilated sinusoidal channels. They have, initially they thought that there were no intervening normal brain, but now they feel that there is some because it wasn't re-looked at. They can be multiple in 25% of the population that are afflicted with it. When it's familiar, it's about 50% of the cases. And usually when it's familiar, it's on there's some aberration on chromosome 3 and 7. Continuing, these 50% of them will present with seizures. I'm sorry, 25 up to 50% of them will present with seizures. This has a popcorn appearance, which I'm going to show shortly. The surrounding signal abnormality only occurs when there's a recent hemorrhage, and the hemorrhage rate is about 0.25 or 0.25 to 6% a year. These are examples. This is the T1 weighted image where you can see this heterogeneous looking lesion right up at the temporal lobe. This shows this popcorny things. When you do a SWE image, you get the darkening of the lesion, a lot of susceptibility artifact, and this is a carcinoma. This is one that requires surgery if it's troublesome. And 70 Tesla, 70 tends to show the borders of the hemosiderin staining that you get. And for achieving a high level of success, you have to excise the whole entire thing. So this is where 70 will shine, where it will show as the transition between a quote-unquote normal brain and the diseased brain. Now let's move to encephaloceles. This was something that had been neglected for a while because it wasn't not thought of as being a seizure generator, but it's been increasingly being recognized as a seizure culprit. It can be difficult to see. So your best shot is to use a T2 space or equivalent pulse sequence, and for one to look along the skull base carefully, as well as the sphenoid wing. So these are examples of how they look. They can be very subtle. These are gross ones where you can see the CSF collection that is going beyond the bony confines of a sphenoid wing. Now, encephaloceles can be seen in a variety of, the causes of encephaloceles could be congenital or it could be acquired trauma and the rest of them, including controlled trauma, which is surgery for me. But it's also been found to be in folks with idiopathic intracranial hypertension, so that if you see, on your sagittal image, somebody who has an empty cellar, has flattening of the posterior aspect of the globes, then you need to worry that they could have IIH and to alert the referral physician that this could be the situation. More common in females, by the way. We now move to immunomediated epilepsy, a long list, but the ones that we're interested in will be the LGI1 and the Casper2, and the MDR, which is for younger females and stuff. Usually this autoimmune encephalitis will have folks showing up with psychiatry features. So if somebody having seizure with psychiatry component to it, you ought to wonder about this entity, autoimmune encephalitis. The next, what I want to show you is this is given to me by my friend John Wu, and this is to illustrate this point that you could see this and it could look like autoimmune encephalitis, but don't forget that this could be also herpes encephalitis, or this could be a post-ictal event. This is kind of controlled, but with the post-ictal activity, they will have abnormalities in several places or just in one place. And this is just to make sure that you understand that there is a differential for this and to keep that in the back of your mind. Now let's move on to infection. And for this, I will be using neurocysticercosis as an example. We're not going to be talking about onchocercal epilepsy or toxocariasis epilepsy. neurocysticercosis, most common CNS parasitic infection in the world. 60 to 90% predilection for the brain, and seizure is the most common presentation. It's the most common cause of seizures in the world worldwide. A little bit staging of the disease. When the seizures happen, there's this colloidal stage where the parasite is dying and incites a profound inflammation. So how does neurocysticercosis look like? You will see this on the T2 weighted images. You will see this vesicular areas with this kind of isointense to gray matter, little inclusions, and those things are actually the scoliosis of the tinea solium. They would enhance, as I mentioned earlier, only when they are in the colloidal stage and engendering that exuberant inflammatory response by the brain. This I showed because you could have it as a Rasmus type and the walls are not, do not enhance and you don't see scoliosis in them. But this is a pathological specimen that shows you the cyst with the organism in there. And this is an example of the how the stuff looks like on gross and on microscopy. The next thing I would move to is to talk about superficial siderosis, which is usually not thought of something causing epilepsy or seizures. These are recurrent subarachnoid hemorrhages causing hemosiderin deposits in the pia and subpia surfaces in the brain, along cranial nerves and the spinal cord. And what it ends up happening is that the person presents with sensorineural hearing loss and ataxia. So how does this look like? It does look like this gyroform thing, and this is, by the way, on a susceptibility weighted image. And so you see this gyroform hemosiderin staining, which is pia siderosis. That's it's called. And with people with amyloid angiopathy, you can see these hemorrhages. Some of them break into the surface, the pia surface, and stain them, and it could go into the posterior fossa and sort of it's like an etching with charcoal and etch everything in there. And this is the way that this. So we have covered a lot. We went through imaging strategies. We described mesotemporal lobe sclerosis and some of the features that I've seen. We also talked about superficial siderosis, neurocysticercosis. We talked about autoimmune encephalitis. We talked about encephalocele and carcinomas, and I gave you tips and pearls in reading the studies when you're presented with an epilepsy study. So my closing points are: it's important to image the entire brain. It's important that you obtain as much clinical information as possible and use narrow windows and adopt a search pattern and stick with it. Then finally, who is consuming your report? If it's a neurosurgeon, they don't like the hedge, so you need to come out and say what it is. If it's a neurologist, you shorten your report because they are busy. And you need to identify in your department a physician champion in epilepsy, sort of a go-to person. And always be comfortable with your limitations because most of these entities look the same. And I am glad that you are here and thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you so much, Prof. Fama, for the insightful lecture. Before we have the last lecture, can we stand up and stretch Just stretch wherever you are standing. If I say we should walk around, we will not come back and the last lecture will not take place. So just stretch, shake away the sleep. And then let's have the last one.
Dr. Sidu.
I think we can take our seats now. We started with the anatomy of the brain, and then we looked at epilepsy, clinical aspects of epilepsy, how to manage epilepsy. We know that some category of epilepsy we cannot treat with medications. Surgery needs to come in. We've looked at the neuroradiology.
Hello.
I think you want to take something. Okay. All right. Professor Sung, I think we have a presentation by Kasona just before you come. So kindly take your seat, and then we will invite you after 12 minutes. We're actually running late, so we crave the indulgence of Kasona to make it a bit snappy for us. We know you are very important. If you didn't sponsor this, we wouldn't be here. But can you kindly make it snappy for us so that we can save some time? All right, so Kasona will be talking to us. We'll be giving a presentation on imaging. So Kasona, please go ahead.
I will welcome Mr. John Chibe, the Chief Executive Officer for Kasona.
My name is John Chibe. I am the CEO of Kasona Global Imaging Limited Company, Ghana. I am also the CEO of Kasona USA, based in San Francisco, California. Kasona is what we refer to as an export trading company. What we do is we export medical equipment. Kasona International, which is the US parent company of Kasona Ghana, was created in 2013. Our pivot to the medical equipment happened back in 2020. We are not only trying to sell equipment to Ghana and Sub-Saharan Africa, we want to finance it because we know that the biggest issue we have in Africa is access to capital, credit facilities to enable us to acquire these equipment. What I'm here today to do is to let you know that we have created a company, Kasona, here in Ghana. The mandate of Kasona is to deliver diagnostic imaging equipment to those who can afford it. Then, our goal is to be part of the community. Our goal is to work with you to find solutions.
watching. Good afternoon, everyone. To the chair, the president of the association, executives, dignitaries, association members, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gladys Tete, and I am honored to represent Casona Global Imaging. My mission is to share our journey and how we have become a pivotal player in the medical imaging industry in Ghana and in the West African region. Casona was founded in 2013 in the United States, initially focusing on providing export and import finance consultancy. However, the COVID-19 pandemic reshaped the global landscape, presenting our founders, Mr. and Mrs. Chibu, with a new opportunity. As the saying goes, out of adversity comes opportunity. This led to the birth of Casona Global Imaging, inspired by a global healthcare crisis and the tragic passing of our founder's mother due to the lack of timely cancer diagnosis. In 2022, we established our headquarters in Accra, Ghana. We chose Ghana for its business-friendly environment, socio-economic stability, and because it is the home country of our founder, Mr. Chibu. After living overseas and experiencing the loss of his mother, Mr. Chibu recognized there is a significant lack of fundamental medical imaging equipment for timely diagnosis in West Africa. This realization drove the founders of Casona Global Imaging to address this pressing need for the patients and healthcare providers in the region. Since 2022, Casona has become a front runner in supplying affordable and quality diagnostic imaging equipment to healthcare facilities in Ghana and other West African countries. Through extensive research and surveys, we have identified 4 critical points that needed to be addressed in West African markets. 1 is affordability of medical imaging equipment. 2, accessibility to credit facilities. Number 3 is power solutions, as we experience today, right now. And 4, maintenance and operational continuity. Affordability. For ultrasound and X-ray machines, Casona is the exclusive distributor for Mindray imaging equipment in Ghana. We have also partnered with NewSoft Medical Systems to distribute CT scanners, cath labs, and MRI. In West Africa, recently, we concluded a partnership with Medical Scientific, a US-based mammogram manufacturer, to bring mammograms to healthcare facilities in West Africa. When choosing our manufacturing partners, we focus on well-known manufacturers that provide state-of-the-art, yet affordable imaging equipment. Accessibility to credit facilities. Accessibility to credit is a major challenge in Africa, particularly in the healthcare sector. Casona works closely with potential buyers to provide credit terms, offering financing programs from 6 to 24 months, depending on the product and the buyer's credit worthiness. Our goal is to give every entrepreneur the opportunity to grow their business. Power supply. Unstable electricity, we just experienced it right now, is a major cause of imaging equipment breakdowns in this region. To address this, Casona provides a complimentary UPS with every piece of medical imaging equipment sold, from ultrasounds to MRIs. This ensures healthcare providers can continue their vital work without interruption, protecting our clients' investments. Maintenance and operational continuity. Maintenance is a critical issue for healthcare facilities here. Casona has fully functional in-house engineering team with overseas trained engineers leading young, local trained engineers ready to deliver maintenance service across the country. From Accra to Keta, Kumasi to Sunyani, Cape Coast to Takoradi, our engineers are just a call away. Corporate responsibility. As a corporate citizen in Ghana, CASONA is committed to addressing gaps in healthcare infrastructure and knowledge. We organize numerous training sessions across Ghana, bringing in critical clinical application specialists and engineers from our manufacturing partners. These sessions provide expert training of our equipment, ensuring optimal use and maintenance. Our CEO, Mr. John Chibo, is dedicated to bridging the gap between theoretical knowledge and practical application. By the end of this year, we aim to have trained 12 biomedical engineers, both locally and from abroad. Recognizing the increasing demand for qualified technicians, we collaborate with manufacturers to equip students with the necessary skills and knowledge. We also provide career opportunities for young engineers graduating from the state universities. This presentation would be incomplete without mentioning the Mercy Gamble Chibu Memorial Foundation, the charity arm of our company. The foundation supports women's and children's health issues. Recently, we have made donations to support Ramadan festivities and ongoing construction of a clinic for women and children at the National Mosque of Ghana. We hope our efforts will inspire more companies to contribute to our healthcare communities, no matter how small. Finally, I would like to thank all of you on behalf of CASONA. We are proud to be the major sponsors of this year's annual general meeting of the Ghana Association of Radiologists. We look forward to building a lasting relationship with this esteemed community of experts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CASONA. Next on the bill, we have Professor Unique Song. Professor Song is, he's been retired since 2017 from the Kenyong University Hospital in South Korea, but we call him a global doctor. Since his retirement, he's been going around the world trying to establish epilepsy surgery centers, particularly in LMIC. And the most recent thing he did, he established an epilepsy surgery center in Ethiopia, and he's been here since 2022 with the Greater Accra Regional Hospital. He is the Korea International Cooperation Agency Global Doctor, and we are so much happy to have him here talking to us about the neurosurgeon's overview of neuroradiology. And he's going to base his presentation mainly on epilepsy. Professor Song, thank you for coming.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be here. I especially appreciate from the president of this Ghana Association of Radiologists, and especially scientific committee as well. So actually I am here about 2 years ago and stayed here in Accra and have a time together with the Cape Coast Teaching Hospital and the Upper West, the regional hospital as well. Anyway, I am very happy to say here, many ajepa, pa. Ahayepa. Okay, so I have to say again the congratulations for this 12th annual conference. This is a Korean traditional Hawe mask. Again, congratulations with a big smile to all of you. So I would like to review neurosurgeon's overview of neuroradiology, especially main focus on epilepsy surgery. So I was very impressed from the theme of this Congress, saying harnessing the advances in neuroradiology to improve the patient care, which is a reminder of our doctor's mission and clarifies the ultimate goal of patient-centered medicine. So in this regard, all of you, GAR members, deserve respect. So, not working. Okay, today's outline here, development in neuroradiology, and is neurosurgery possible without the CT or MRI, and situation of the neurosurgery in transition period in CT era. And finally, advanced neuroradiology in epilepsy surgery. Because I was just in between transition period, I started the first year resident neurosurgery in 1981. At that time, no CT scan, no MRI. So I can say something to you about the in-between, before pre-CT area. So the first pre-CT area is a pinnacle with the invention of CT MRI. So it takes time. Could you help me? May I say the next slide? If you help, is that okay? Okay. So this is the summary, as you know, the Röntgen, the found X-rays, like this, pneumoventricography, myelography, cerebral angiography. I started here just before CT era. So I did all of these things. Next slide. So during the pre-CT era, so how the neurosurgeon operate on the brink of the CT era? Oh, it's not working. It's time consuming. Okay. Actually, this is the usual, the job of a time of my experience. Not only a simple X-ray, but also a Newman's ventriculography and the myelography and the angiography. So, yeah, which was the very serious situation at time of first year resident, the second year resident. So here, the puncture system, number system, as well as the system magna here, just around the mastoid tip. So, and also, almost every day I did a diagnostic angiography, direct puncture of here, carotid angiography, almost every day. So in this, due to skilled experience of angiography in pre-CT era, clipping of aneurysm surgery has already enabled and stabilized in late 70s in Korea. So here, after CT is coming, the chaotic new concept, but dramatic application to neurosurgery. But at that time, prototype was a big size scanner and additional big computer room is available, should be prepared, but slow scanning time, almost 30 minutes, in case of contrast, almost 1 hour. And very low resolution because of big voxel by thick slices. So now they are within 5 minutes, and the small size scan available. Yeah, very good. So now, dramatic application to neurosurgery after CT scan. The first, here, innovation for a new stereotactic concept, the application, stereotactic aspiration of high-intensive ICH, and the stereotactic radiosurgery as well, which is available, the starting CT angio, the MR angio is developed and available coiling and stent after that time. So I became the interventional radiologist in Korea. 2/3 is from the neurovascular surgeon, is done by intervention. And 1/3 is by interventional radiologist doing that. So as you know, before this kind of the hypertensive ICH, the previous big craniotomy is needed, but now small borehole and put the catheter, 1 or 2, that's enough. Yeah, the hematoma is drained, slow and slow, kakra, it is coming out. So, the slide moves, kakra. The next stereotactic radiosurgery is this is the gamma knife. Another type of linear accelerator-based radiosurgery, and a cyber knife. So very important to use in neurosurgery. So I'd like to present some cases, several cases, the brain tumor, neurovascular, and stereotactic, just like the slide show. So here, Steve Jobs, you know, his tombstone says, fatal error occurred. Before fatal error occurred, we should think about how to harness the advances in neuroradiology to improve patient care. So first, the glioblastoma, we have to think about invisible infiltration beyond the enhancing lesion. And astrocytoma is a very good information. You can see here, the posterior ramus of a cingulated sulcus is a post-central sulcus. This is the Rolandic area. This is sensory cortex and motor cortex. This is a precentral sulcus. So the astrocytoma is definitely located premotor area. Very useful to identify the exact location of that. And this, the insular tumor, already I mentioned before, the tumor, we have to see the precise localization of tumor and the surgical planning for this kind of insular tumor, very important. And post-op, 7 years later, the patient shows like this. And in case of a subependymal giant cell, the very big tumor with the non-dominant dominant hemisphere. So have to find out the safe trajectory to minimize the functional deficit. I decided through the inferior temporal gyrus and remove the total tumor. And also the oligodendroglioma with epilepsy. This is the hidden from the irritative zone using electrocorticography. Strip 2-3 shows very epileptic spike, including this zone, remove altogether the underlying lesion. And ganglioglioma, the precise location of motor area, the resection is available with confidence. The fMRI motor mapping, next slide. The huge, medial sphenoid meningioma. So it is very difficult, very important to see exact localization, the situation around the encasing major vessel and optic nerve. So this tumor is removed completely, almost take more than 20 hours. So in intraventricular meningioma, also find out the appropriate trajectory. Next slide. Central neurofibromatosis. Central neurofibromatosis, we have to find out the situation, which is a symptom-related one or progression. Next. This acoustic neuroma, also it is very important to find out the tumor and the brainstem, any the boundaries for the purpose of planning, surgical planning, to preserve adjacent the essential brainstem and facial nerve as well. Next slide. So also, in case of pituitary adenoma, they find out the encasing adjacent the cavernous arteries or something. Next. So also this is another, it looks like a tumor, rule out the central tumor, but something different with the imaging, and the follow-up CT scan shows resolution of hematoma. Next slide. This is the hematoma. So the resident should know this, the sequential changes of MR intensities. Next slide. In the very rare case of tumor bleeding, so sudden change of stupor conscious state. The looks like here, the mass lesion and another hematoma. So emergency midnight operation or waiting until next morning. So I should decide that time. Next slide. So decided emergency operation, and they removed, looks like the meningioma. And the very unique hematoma is accompanied with that. Next morning became the alert. Next slide. This is exactly 10 years later. So I did epilepsy surgery in Addis Ababa University Hospital with a cooperation with the neurologist and the pediatrician and the neuroradiologist. We have a 1 year monthly epilepsy meeting together, the collaboration. And then the neurologist doing the intraoperative EEG monitoring and did a great job with the collaboration at the HA department. Next slide. So now I would like to show how to evaluate and read advanced imaging, appropriate use of functional imaging, and differential diagnosis. Next. This is initially the patient, initial MRI negative, EEG negative. So next slide. 2 years later, came to me with sudden morning headache, nausea, vomiting, shows this kind of cystic tumor with enhancing lesion. And the retrograde review of initial MRI shows a subtle enhancement, you can see. So we have to find out operation. Next slide. So the find out cystic glioblastoma and the oral chemotherapeutic agent, Temodar, and radiation. After 10 years post-operatively, MRI no occurred, no enhancement so far. Next slide. And this case, the neurologist will take care of the patient under impression of infarction. Next slide. Shows like this, consistent with the infarction, MR spectroscopy. And PET also reduce hypometabolic area in this area. So looks like this sampling of MR spectroscope is the sampling error. So, you know, this is another aspect. So I found at time of the C, after the follow-up MRI, you can see here, small cortical enhancement, different with T1. So I decided to do operation. Next slide. Oh, like this, when open the dura, like this. So neovascularization of the enhancing area and surface. And just the anterior motor area, the electrical stimulation found this motor area, especially tongue, and remove all of this area to preserve the motor area. Next slide. The anaplastic astrocytoma. So did the concomitant chemotherapy with the chemotherapy. PCV is very good for oligodendrocyte dominant anaplastic astrocytoma. It's very good for this regimen. Next slide. This is from the Congo, 32-year-old female, very young, but usually very difficult to say something in Korea. Usually a metastatic tumor, but located in the cortex. And also the CT scan small and MRI shows like that, but the PET scan shows a little bit increase of metabolism. So looks like a lymphoma rather than toxoplasmosis. Next, please. To identify these two, next. In the operating room, in case of the HIV positive, this is a protocol, our protocol to do. And next slide. The neuro navigation guided very small craniotomy and remove small tumor and verify the toxoplasmosis. And next. This is the Rolandic located tumors. The verified SSEP means the phase reversal between motor and sensory cortex. Intraoperative SSEP done, and with the assistant functional MRI, they remove this one without deficit. This is a metastatic tumor. Next one. To continue cerebral vascular, next. As you know, typical the subarachnoid hemorrhage, dominant left Sylvian fissure. The CT angiography shows MCA aneurysm. Next slide. This is the basilar tip aneurysm and coiling done, AP lateral view. Next. This is the cerebral infarction, shows obliteration of the right side MCA territory, MCA. Next. Just the proximal part of ICA, after common carotid artery, shows a stenosis here, and the stent. Next. Intracarotid artery, carotid, and this MRA and foveal angio, and did a stent again. Next. In AVM, the embolization was done like this, disappeared, the shunting. Next. Case of meningioma, the big tumor, after embolization, the tumor became necrosis, became a succubal tumor. They're very easy to remove, in spite of a midline location. Next. So the protective functional surgery is very important to use with the invent of CT MRI. The previous frame-based from the third ventricular-based thalamotomy, but now directly we can approach about that. Next. Next, please. So finally, we arrived here at advanced neuroradiology in epilepsy surgery. Next slide, please. The ultimate goal of epilepsy surgery is achieving optimum seizure relief, avoiding significant neurologic functional deficit. Next. For me, avoiding significant deficit is first. The second, achieving optimal seizure relief. Next slide. So this is a key slide for the epilepsy surgery. The sophisticated pre-surgical evaluation, identification of epileptogenic focus, identification of a substrate-related lesion, identification of functional eloquent area is a very important issues for these 3 points. So if congruent, consistent data, lesion and focus. So once decided, epilepsy surgery, the selection of surgical option, extent of resection. Next slide. Neuroradiology, neuroimaging in epilepsy surgery. Usually neurosurgery is focusing on visible target. But in epilepsy surgery, should think about invisible target as well. Next. So sometimes it happens. The real cause of epilepsy is here instead of here. Next. So already mentioned by Jackson, MR has had a major impact, shifting emphasis from electroclinical diagnosis to brain substrate or structural abnormalities. Next slide. So here, previous non-regional epilepsy, the cryptogenic or idiopathic, became regional epilepsy because MR visualizations of epileptic lesions, the hippocampal sclerosis and the neuronal migration disorders, and another implantation of functional imagings. After a decade of brain in the United States, the time of the 90 decade. Next slide. So here, the proportion of cortical dysplasia in surgical series reported 4 to 71. My series, time of 2010, 11%. Next slide. So here's various kind of cortical dysplasia here. This is very simple to find out neuroimaging. But in case the very small focal cortical dysplasia, very difficult to find out. Next slide. Here, the terminology, the malformation due to abnormal cortical development and the cortical dysgenesis, dysplasia, neuronal migration disorder, focal dysplasia, or similar terminology. Next slide. So already mentioned the type 1, 2, 3. Next slide. This is the three-dimensional radical surface rendering. You can see the something wrong with the gyral patterns in the left temporal area instead of the T1, T2, T3. Next slide. So here, how can you do complete resection of the focal cortical dysplasia? Preoperatively, a careful evaluation with the MRI, PET, and everything. Intraoperative, electrocorticography is very sensitive to cortical dysplasia. And eventually decide the lesionectomy alone or linear corticectomy or lobectomy based on the workup. Next. So the Gary method in UCLA pointed out very important, converting MRI negative into imaging positive cases for surgical treatment. This is from 1.5 Tesla to 3 Tesla. It is possible change it with the high resolution MRI, possible to detect like this. So became the lesional epilepsy. And another point is abnormal MRI scan in cortical dysplasia by community doctors. In case of mild cortical dysplasia, only 15% was positive. But in UCLA doctor, 63%. How do you think about this difference? So the varies by who reads the scan. The Gary method already mentioned about this matter. So very important issues. Next slide. So the functional imaging is a gradual trial of a structural, functional, post-processing method, especially focal cortical dysplasia and hippocampal sclerosis already. And PET and SPECT in nuclear medicine-based method. They are very important issues. Next slide. So state of art, the neuroimaging is a revolution. Here, especially I'd like to talk about the SysCom. The ICTAR SPECT means very important. If we injection radionuclide isotope at the moment onset of seizure, like aura, it is very important, very good finding. But it delays after already spread to other space, the sensitivity is quite low. So there is another point of sampling error. So here, SysCom and this, okay, next slide. Yeah, in Korea, a few 7 Tesla MRI, but is experimental research base, and even angiography is much better than. Next slide. And structure, already mentioned here, they are converting MRI negative image positive. They are from non-lesional to lesional epilepsy. Next slide. The higher resolution MRI with this, they find out hippocampal sclerosis and the neuronal migration disorder. And also, computer-assisted imaging fusion technique co-registration is available with a different kind of EEG, MEG, and functional MRI, PET scan, the SPECT as well. Next slide. So the lesion in MRI in epilepsy, this amblyoplastic neuroepithelial tumor, ganglioglioma, amygdalo-hippocampal sclerosis, and cortical dysplasia, hamartoma, cavernoma, post-traumatic lesion. Next slide. So my series, out of the more than 100 cases, 27 brain tumor, this amblyoplastic neuroepithelial tumor, 8, ganglioglioma, oligodendroglioma, astrocytoma, and hypothalamic hamartoma, and also coexistence of neoplasia. Already mentioned the cortical dysplasia. This tumor and the cortical dysplasia is the coexistence, like a dual pathology. Next slide. The MRI, the successful outcome in case MR evidence of hippocampal sclerosis higher than normal, the 70 to 95% success rate. Next slide. That shows that these kind of things are more favorable outcome, but the large growth, they are less favorable outcome. Next slide. Next, please. So here, already mentioned Susan Spencer from Yale Epilepsy Center. The CD is good for SPECT, and the medial temporal and neoplasm is good high-resolution MRI here. Next slide. So the adult epilepsy surgery patient, the substrate is major is a hippocampal sclerosis, tumor, cortical dysplasia. But, next slide. Pediatric epilepsy surgery patient, the first is cortical dysplasia, and tumor, atrophy, and hippocampal sclerosis. Next, please. What about epilepsy surgery? Once a localized epileptic area, so have to select the surgical option. First, the resection surgery, and the second, palliative surgery. Next. The first one to decide the extent of resection or radialization. How to avoid the post-operative neurological deficit. Next one. This is the usual University of Washington protocol. Initial anterior temporal lobectomy and go through into the ventricle and the amygdala and hippocampal monitoring with the use of strip electrode, so-called tailored hippocampectomy as well. Next. Extent of resection, in spite of very extensive, the left dominant temporal, but there's no language area, and the MRI shows a very diffuse area. I removed the left dominant more than 6 centimeters away based on the corticogram. Next. So palliative surgery, inoperable or failed epilepsy surgery, doing corpus callosotomy. Once callosotomy, you can find the midline cleft like this, between two radial ventricle. So it is important to midline, keep the midline, go back. And the vagal nerve stimulation as well. Next. So at time of the coming back from University of Washington in Seattle, they are launching epilepsy surgery program since 1992 in Korea. The next slide. So the first 15 years experience, almost more than 700 cases. Most of them is a temporal lobe resection. And then extratemporal, 88, more than 300 cases done. Hemispherectomy and the vagal stimulation as well. Next. So result is improve the surgical outcome, change a minor, slow modification of a surgical strategy. The recent one, class 1, seizure-free is almost 80%. A rare seizure shows 15%, like this. Much better than before. Next. This is the last publication for me, a spectrum of a neurosurgeon's role in epilepsy surgery. Next slide. So, next slide. Among this publication, I mentioned a couple of cases for lateralization of temporal lobe epilepsy. Initially, the MRI shows diffuse atrophy left temporal parietal. And MRI, EEG, also the neurologist left side, ictal onset like this. But the clinical onset and left ictal onset is quite similar. Usually ictal onset, electrical onset should be first, and then clinical onset should be followed. So I recommend to confirm the much more anterior part of this left side or the other side. Next slide, please. So I did the bilateral borehole and put a strip electrode. You can see here, electrode here, bilateral. The surprising about the right medial strip electrode, 1, 2, shows ictal onset. And then eventually, 13 seconds later, it moves, evolved to left temporal area. So finally, I decided the right temporal operation and seizure-free. It's very important to make sure what happens there. Next slide, please. And another case, this is non-regional epilepsy surgery in normal MRI, but shows only sensory seizure on right hand and speech arrest. The frequent seizure, almost the epilepsy partially is continuous. The everyday implantation of grid reactor only based on semiology, like this. And find out the 37, 38, very small localized the epileptiform discharge, and did a corticectomy and post-op CT scan, seizure-free. Next slide. EEGs, I put the grid over the surface. The 37, 38, you can see here, starting here, fast activity. And then, next slide. And the continuous, like this, and the evolution, another neighbor cortex. So decided the small cortex, already told you, the 37, 38, coin region, and post-op seizure-free. Next. So this is the very interesting case. There is no but grid and stereotactic EEG monitoring, regional, but no definite focal area, except only the ictal spect here. So I decided to remove this area and this area. And then, fortunately, seizure-free. Next slide. So this is the publication of these cases. Next. In conclusion, neuroradiological advances have made epilepsy surgery a truly multidisciplinary field. The ability to detect lesions, particularly focal cortical dysplasia and hippocampal sclerosis, is increased using ultra-high field imaging and the post-processing techniques. Epilepsy surgeons have to be able to understand and interpret all of these gathered data. Of course, interdepartmental collaboration with neurology, neuroradiologists is mandatory for epilepsy surgery. However, we need to let the doctors know that epilepsy is a treatable disease, not just to the stigmatized patient with epilepsy. Next slide, please. So I organized 2 times last year. Epilepsy is a treatable disease last June. This year, February, the epilepsy awareness in Ghana, this Upper West Regional Hospital. I appreciate all the invited speakers. Next slide. And we are all under neuroscience, higher cortical function, functional imaging. Nowadays, think about the artificial AI influence assistance. Next, please. So upcoming next June, have a scheduled Korean Epilepsy Congress scheduled. I found this session, recent advanced functional neuroimaging analysis, application of AI method to epilepsy research. You can hear AI assisted the MRI, and another AI research is keep going right now in Korea. Next slide. So the development of a surgery comes in recognition of the postoperative complication. The development of medical science also comes in recognition of ignorance. This is a very simple, trivial coefficient. So have to find out exactly. So going around the ventricle and directly go to midline, across the midline. In the location of burr and direction-wise go to the temporal horn. If we ignore our ignorance and shortages and awareness and enthusiasm, the sufferings of patients are always close to us. At time of collapse, the World Trade Center, 2001, 9/11, the Rumsfeld, the Minister of the United States Defense, they are mentioned like this. We didn't know what we don't know. Like unknown. Next slide, please. So don't settle for mediocrity. So we should not be complacent in the present. High IQ, set score are no guarantee against the mediocrity and the mendacity. So just like rejoice with those who rejoice, and weep with those who weep. Next slide. So we all should fix our eyes, not only on what is seen, but also on what is unseen to improve the patient care. Next slide. Thank you very much. Next slide. Medasi. Nyamenshirao. Yevarika. The Wala says Yevarika. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Song. For the next section, we would like to invite all our presenters for this session to the stage so that we can have a time of question and answer. While they come, Fujifil, can you come and do your presentation very quickly? Fuji, are you here?
Good afternoon, everyone. All right. Thank you for the opportunity. Permit me to stand on the existing protocols. My name is my name is Innocent. I am the business manager for Fujifilm for West Africa. And my mission here today is to present to you the Fujifilm portfolio in healthcare. I know a lot of us know about Fujifilm, originally from photography, but today we are much more than one of your biggest partners in healthcare. So like I said, Fuji is a photography company, which most of us know. Company started in 1934 actually, and 2 years after that, they moved into radiology. And how did this happen? Originally, we know that photography was about developing negatives of films in a dark room, and then image comes out from the films, right? So what they did was to innovate by expanding the size of the film used for normal general photography into a bigger size that could be used for radiology. The processing technique, the darkroom technique, was exactly the same. And then their journey in healthcare started from there. Sorry, I think, can you go back, please? Okay, sorry, okay. Okay, thank you. So just a bit of the background and the history of Fuji. Like I said, in 1934, they started with photography. In 1936, they started producing X-ray films, which I know a lot of us here, because of our background as radiologists, know very much about. I'm also happy to inform you that as far back as 1983, Fuji was the first company to innovate digitizer by making digital imaging possible for radiologists. If you look at the picture down there, the first innovation for digitizer was as big as a kitchen cabinet. So the process you had to go before you are able to see your digital image on the screen. But today, that same kitchen cabinet has been miniaturized to a tabletop CR system, which I know most of us here have it in our facilities. And then we'll continue to innovate as well, and also acquire some companies that are doing something in the line of our innovative journey. And that's how in 2012, we acquired Sonosite. Sonosite is an American company, the #1 point-of-care ultrasound manufacturer in the world. Fujifilm had interest in becoming #1 in point-of-care ultrasound. And instead of starting from the scratch, we were able to acquire a company that was already doing well in that space. And then we moved on and moved on and moved on to save time. In 2021, Fujifilm also acquired Hitachi. I'm sure most of us know Hitachi. It was also a Japanese global brand in radiology and imaging solutions. So this video just gives you a summary of why we are here. Can you help me play the video, please?
When you're constantly evolving and looking to make the world a better place, you never stop. That's why we'll never stop building on our history to continue to transform the world of healthcare. We'll never stop saving doctors critical time by turning complex CT and MRI data into 3D images using our healthcare IT systems, which allows surgeons to create simulations before operations ever take place. Working to develop miniature endoscopes to ease patient anxiety during uncomfortable procedures, and point-of-care ultrasound machines that can travel to previously unreachable places. We'll never stop evolving visual imaging technologies engineered to help doctors identify difficult-to-detect diseases earlier. We'll never stop improving the future by transforming healthcare through advancing the fields of medical prevention, diagnosis and treatment. And we'll never stop creating value from medical innovation to make the world a stronger, healthier, more livable place. Never stop advancing healthcare. Fujifilm, value from innovation.
Right, so today, Fujifilm has grown to be the biggest healthcare company in Japan. I know you may be surprised. A photography company coming to lead healthcare in a whole country like Japan, which is also a very advanced country. Yes, because we have this focus in being the best at everything that we do. We are highly innovative, and we are a company that spends a lot more in R&D. The Fujifilm Middle East and Africa office started in 2010. This is our office that covers the entire Middle East and Africa region for the business. And then this is our journey. In 2021 as well, say 2020, we were able to establish the Fuji Technology Center in Dubai. So today, Fujifilm is the only OEM that has a facility in Dubai where all the equipment they are selling is installed. 1.5 Tesla MR, 2 CT scanners, X-ray, mammo, everything that we sell is installed there, basically for training and for education and for showcase. We are not diagnosing any patients there. We are the only OEM that has this level of investment across the entire region. And as a focused company, because we are trying to provide value for our customers, we are a total healthcare solution. Why I say total healthcare is because we are in the area of prevention, we are in the area of diagnostics, and we are also in the area of treatment. I think this is the three sides of healthcare. If you look at the arrow, you see that we play in home care, preventive medicine, because we are from a country that really has the longest lifespan, and what is keeping them is preventive medicine. Then we are into screening massively. In fact, in Japan, it is compulsory for you to do screening annually. You don't have any choice but to have to do it. Then we are into diagnostics. That's why majority of our imaging devices and the laboratory and the rest of them are there. Then we are into treatment as well. We have endoscopy for diagnosis and treatment as well. This is more just like a summary of our entire portfolio. Fuji is one of the strongest brands when it comes to healthcare IT solutions. And I will talk about that when I go down. This is our entire range of ultrasound portfolio. We have from the low end to the high end of ultrasound. We also have segmented ultrasound systems for urology, accident and emergency, general imaging, cardiology. Any of the configurations you're looking at for, we can give you. if you know the history of Hitachi and Aloka, these are very well-known brands of ultrasound. Today they are legacy Fujifilm products. Also, like I said earlier, we are strong in point-of-care ultrasound because we are the number one. Sonosite is the number one point-of-care ultrasound, and each of these systems comes with a 5 years warranty. That's the level of guarantee and confidence we have in our solutions. And like I said earlier also, that Fuji is a very, very innovative company. We have a lot of awards for our designs. We have a lot of awards for designs of our products. Today we have over 20 Red Dot awards, and for most of us that know Red Dot is an independent organization that just checks, evaluates, and assesses the products that all manufacturers are producing into the market, and then they give them ratings and award annually. Just talking about our one-stop shop solution. Still talking about our one-stop shop solution. This is our evolution of our CT. For most that already know, Hitachi was the first company to actually produce a CT scan in Japan. So when it comes to the technology, they are one of the best companies when it comes to radiology, especially in CT and MR. Today, we have grown from the years and continue to innovate and advance our technology and implement new findings. And today we have one of the latest CT systems in the world. Fuji still remains the only company that have an advanced CT scanner, a cardiac-based CT scanner that is able to do lateral shift. Now, what I mean lateral shift, the tables can move to the left or to the right. And this goes very well when you want to do cardiac imaging, because we know that the heart is not at the center of the chest. So Fuji is the only company that has a CT that you can move the heart to the center of the gantry for improved image quality and improved outcomes for both your diagnosis and to avoid missing anything. You might have some cutoff because of the FOV, but if you're able to centralize your table, then you don't have any problem around that. I will skip for sake of time, but we have some advanced technologies and advanced applications that are embedded in our systems. For example, what I just explained to you, you will see it now. This is a 128 slice CT scanner from Fujifilm. It's 80 centimeter ball, which is bigger than most of the CTs. In fact, most CTs are 60, 65, 70, 75 max, but we have 80 centimeter. Where you do see 80 centimeter before is in oncology, but we have it in regular imaging. I think I'll move forward to save time. Still move forward to save time. Now, when it comes to MRI solutions, today we are still the only OEM that can comfortably give you brand new permanent magnet MRI systems. So we still have 0.3 Tesla permanent magnet. We have 0.4 Tesla permanent magnet. We still have 1.5 Tesla as well as 1.2 Tesla superconducting magnets. Now, we are still playing in the permanent magnet space because we know that a lot of people, a lot of countries, a lot of regions, this is the technology that is suitable for their environment. And because we are very innovative, most applications that you have in 1.5 Tesla have been adapted to the 0.4 Tesla. And if you have a 0.4 Tesla MR today from Fujifilm, you can do up to 80% of what your 1.5 Tesla can do, with the excuse of saving the cost from helium and the power-related expenses, since we have power challenge in our region. So it's a very, very regional-based product for us, and we always recommend that people, start their MRI journey from there. So like I said, we have an open magnet, a 1.2 Tesla open magnet. We are Fujifilm is the only company that has this. Now, this system was purposely built so that you can accommodate a wider patient spectrum, claustrophobic patients, children, and obese patients. Because ideally, every 1.5 Tesla is narrow and circular in shape. But with the 1.2 Tesla open magnet, it's just like a 0.4 Tesla permanent magnet, but it's a superconducting magnet, and it's purpose-built just to accommodate patient demographics. Coming to IT, I think I'll be quick now. Coming to IT solutions. So Fuji has a very robust IT infrastructure. We have Synapse Mobility to make it easy for you as radiologists to be in your, what would I call it? You go to travel, and then you are still able to represent your hospital, report your investigations, and send out your reports. Then we have PACS, Picture Archival and Communication System. This is something that every hospital needs for you to be able to safeguard your information, your patient history, your patient data, your patient images. Then we have what we call VNA. That's like the highest level of healthcare infrastructure for managing hospitals and even managing multiple centers. We are the only one today that can comfortably connect all the equipment and technologies in your facility, irrespective of brand. So you can have Philips CT, GE MRI, Mindray ultrasound. So long as they are DICOM compatible, our IT platform can connect all of them. Some other companies might not be able to connect products that are not theirs. But to move past that, we are also doing a lot in the area of AI, to support you in your diagnosis, or to point you in the right direction. Please, can you the sound, please? Thank you.
Earlier the better, most of the time, to see and do what's needed. So more ways and opportunities to do so should make it even better. I'm around. No sleep needed. The more we know, the better. So I make it speedy and efficient. To make it even better, I'll make sure all will be there to see, on the spot, focus points and all, and maybe even things that weren't expected. When the time comes, when decisions need to be made, I'll do my best to make it as comfortable as possible to make them. I'm around, even now. All of our work will be there to see. Transparency and honesty become a source of trust. I'm around, everywhere. I never forget anyone that I've met. And many more, still for me to meet. Every step of the way. And I'll be around.
So Fujifilm commitment to AI in supporting diagnosis is very, very critical. And today, we have made it even very possible in very portable solutions. For example, today we have a very portable X-ray system like you saw, it's just like a camera, which is an X-ray system. That's an X-ray machine that if it is fully charged, you can take it to any remote community. And on full charge, you can take up to 100 exposures. That means you can attend to 100 patients. Now, the system is already also embedded with artificial intelligence and with AI algorithm, right? AI algorithm for tuberculosis. So today, in partnership with Global Fund, we are conducting massive TB screening across countries and nations. And what we do is you take Fujifilm X-ray, you take an X-ray exposure, in 60 seconds, the AI will interpret, and you are able to know if this person has incidences of or indices of TB or is free to go. Only those who have incidences or indices of TB that you require to now do the sputum test. So it has reduced the time taken for TB diagnosis, and it has helped us to find more missing TBs than any other solution ever deployed. Just talking about our IT solutions, I think I'll just jump. Our AI algorithms are very compatible. Like I said, one of our key strengths is that whatever we are trying to produce, we are trying to innovate on technologies that are neutral, that you will not have any reason not to make it work for yourself. Even though you have partnered with other technologies, we are adaptable. That is the word. So now the next question is, after you have bought my equipment, what happens? Our systems are embedded. We have a platform called Sentinel that is embedded on all our systems. If you buy our system and it's installed, we're actually monitoring your system remotely. And we can do some diagnosis and corrections even without coming physically to your facility. And we can detect if anything is going wrong, whether those people who are managing your equipment are optimizing the applications, whether they are doing the post-processing very well, whether they are using too much dosage to do scans, or they are doing poor investigations. And when we notice some of all these challenges, we can actually come back to retrain your team and also sometimes proactively order for parts that we have noticed may go back in weeks or in months so that we can reduce your downtime. This is the purpose for the Sentinel. So we are focusing on trying to sort out the issues before they become a problem. And these are some of our successful installations in Nigeria. I just thought to share with you. And before I leave, I also want to still remind you that Fujifilm is still in the business of your your printers, your films, your flat panel detectors for analog to digital conversion. And we have A&M Life Solutions as our partner in Ghana. So if you need any of the Fujifilm solutions, we welcome you at our table outside. Thank you very much.
Hello, okay. Can you send the screen up, please? Shortly, we would be ending this session. I know it's been a long stretch, but can we invite Prof. Tariq, Prof. Song, Prof. Ajay to the podium so that we can have your questions? And please, can you let Prof. Hammer be? He may not see us, but he can hear us.
Dr. Siedu.
Hello. Is Professor J around? Okay, all right. Okay, so I think we'll get this snappy so that we can all go for lunch and get the blood sugar up. Questions for our speakers for this first session?
It seems that it is us who are between them and lunch. So,
all right. Let me ask one question. What do you think we can do to get the best out of our machines? I mean, it would be good to have the 3 Tesla machines and all that, but the 1.5 that we have, what can be done to maximize the use of these machines?
So I guess this is for the radiologist, neuroradiologist to answer. So epilepsy is one of those indications where you need to get the best possible image. You cannot shorten. You must do your best. So there is a limit to the equipment, what it can do. If you have a 10-year-old 1.5 or a 15-year-old 3T, there is a limit to what you can do compared to a new one. I think the new 1.5 are very good. What it needs is someone who understands the technology. So at Queen Square, I have 6 physicists. who help improving the image quality, who understand how to play with. When I started neuroradiology many decades, one decade ago, we were playing ourselves on the scanner. I don't think that's really possible nowadays. I think you need to work together with a company, application specialists, and if you are able to make a resource of physicists who can improve your own scanner, then that's the ideal situation, because you have to take care of high resolution, of the time of the scanning, and of the possibly of the 1.5 should not be a problem, of the SAR deposition, specific absorption rates. But I think the first step, of course, is that you know what you want. That we know that we want, imaging along the temporal pole, axis of the temporal lobe, coronal images. We want to maximize signal to noise. We want to maximize the resolution. So this is what we need to tell application specialists and physicists, that this is what we need. Did I answer your question?
Oh, yes, it did. Actually, the practical point of view, so Tesla itself is not so important. So presently, as you remember, at the first time they invented MRI, you can differentiate, depends on manufacturer. Even in same 1.5 Tesla, the different resolution between the manufacturer. So in that purpose, the Tesla itself is not so important, but the real aspect, how is the quality of, in spite of 1.5, sometimes much better than 3 Teslas MRI. So in that point, it is a very important aspect, a practical aspect for neurosurgeon. And also, I already told you who reads this scan. Even 1.5 Tesla, for those who can read this from community-based doctor or the university-based doctor. So different, already mentioned, Gary Mathen mentioned about this matter. So I think it's better to think about the quality-wise in more practical point of view.
So if I add to that, I think 2 points. One is just continuing from here. You can get a lot out of the images, so it needs specialist skills in terms of reporting. It needs people who are really focusing on this for years and being trained on this, especially epilepsy. The spectrum of epilepsy is changing, at least in Europe. We have much less hippocampal sclerosis, and the cortical dysplasia becomes much more prevalent. So it needs, but the other thing, it needs a good MDT. It needs a good working together between a clinical meeting in which these cases are discussed with telemetry, video, and so on. And we should not be afraid, it has been published, and I talked about this in a different context, second look. Look at the same images again. We know we make mistakes, radiologists, between 5 to 10%, depending on the publication. So we should not be afraid of looking at the same images again with our colleagues, with additional information, and say, oh yes, now I suspect something here, and maybe do another scan, number one. Number two, what I wanted to say with respect to scanning, the word AI is being used more and more, but there is a place for quantification. And everyone is working, not everyone, but many centers are working on quantification, the volume, to make sure in the difficult cases, is the volume of the campus really smaller, and is the hyperintensity really higher. So there's more and more coming. I think there's no way around, from a technology point of view, to move ahead with new scanners. A 15-year-old scanner will just not be able to do the same thing as a modern 1.5 Tesla scanner. But the other thing is specialization.
Thank you. I think the questions will come up when the blood sugar goes up.
Well, can you hear me?
Hi, Professor Amma is online. Yeah, please go ahead, Prof.
I wanted to add to, I don't know why there's so much echo. I wanted to add to what Professor Yusri said. You know, at 3 Tesla magnet is the way to go. The odds ratio of picking up an epileptogenic substrate is high. It's like 2.7 times the odds ratio for 1.5. So if you can go, but there's a simple other things that you need to look at. You need to look at the upkeep of your coils. How are they being kept? Because a lot of times when there are issues with image quality, it might not be the magnet but itself, but it might be the coils. So it's something that you have to do an audit, make sure that the coils are kept in the way that they're supposed to be. But the bottom line is that for epilepsy imaging, that you have to go to a higher strength, and that is the 3T is what will be preferable. 7T is a rarity, but a 3T is the way to go. Underscoring again what Professor Yusri said, you have to go to multidisciplinary team meetings to, you know, coordinate this and to confirm what you say, because reading the MR in isolation is not the right way to do it, because the semiology and other testing should point to the location that you think is abnormal. The last thing I will say is that reading the epilepsy studies, and Professor Son mentioned this, it's different for people who are in community practice compared to those in academic setting. In the academic setting, there are people who are dedicated to it. So it's not a fly-by-night situation with reading epilepsy studies. If you want to develop one in the community, then it's something that you cannot just crazily read the stuff and say it's negative and just put it away. So those are my things. And with practice, you have to have an interest, and you have to go at it as much as you can and read about what it is and attend the conferences, especially the MDT conferences, and it'll make you better.
With what you said, of course, I think that's absolutely correct. In Western Europe and North America, we are relying on 3T scanners. However, the question I was asked was about the situation in Ghana and the 1.5 Tesla scanners. And I think we have to be pragmatic and work within the options that we have. Everywhere we have problems with the money. It's universal. In the UK, we are, you may not know that, but we are among the G7 countries, the lowest one with scanners per population. The first one is Japan, over 50. The second one was US, over 40. And then you have Germany and Italy. Then you go down to France, 15. And then you go to the UK, 6. So we have to work within those. We are trying to get new scanners. I think this is a big difference. An old 3T scanner and a new 1.5. The coils are critical. And this is where it becomes important to get the people who can adjust and improve the scanners to the best of the options.
Thank you so much to our esteemed professors. Any other questions, please? Okay. So, as the professor said, they are standing between us and lunch. So we would end here and then we would go for lunch. Thank you so much for being a part of this first series of lectures. I believe that we've gone through everything epilepsy, from the anatomy to the medical treatment to the radiological management to the surgical management. And I believe that now we know epilepsy. Thank you so much for being a part of it.
Hi, thank you very much. We are way behind time for lunch. We are having it at Opera 1. We were first supposed to have one across the street, and then at Opera 1, but because of our time, they've moved everyone to Opera 1. Once you get down the stairs, you'd use, there's a corridor right in front of it and turn right. It's a red carpet. You just follow it, and then there'll be people to lead us there. So please, we have just 30 minutes because we are far behind time as of now. Bon appetit.
Moderator, please. Let's call the conference to order, please.
So how do you introduce it?
For abstracts, we don't really Welcome back from lunch. Hope you had a good lunch. Yeah. So we are now going to continue the section with scientific abstracts. We have 4 presenters, and each presenter has 7 minutes. 3 minutes question time, but this will be at the end of the 4 presentations. The first presentation will be comparative evaluation of transoperative ultrasound neuro investigation and intraoperative magnetic resonance imaging in neurosurgery, identifying the optimum transoperative imaging modality in low-income settings. And this will be delivered by Dr. Mariela Infante Perez from Greater Accra Regional Hospital. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Please, can you play my presentation, please? No? Sí. Okay, good afternoon again. The title of our presentation is Comparative Evaluation of Transoperative Ultrasound Neuronavigation and Intraoperative Magnetic Resonance in Neurosurgery, identified in the optimum operative imaging. This is our team. In our work, the neurosurgeon needs the neuroradiological imaging for planning the surgery and to do the transoperative real time. I can use the ultrasound, neuronavigation, and MRI transoperative. For what? For improve the surgical outcome. The next is. What is the better intraoperative neuronavigation modality for the neurosurgeon? Has the user-friendly and most of all cost efficient. If you compare all tools the neurosurgeon have, the magnetic resonance imaging and neuronavigation has the enormous cost in the acquisition, especially in the developing countries, and depends the preoperative imaging. This is the kind of the MRI, intraoperative MRI, advantage and disadvantage. Porque se fue para atrás. This is the example of the intraoperative MRI. Need the special room, and the neurosurgeon can reach the patient when do the MRI. If you compare the ultrasonography with the another tools that you have, the MRI and neuronavigation, less expensive. It's less expensive, require less intraoperative preparation. The two-dimensional grayscale and three-dimensional provide the real-time clear and well correlation images, easily interpreted by the neurosurgeon, and not require pre-existing imaging before surgery. This is a sample of the neuronavigation system. This is a sample when you join the neuronavigation system and the 3D ultrasound. The imaging is very clear. This is a methodology. It's a comparative analysis, the use of the transoperative ultrasound and neuronavigation and combination of the both in the pediatric and the adult patients in our hospital. This is the results. In the Rich Hospital, we performed 243 patients operated. The prevalence was the male than the females and the adults than the child. And we used the ultrasound in 45 patients with hydrocephalus, 40 patients with the hypertensive intracerebral hematoma, 26 patients with the brain tumor, 2 patients with the brain abscess, 2 patients with the head gunshot and the spine gunshot, and 1 patient with the brachial plexus injury. This is our theater, our ultrasound, and sample with the ultrasound. The patient has the tumor and the guide for avoid the vascularization. This is the use of the neuronavigation in Rich Hospital in the same date. We use the brain tumor in 80%, the brain access in the 2.4%, and the hypertensive intracerebral hematoma 17.6%. The neuronavigation item is very expensive. And the ultrasound provides the time visualization of the tumor resection, the catheter placement, surrounding blood vessels, and the installation of the fluid in the hematoma evacuation. The ultrasound is less expensive, ranging from the 40,000 Ghana cedis compared to the, sorry. When you compare with the neuronavigation here on the MRI. The neuronavigation system is useful in preoperative planning and minimize the size of the craniotomy. But when you open the dura and first do the craniotomy and open the dura, sometimes the lesion is not in the same place. We observe 1 centimeter difference in error margin between the ultrasound and neuronavigation system once craniotomy is performed and dura mater open. The combination of the both increase the accuracy and safer surgical precision. And the ultrasound is mobile. You can use beside the patient when you need to do replace the one zone intraventricular or the hematoma, or the patient has the increase the brain pressure. You can do the ultrasound in the nerve, the optic nerve. The conclusion is that transoperative ultrasound in neurosurgeon is a low-income setting, safe, cost-effective, portable, and provides the real-time images. Require minimal consumable, has a short learning curve, and therefore we are recommending. Thank you. Question?
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. That was great and brief, and you were on time. So the second presentation is endovascular treatment of type A carotid cavernous fistula by endovascular embolization in Ghana. This will be presented by Dr. Edmond Brakohiampa. He is a consultant radiologist at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital and a senior lecturer of the University of Ghana Medical School. Dr. Brakohiampa, you have 7 minutes, okay? Over to you. Let's give him a hand.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't seem to know how to manipulate this thing anyway. Okay, can we go back to the first slide just to acknowledge I'm part of the Professor Sarkodie's IR team, as most of you know. And so this is two of the cases that we did with him at 2 different times. Next slide. Next slide. Is it Gideon? Next slide. I can use this one. Okay, thank you. Yes, so so we're looking at the CCF, and it's just a shunt between the internal carotid artery system and then the cavernous sinus. And there are many ways that we know it can be treated. Either you can do conservative management or carotid compression therapy, or there's also the endovascular route, which we attempted here in Ghana, and then there's surgery. Not very popular, I think, in Ghana. So there are also different ways of classifying it, as we all know. The common one is the barrow, but then there's also classifications based on the flow rate, whether it's high or low, and then also on the etiology as to whether it was due to trauma or it was spontaneous. So clinical presentations for CCF, you can have a pulsatile mass, chemosis, pain, eye pain, reduced visual acuity, headaches, can end up with cranial nerve palsy, stroke. Yeah, so just to recap about the barrow classification, there are 4 types. So there's the A, which is the direct communication between the internal carotid artery in the cavernous sinus and the cavernous sinus. And then the B will be between branches of the intracavernous internal carotid artery and the cavernous sinus. In type C, you have the meningeal branches of the external carotid and the cavernous sinus. And then type D is a combination of B and C. So for endovascular treatment, we have the direct ones, and then the indirect, which is between the arterial branches. The direct has to do more with the internal carotid artery, and you can either treat with stents, so you can have a covered stent, or you can have flow diverting stents, or you can use a balloon to occlude the defect. Or you can put in your coils or other embolic agent like liquid embolics. Or you can occlude the internal carotid artery, which will be a parent artery occlusion, but your decision will be made after you've done your DSA, your angiogram, to decide which of the options will be best given what you have in your environment. So for the indirect fistulas, however, your aim will be to go and occlude the feeding branches of the arterial internal carotid, whether you go through the internal carotid system or you can go intravenous, but you want to deal with the branches for the indirect. So our first case presentation involved a 29-year-old male motorcycle rider involved in an RTA. So he came with a painless pulsatile left orbital swelling, as we can see prior to treatment. This is how it looked like on the left side. So he was diagnosed with a type A CCF. He came to us. We did a DSA, that's the digital subtraction angiograph. And these are the findings that we saw: rapid shunting from the left ICA to the ipsilateral cavernous sinus. Then there was enlargement of the right ophthalmic, left ophthalmic vein, typo. And then, of course, retrograde flow from the cavernous sinus into the ophthalmic veins. You can actually see flow into the internal jugular. That's the internal carotid with a catheter in there. No complications of thrombosis or aneurysms. We didn't see any of that. And the branches of the ICA were actually patent. So the second case is also a young male, 27-year-old, also involved in a RTA. But he presented with eye pain, swelling, tearing, as well as proptosis, which we didn't see in our first case. He also had double vision, and then photophobia. He was initially treated, like our first case, I didn't mention. He was treated for probably another etiology for his swelling, not for CCF. The diagnosis was made later and sent for DSA. Same with our patient here, treated for eye infection. It didn't get any better. So he had imaging, and his was a CT scan. Yeah. So on the CT scan, in the arterial phase, you see that on the right side, the cavernous sinus is enhancing and enlarged, and then we can also see the proptosis on the right side. So a summary of our procedure: you get your consent, as with most procedures in radiology. You give your local to the groin, do your puncture, insert your sheath, and then you can pass your 5 French catheter, headhunter or HN5, do your angiogram to outline where your communication between the internal carotid, the cavernous internal carotid artery, and the cavernous sinus is, so that you know how you're going to, go about your occlusion. You put in your guiding catheter to give you stability, and then through that, you move your microcatheter to your point of the shunt, and then you put a balloon catheter distal to your shunt, because you don't want your coils to migrate, or if you are using any liquid embolic, which you use to go and occlude your shunt. That's what we did. We put a balloon catheter and then put in some coils, and then also added some liquid embolic. So these are images during the procedure. You can see your catheter with your microcatheter and coils being inserted. But during the procedure, while we give contrast, you could still see flow into the cavernous system and then down into the internal jugular. But as the embolization progressed, you see that this flow, you no longer see it, and even there's reflux into a branch of the external iliac artery. So we have pre and 5 weeks post-op images. The swelling is reduced. Similar findings for our second case. So initially, you can see the cavernous sinus is enlarged over here, internal carotid, but then you embolize, and now you don't see the branches any longer. So for him as well, his swelling is markedly reduced. So, both of our patients, they had a history of acute trauma. And like I said, the diagnosis was clinched after initial diagnosis. However, imaging was very useful to confirm our diagnosis. So we would like colleagues, clinicians, who have a high index of suspicion when there is this history as well as the signs and symptoms. So they showed good response, and they've resumed work, no complications, except that our problem is the procedure is expensive. However, we think that endovascular treatment provides a good option for CCF management. Thank you very much.
That's wonderful, Dr. Brakohiak. Interesting cases. Please keep your questions. After the 4 presentations, we'll have question time. Okay. The third presentation is on nail impalement brain injury in a tertiary health facility in Ghana, a case report of pertinent literature. This will be presented by Dr. Malcolm Mamboma Derry from Tamale Teaching Hospital.
Good afternoon to you all, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm Malcolm Mambora Derry, a resident in neurosurgery, currently at Tamale Teaching Hospital. And my presentation was supervised by Dr. Abbas Adam, the neurosurgeon in Tamale Teaching Hospital. Next, Gideon. So, a penetrating injury is one in which an object pierces the skin to gain access to a body cavity. It can occur in the cranial cavity, in the thoracic cavity, and in the abdominal cavity. And penetrating injuries to the brain contribute about 40% of mortalities. It has been shown that low-velocity penetrating injuries are reported to have a better prognosis due to low kinetic energy generated, but can be complicated in a low-resource setting. Impalement injuries are rare with no reported incidents in literature. But in 2020, a study in Nigeria by Koko and Lanseni reported an incidence of 0.26% over a 3-year period of all traumatic brain injuries in their facility. Next. So objects that have been implicated in penetrating brain injuries include nails, knives, spears, wooden chopsticks, brushes, screwdrivers. They've been reported in literature in people with penetrating head injuries. Impalement injuries may be due to accidental fall on an object, occupational injury, or self-inflicted. So we have a case to present, which was a 20-year-old male with known history of mental illness. And he was in his usual state of health until about 4 days prior to presentation, when relatives found him with a nail in the vertex of his head. He was semi-conscious and was sent to a peripheral facility where they managed him for a couple of days and then referred him to Tamale Teaching Hospital for further management. On examination and presentation, his GCS was 14 on 15 with a deficit in verbal. There was a silver-colored nail at the vertex of his head, which was through the scalp and only about 0.5 inches showing on the surface. There were no focal neurologic deficits, however, and his powers remained 5 on 5 throughout the period of management. So the image on the left is the picture that was taken when the patient presented. That was the silver-colored nail in the vertex of the head with only about 0.4 inches to the surface. An X-ray done showed a radio-opaque object which had penetrated the skull, and a CT scan with this showed a hyperdense object which had penetrated the skull, and into the brain in the parietal lobe. So our concern here was mainly the sinuses, especially with the location of the nail. We were very concerned about the sinuses. So the next line of action was to do a CT angiogram. The CT angiography would have helped us to identify the vasculature around the area. It helps the neurosurgeon to plan surgical intervention. However, due to financial constraints, that could not be done. But the patient subsequently was managed on the ward. We prepared the patient nail. So on when the patient went through a mini craniectomy to take out the nail. We were unable to do the CT angiography, however. So intraoperatively, this is a nail that was in the parietal lobe. So we made an incision 4 centimeters anterior to the nail, 3 centimeters posterior to the nail, dissected the tissues to the skull, and then we made a 4 millimeter mini bear hole anterior to the nail, and with kerosene we united it to the point of the nail. The nail was removed freely without any resistance. There was minimal bleeding. So this was the nail we took out. So post-operatively, the patient had no neurologic deficits, and he only complained of mild pain, which was mostly at the incision site. The wound healed primarily, and patient was discharged on post-op day 10. The patient was followed up at 4 weeks and at 12 weeks of discharge, and there were no post-op complications. A psychiatry assessment, however, revealed he had bipolar disorder, manic with psychotic symptoms. So CT scan is the best imaging modality for penetrating head injuries. It's very useful in determining the position of the foreign body as well as any intracranial hemorrhages. In our patient, there were no hemorrhages intracranially, but CT scan is very useful in identifying any intracranial hemorrhage. And CT angiography plays a key role in investigating penetrating head injuries because it can delineate the trajectory of the penetrating brain injury in relation to brain structures and also tell you about the vasculature, and that helps. It provides very invaluable information for proper preoperative management by the neurosurgeon. Again, CT, it is less invasive compared to conventional angiography and yields very good results as well. Again, in our patient, ideally, we needed to have a repeat CT scan and or an angiograph to follow up the patient, but due to financial constraints, that could not be done. But nail impalement injury is a complex injury, and the management requires the presence of recommended imaging modalities. So we published this case report. The co-authors were Dr. Abbas Adam, Dr. Valentine Akpolpwa, Dr. Sadat Seidu, Dr. Hema Spaga, and Dr. Naajili, and myself. Thank you.
The list topic will be cutting-edge medical imaging and visualization technologies in neurosurgery in low-income setting, the Ghana experience. This will be presented by Professor Samuel Kaba, a neurosurgeon from Greater Accra Regional Hospital.
All right, thank you so very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to do something very easy. Follow the steps of the first presenter of today. Gideon, next. So you come back, start from the beginning. Now, if you see these pictures, you see so many people here who might not even be in Rich Hospital, because my presentation is going to say thank you to everybody, and that when we come together, there is a lot that we can do, and we're not lagging behind at all. You see Dr. Sakudi, I remember way back in 2000, he embolized the first meningioma I had to do from Benin before we could do the surgery, and he was very fundamental in whatever we did. All the radiologists here, I want to say thank you so very much before even starting, especially Dr. Rosemont Abuaji, who is also part of this, Dr. Jackson, all those in Rich Hospital. Please go to the next. The first thing I tell people is that the brave person is not you, the surgeon. It's the patient who has given you his life and agreed that you should operate on him. So we don't have brave surgeons, but we do have brave patients. And patient's perspective matters. Post-operative deficit in any patient erodes the surgeon's effort. So we got to be careful with that. And we can only achieve this if we have a teamwork. And that teamwork is not just by one hospital or government sector or private sector. We all have to come together. And we need all these people to be able, or specialties to be able to move forward. Next. Now, 115 years ago, Brodmann made the first brain mapping. He got only 52 centers which were determined as eloquent. Now, what happened? Today, move to the next. We heard the first speaker talk about the anatomy. We looked at this, and we're all like, wow, a lot is being done. But more important, next, Gideon, is that today now we're talking about a human connectomy. And in that perspective, go to the next, Gideon. They have discovered over 180 eloquent places. About 97 of them are new. And it's telling we, the surgeons, that whatever mistake we do, the little we do is not like before. It's going to be a disaster. Move to the next. Next. Now, today too, we spoke about 3T and 70 MRI, and I'm happy that in Ghana at least we have one of the 3Ts, I think, in Maritime Hospital. So it's a big progress. The most important thing is that we dedicate our time. We're also looking at the see-through brain project, and this is actually still in the animal phase, where you can actually have this kind of beautiful images, and we hope to see more. So today, when we talk about language path, the old system is gone. We're now talking of a new system altogether. And just once, you see this? Go back. If you're a neurosurgeon and you ignore these tracks, once you cut any of these tracks, the patient is not recovering anything anymore. So we need to image better and do better targeted surgery to be able to give quality of health to our patients. Next. So because of that, we looked at people with multiple brain tumors, people with complex brain tumors, and how do we go about them with imaging and how to give them the best of care. Today in our setup, we try to have all this as pre-op, where you have your OARM, you try to do DTI, tractography, neurophysiology evaluation, and you'll be seeing a lot coming from us from RAGE, requesting for visual reality protocol, where we want you to do 0.3 millimeters. Or when we ask for neuronavigation, we're talking about 0.5 millimeters. Some of you might have done that for us. We also have that possibility of actually doing 3D printed. We print the brain, the skull, the vessels, we look at them, have them, sleep with them, play with them. And if we don't have that possibility, we put them in the visual reality headset, where you can actually segment each one of the scans you'll be giving to us. But we cannot do that if you give us the regular scans. They have to be 0.5 or 0.3 millimeters, and depending on the site, where we want to do. Move to the next. Now, why do we want to do that? It's simply because we do know that if you do good resection of a tumor, the possibility of that patient surviving with quality of life is high. Next, please. About 78% of survivor if you achieve gross total resection. Move to the next, please. So what do we do? First of all, in certain instances, we come back to the same technology. This is the patient anesthetized. We do local blockade using the ultrasound, and we follow all the nerves. When he wakes up, no pain. We look at many things that we have to put together. And all these things I'm talking of, the endoscopy, ultrasound, combined neuronavigation with ultrasound. My colleague just spoke about the ultrasound. We'll be talking to you about frameless stereotactic surgery. We're all possible because all of you together with us made this possible. Move to the next. This was just yesterday. When we're doing spine surgery, we use the OARM to make sure that we get good outcome. We also use the tumor spy agents. There are medications we inject. We'll be talking about that tomorrow. And then they only target the tumor. Next. This is the setup in a way. Next. The setup in a way when we're doing spine with accuracy. Now, most of you might have known me as former director of ICD, and because of that, I put this here. It doesn't matter whether we're working in our private hospital or government hospital. What you're seeing today, and to be proud of, is quite expensive. The OM alone is 8 million. At the time, the dollar was 1 to 3.7. The microscope is $2.4 million. So if we look at these prices, and we get these things in our country, and we say, oh, 3D, we need 3T, 8T, 12T. It should be each one of us our responsibility to take good care of these items. And I will go to the next reason. The running cost is very expensive. The fistula guys spoke about that. Difficult to sustain. And even because, and I say this to people, whenever you stand in a stage and you say, I'm the only one who's have this, or I'm the only one who can do this, then you are the most failed person on earth. If you have this and you need to repair it, you need to fly someone into the country to get it fixed. So we all need to have it so that the cost will be cheaper. All right? Go back, please. So next. I'll just present some 2 cases of this and we are off. Next.
You have 5 minutes more.
Yeah. So we had this first patient, you can see. This is the tumor. You can all see that. Go to the next. We went on to do the DTI. It wasn't well clean here, this picture that we put. And then we next was to do this tractography, the first that we were able to get done in our system. Go back, please. And here you could see how the tumor actually damaged the tracts. And the worst you can do is to cross them as a surgeon. But do your best to preserve, and I'll come to that. Next. Then we went ahead to do spectroscopy, and I think that it was Dr. Rosmo Abuaji who informed these first images that I'm showing here. Tractography, spectroscopy, and all that. So, next. And then we went into the theater with the navigation system. We were able to get this done. Go to the next. Then, followed by ultrasound to see everything that was going on live, coupled with the navigation system. Next. And I'll say something interesting about this. We're now moving to a 3D, 4D, or 5D probe. And when you couple that to the navigation system, what you have is an intraoperative MRI. So simple like that. Because you're going to get images that are in 3D, and you can visualize them from any point. Now, you go to the next. We already spoke of this. We use the ultrasound as well to follow our patient post-operatively. Next. Now, this was also done where we now try to do brain stimulation and mapping right here in Ghana. We did this first in 2001. Next. And this is the report of the electrophysiologist. So we are not behind at all. We're moving. Next. And we try to do the mapping. And once you do the mapping, go to the next. We inject this. And there's one interesting thing for my colleagues neurosurgeons. When you inject the spy agent and you don't do the stimulation or the mapping, you don't achieve the maximum resection that you want. Because the dye might stain the brain. You say that is a tumor, but when you stimulate, it tells you that it's a very eloquent place. Don't touch it. Leave it for the patient. Maybe the radiologists, if they are, the oncologists, if they are here, then I'm sorry, but they will now have to deal with that and say the patient can walk. Next. And then when you die, this is the difference you get without and with the dye, working under the special microscope that we got, so it keeps you focused. Next. Then we're able to get in block resection. Next, so that we can push more. This, the patient post-op, the tumor is gone, which was a glioblastoma. But of course, you can never get 100% out. Next. Frameless stereotactic surgery, we also do that. We don't put a frame now. All you got, like this patient with a thalamic tumor. Next. It gives you all the measurement you want, targeted. You get in there, you take your sample, no room for confusion, no room for missing. Next. It gives you the target, gives you the calculations from the brain, and it's just a small bare hole, and you are right there. And you don't have to fix those holding frames on the head. Next. Please, Gideon, ultrasound again, move. I'm just about concluding, yeah? Gideon, then this is the post-op, the tumor is gone after we were able to determine that. What are some of the challenges? And I'll be seated very soon. I'm stealing my colleagues 1 minute. The mixed human resource is a challenge. Financial barrier for our patients, lack of electrophysiologists. And go to the next, we all know this. And one thing that we want, and we're searching for, in fact, I was with Dr. Sakodia, Professor Sakodia and Dr. Rosemond the other day, and this is one thing I also want to put across all the radiologists in the room. We have to move to this 4D reconstruction. If your machine is Siemens, it's called cinematic rendering. We try to do it here, and we can do it. There's one machine that can do this. And we'll be requesting, and you do it for us. Next. Because we keep training. This pig is not for eating, it's for part of our training, whatever we're doing. Next, I'll be on. And we're trying to look at brain hologram, because we believe that in Ghana, we can do it just as they do anywhere. Next. And of course, I tell everybody the same thing. Neurosurgery cannot grow alone. For neurosurgery to grow, radiology has to grow, anatomy has to grow, neurology has to grow, everybody, psychology, pathology, everybody has to grow. The next, Gideon. And these are some of the successes most of you in the room know. Awake surgery done to perfection, visual realities done. And then I'll reserve this for the final one, and then we got over the spine issues we do. Next, Gideon. Concluding, we need in-depth imaging. Neurosurgery cannot exist without radiology. Those who know me very well, the radiologists I mean, Dr. Mehdi, I don't know if he's here. It's one guy I consult all the time. I'm always by him. Same Dr. Rosemond, Dr. Sakudi. I'll drive there, sunshine, sit there. I say, this is how we want it, together with my colleagues. Because if you fail us in the imaging, you are leading us to a disaster. So actually, you are our vertebral column in whatever we do. Next. So I say nothing would get done at all if a man waited until he could do something so well that no one could find a fault. We are not perfect. We still got a lot of things to do, but we will start doing what is necessary and what is possible, and certainly we'll be doing what is important. Thank you, everybody. Next.
Thank you, Professor Kaba. Now, can we have the 4 presenters? Please raise the screen up. Please have a seat. Yeah. Okay, it's time for questions. You can now ask your questions. Maximum of 4. Okay. Dr. Oblite.
I think on the impalement injury, the immediate pre-op picture you took appeared, the head of the nail appeared a bit deeper than what I think I saw on the CT scan. So then just wondering whether on admission or afterwards the person still tried to push it back, if you know about that.
Okay. My question also goes to the guy from Tamale. You spoke about
Dr.
difficulties. You spoke about difficulties getting the images done. My first question is the Tamale's teaching hospital CT scan working? 1. 2, if it's not working, did you try contacting the private imaging centers there for assistance? Okay, thank you.
So I have a question for Dr. Derry. How did the nail get there today? Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. I also have a couple of questions.
Please,
Dr.
we are
Bakuyaba,
noting them down. Yeah.
the patients you presented, did they have a base skull fracture? Maybe looking back retrospectively, why they had a base skull fracture, anterior cranial base fracture? And what was the time interval between the trauma and the development of the fistula? And then a small technical note for the nail impalement injury. I think when these things happen, I mean, I'm sure we wouldn't be talking about forensic radiology, but we've always been advised to desist from naming these foreign bodies. I mean, so it may look like a nail, but let's not call it a nail. We still say it's a foreign body. That's a little bit of correction there. And the other thing is, technically, I would have actually cut out a portion of the bone and lifted it together with a nail. Because what you are scared about is bleeding. And at least when it starts bleeding, then you have more exposure to control the bleeding. I don't know whether that was what was done, to try and cut out a portion of the bone and lift it up. It gives you access, exposure to bleeding. I mean, just because they are junior colleagues here, so you don't pick these things out and run away from theater.
Thank you. I want you to answer this before we have a set of questions.
Okay, thank you. Doc has given me permission to start. So, Patrick, base of skull fractures, we didn't see any. And then the time interval was about a week. And the second case, between a week and 2 weeks. But within a week, they started seeing the eye swelling. Yeah.
So the first question was the picture, the nail appeared to have gone deeper than the CT scan. So whilst the patient was on admission at the accident and emergency and on our ward, we don't have any evidence of him trying to push the nail deeper. Yes, we didn't have any such evidence. But at the time, the CT scan at TTH was working, is working now. But the issue had to do with mobilization of funds on the part of the relatives, but not due to unavailability of the CT scan at the time. There was a third question.
Whether you didn't send it to a private facility.
Okay.
CT scan is working, and if it's not working, did you consider a private facility?
Okay. So usually if the CT scan is not working, there are private CT scans that patients are able to do, and then later, when the CT is working, we revert back to the hospital. But at the time this happened, our CT scan was working. It was just mobilization of resources on the part of the relatives. As for CT angiogram at the time, could not be done.
And then the last question, how did the foreign body go there?
Yeah, so the history given by the relatives indicated that they found him in the room with the nail in his head. And later, as I mentioned, when we evaluated him, he had a psychiatric disorder. He had mania. So he probably put it there himself or something else.
Madam Chair, can I make a comment?
Thank you.
All right, so first of all, I just want to say thanks to everybody because what we presented is possible because of the conjoined twins we had, and then the government pledge, and they procured the equipment, which each one of you played a very big role. I remember my colleague neurosurgeons back, and the rest were all part of it. Moving to the next is this. We spoke of ultrasound. This same case with the nail, that people asked, you wanted to do angiogram and all that. if you don't have the means, because one is expensive and two is not available up north to do DSA, if you do your craniotomy and then you use the ultrasound, you see the vessels, put it in Doppler mode, or put a little bit of contrast. And it's cheap. How much does it cost to do an ultrasound? Nothing. And those things can easily be done, and they are the teachings that we want to introduce in neurosurgery here. And yes, of course, cases like this, when you open it, you got to actually look at how best to control the bleeding. And I think you guys did a fantastic job. Thank you.
Okay.
See, the reason why I asked you that question was simply because I don't know whether you have a social system in the hospital. There shouldn't be a reason why we say that you will not do a CT scan for that patient because the patient couldn't afford. Because if the hospital CT scan was working, the social system should have taken care of that. Number two, even if the social system wasn't working, the private sector, I'm sure if you have contacted some of them would have done it for free. So, yes, some of them contact them. Not yourself. You see, and Professor Kaba is here, he can tell you a lot about this. So, that's where my question is coming from. So, I don't know whether you can say something about that.
You want to say that? My boss is here.
It can be, yes. I enjoyed it. So,
Boss, please,
one
of my senior colleagues is here. He wants to say something to that.
I think that maybe the presenting this case is an afterthought, because if I remember the number of cases we had to do because of one, academic reasons for people not being able to afford. We've done a lot for neurosurgery. But this case, I wasn't aware, and so nobody contacted me. I'm sure at the time I was the head of department. So I'm sure what I think is that there was presenting this case as a case presentation was an afterthought and could not have met the exigencies of getting a free scan done. Otherwise, we have a social service department that is working effectively. So, Dr. Derry, maybe you didn't contact me or Dr. Kole for your scans. It doesn't look like TTA doesn't have a social intervention. No. I've done so many cases for neurosurgical cases that have no money or even no relatives to come around. So please, let's re-examine that case.
Thank you. Okay.
I think it's extremely important for me to make this point. When Dr. Amedi said private sector could do for free, people were like, oh, no, they do. When we had the conjoined twins, right, the first DSA that was done, and the only experience within the region, was done by Urake for free, 100% free. When we had the second twins, we lost them though. The images, the MRI was done for free by Sunshine. We've had other cases. We approached them. This is it. And I do believe that as a country, every private sector has that corporate social responsibility. It's just about us not harnessing our strength. And that's why I mentioned in the presentation that private sector can grow alone. Government sector, public sector can grow alone. We can only grow together. Right now, tractography and other things we do, we don't do them in rich. We are doing them in all the private sectors. So I think that we need to communicate more and then we will grow together, and I think that is the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Derry, Dr. Abrakoyapa, Professor Kaba, and Dr. Perez. It was an interesting time. We all learned a lot. Thank you. You can take your seats. So the next is we have a presentation from RadCell. Are they around? Yeah.
Radiation monitoring hasn't changed much. The world hasn't changed much in the past few decades. It's hard to believe, but dosimetry is still relying on the manual collection, distribution, and shipment of badges, antiquated technology, long processing delays, and inefficient information. But all that changes with Instadose. Welcome to the Instadose world of smart and convenient dosimetry collection, management, and compliance. Instadose smart monitoring technology constantly collects radiation exposure information and also allows for on-demand dose reads. Then uses wireless Bluetooth technology to transmit the information automatically to Instalink hotspot stations or through the app, making it accessible online and allowing authorized users to see daily radiation exposure, get individual on-demand dose readings, and receive high-exposure alerts, while radiation safety officers can also review consolidated dose data, easily create compliance reports, manage badge reassignments, and much more. All without collecting or redistributing badges, and all with unprecedented ease and efficiency. Welcome to the revolutionary world of Instadose, where cutting-edge technology empowers simple and effective digital dosimetry management. Move up to smarter dosimetry collection, management, and compliance, and enjoy a new world of freedom, convenience, and productivity with Instadose.
My name is. I want to present to you Instadose. My company is RadCell Uganda Limited. Okay, so for time, I'm just going to give an overview of Instadose, and then the technology behind it, the mode of assessing the exposure data, the technical specifications of Instadose Plus, and then I'll conclude. Now, this is how the badges look like. They all do the same thing, but different colors, just to maybe different departments or something. But they all do the same thing. Now, for overview, Instadose Plus dosimeter brings radiation monitoring into the digital age. We all realize that almost everything is going digital this time. And this is a very rugged dosimeter, and it provides immediate dose readings when connected to any smart device with internet access, and therefore provides access to each user's historical and current exposure readings. That is, if you sign on with this, anywhere you go, you can always produce your results any day, your report any day, anytime. Now, it is a real-time radiation, it has a real-time radiation response, and you have unlimited manual reads. You can read it anytime, any day, we have this online badge assignment, reassignment. That is, if you are in company A and you are living there, somebody's taking over. The person who comes, we don't need to come over there and then do anything. You just send the information to us that Mr. A is replacing Mr. B, and then we do an online reassignment, and you are good to go. There's online report access, which eliminates archiving documentation, like putting your papers and things and filing them. So everything, you get it online. And this is based on the patented direct ion storage, which will come in the technology behind the badge. We also have, now defective badges are readily replaced. If I say defective badges, sometimes you may have, it has an electronic part, and then it has an ionization chamber, and we'll get into that. So defective, but they are replaced at no cost. There's no badge collection, like at the end of a period, you collect the badges and we replace them, no. There's no battery replacements, and there's no annual calibration. Now, the technology behind this is direct ion storage. It's a chamber. It doesn't go off. It is always on. And then it has the electronic side, which is the Bluetooth low energy. That is what connects to the smart devices. Now, to assess your exposure, to get your occupational exposure information, you can get it in 3 ways, either through a smart device with a Bluetooth low energy technology, and with this, you have to download and install the Instadios Companion app. Or you can use an Instalink hotspot stations. I will just show you in a while what it is. And then the third one is Instalink USB. Now, for our purposes, we'll just deal with the first two. And this is how the hotspot looks like. You have this as the hotspot, and then these are the devices. So, like you saw in the video, you just walk past and activate these badges, and then it will just pick the information and send them onto our servers, and you can access them. Because once we give you access, we give you, once we get you, we accept you, it's like we give you an account. And so you're able to access our service on your account only. And you can see everything in there. This is the second one where you download an app, the Instadios Companion mobile app onto your phone. And then there, the app will communicate with the device. So after communication, you can get it something like this. If there is radiation, you get something like this. If there's no radiation, it will give you an indication that there's no radiation. Come on. So, talking about the technical specifications of the badge, it has a minimum reportable dose that is below 0.03 millisieverts. It doesn't report to you. You will see it as an asterisk. But then the lower limit of detection is 0.01. So somebody may ask, how do you know what's happening between 0.01 and 0.03? If you have RSO, Radiation Safety Officer, or whoever is in charge is made an administrator of the facility, that person can see on his system, his or her system, those doses which are very, very low. But the system does not report it because whatever it reports becomes cumulative, and it adds on for lifetime. Energy response from 15 keV to 6 mega electron volts. And I'm happy to say that it has accreditations in the United States
the separation of those twins.
Leadership as we went through
Okay, so this picture shows you normally how we would set the twins up. This is just before they had a CT scan. And I'll come to the lessons we learned. Each time we imaged them, we play normally would not share arterial arteries, but normally you would have venous sharing. So our main findings, there was a common continuous cranium that housed 4 cerebral hemispheres. So everything in that cranium was a full complement of 2 brains, just that they were distorted in a way I had never seen before. There was pronounced brain compression and distortion of the cranium. The cerebral arterial supply was not shared. We were able to establish that with CT angio and also with conventional angiogram. They had this peripheral dural shelf, and then they had a circumferential venous sinus. You see the images as we go along. They did have different superior sagittal sinuses. They were not very complete, and they formed in the middle to form the circumferential venous sinus. In the literature, most of the cases I saw, this circumferential venous sinus was one big vein joining the 2 superior sagittal sinuses. But in our case, there were a lot of very small vessels bridging the 2 superior sagittal sinuses, and I playfully would call it the circle of Kaba. Yeah. Okay, so these are a few of our pre-op CT images. Okay. Okay, so believe it or not, this is a sagittal view. This is coronal, and then we have 3D to show you what the cranium looked like. Every time we image the twin in the inferior aspect of the image was twin 1. Twin 1 was always below, and twin 2 was always at the top. So that is our default positioning for the twins. Sorry. So this is just one in a series of many pre-op CT venograms. We also did MR venograms. And this basically shows you, this is twin 2 at the top, and you see what looks like a part of a superior sagittal sinus, and then twin 1 also. And then they join here a common vein. It's not just one vein, but in this center here, there's a circle of Kaba and Rosemont. There's a big vein and several small fenestrations at this point. So a few MRI images as well. We used the MRI, with the CT, we thought that the brain was separate, but as you know, T1 MRI is superior when it comes to delineating anatomy. So we used our MRI to really confirm to ourselves that these children did not really share neural matter. Okay, so you have coronal and sagittal images, T1 weighted, showing you the separation. This is pretty. There are some where you will not be able to tell where twin 1's brain begins and where twin 2's brain ends. Okay, so like I mentioned, thanks to Prof. Sarkodie and Dr. Jackson, we're able to do a DSA to
establish the venous and arterial supply for these twins. There were lots of technical challenges, and like Prof. Kaba mentioned, they did this for us for free at URAC. In other places where their angio suite is very well equipped, apart from establishing the anatomy, they actually go ahead and do balloon occlusion of the communicating vessels, and then they would wait to see the hemodynamic effects of the occlusion on the twins before they actually go into surgery to separate these vessels. And they would also sometimes do embolization of the venous structures that are being shared, and that would give an opportunity for collaterals to form. Normally, there is always one twin that has very good venous system, and the second one whose venous system is not very well developed. So you want to have a stage procedure or do embolization a little bit at a time, so that the one with the less developed venous collaterals will now get more collaterals before you go ahead to do your final separation. Okay, so the DSA findings were not very different from what we had at CT and MRI. Just gave a bit more detail. Unfortunately, the DSA could not see very well the deep venous system, but the CT and MRI were very useful. So after the initial DSA, we stuck to CT and MRI angio for the rest of the vascular studies. They didn't share any arterial vessels apart from a few external carotid artery tributaries to the scalp of twin 1 from twin 2. Okay, so this was not done in my institution, so I don't have very good images, but believe it or not, this is twin 1, and you see the superior sagittal sinus of twin 1 and that of twin 2 forming a common channel here, and this is the circle of Kaba. And then on the other image, sorry, I cannot see it very well. So there was a very faint superficial vein. It's difficult for me to see, but there was a very faint superficial vein that connected twin 1 to twin 2. So apart from the central or deep venous systems, they also had a few cortical veins that was being shared between them. We used 3D models, and they were very good. They were life-size, and for many months, you would always find Prof. Kaba and the neurosurgeons roaming the hallways of radiology or neurosurgery with these 3D models, and it was very useful to help us to visualize the anatomy and to do pre-operative planning. Okay, so I got these few images of the 3D models that we had. There were different versions, but of the same twin. So that's twin 2. So we actually would label each cerebral cortex so that we would not confuse them. And then this model actually was to show the venous anatomy. Okay. The goals of separation, surgical separation, was to separate shared structures, obviously cerebral vasculature, and if possible, if present, intergitating brain, and also to reconstruct cranial structures for each twin. So that was our goals, and the surgical plan was a multi-stage approach. And in the beginning, when we started to evaluate these twins, I had read a few papers, but not quite enough. And so I think I spent several hours trying to use physiology to explain to Prof. Kaba and few of the neurosurgeons why I thought twin 2 should receive the shared sinus, right? But later, after I'd read more papers, I got some papers where they clearly stated that normally the twin with the more dominant circulation is the one that gets the main venous system. And so I realized that sometimes we do not need to reinvent the wheel. If we read long and wide enough, there are answers that will fall at our doorstep or on our laps without too much hassle. So we also did a lot of post-operative evaluation.
Our mission. Our mission is delivering accurate, timely, and comprehensive diagnostic services to enhance patient care. So we offer a wide range of services, which include radiologic reports, diagnostic services, laboratory services, and with this, we give comprehensive diagnostic imaging and reporting to, and all of these are done by our team of experts, which all of them are radiologists. We also give wide variety of ultrasounds, and then we do CT scans, such as CT guided biopsy, PA. We also offer laboratory services. And please, you should know that the CT scans, you can do any type of CT scan. So if you need to, you need a CT scan to be done to you, 5 things. If you need a CT scan, you can please come to us. We will do it for you. And moving on, we have wide variety of equipment that we use as campus, such as the low-dose CT scanners, computerized radiologists, and then high-resolution ultrasound scanners, ECG machines, and all these are some of our equipment that we have. We have multiple equipment, so that means that there's no delay, there's no need for patients to be in queue when you come to us. Also, our team, we have a team of experts. We have about approximately 30 staffs working with us. We have 10 radiologists, 2 cardiologists, 10 radiographers, and other supporting staffs. All of these have post-qualifications like between 4 to 11 years. Next slide, please. Our patients feel very comfortable because our place is patient-friendly. Our place is fortified with AC, and the chairs are very comfortable. So when they come also, they also don't spend much time there. Under 30 minutes, they leave, and they can do whatever they want to do. Next. Because of our experience with doctors, we know exactly what doctors need when they come to us. So we print more printed images in different places to facilitate surgeries. And also doctors also tell us what they need when the request form comes. So we do exactly what doctors need. Please. So you can also take our numbers and watch whatever you need. You can tell us and we will do exactly what you want for you. Because we work with experts. And we've had a lot of success stories. One of our success story is ultrasound diagnosis of acrania with major low line placenta with polyhydro. Exactly. Okay, that is it. Exactly. Yeah, and this was diagnosed by us in 2021. Yes, so we did it. That means that you can trust us. A lot of things that people cannot see, we have special eyes for it, and we can see it. And please, a lot of doctors that we work with also are very happy with our work. For example, Professor Enexion, who was here this morning and he gave a speech, he says that our works are very excellent because we are very professional. We have 10 radiologists, if I mentioned that already. We have Dr. Enex Newman from Kolibu Teaching Hospital. Everybody is very happy with us when they bring their works to us. Also, why should you choose us? Because we are experienced, we have experienced professionals, and we are very committed to patient care and satisfaction. We also use state-of-the-art technology, and we are very prompt in delivering our services. Our price and insurance. Our prices are very affordable, very, very, very affordable. And also, as of now, we are only on Acacia Insurance. We accept Momo, Cash, Visa, and MasterCard. You see, all of these are hospitals that we've worked with, which means that everybody is happy with us. We want to add all our hospitals, but we cannot do that because of time. So you see, all these people are very happy with us. So you can also trust us and bring us your works if there's time for questions. Okay, so please, this is our numbers. You can probably write it down, and when you need it, you can call us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Scanport Healthcare and Medical Imaging. If you are querying polyhydramnios, now you know where to go. We appreciate your support and your sponsorship.
All right. It's time for our session with Professor Godwin Obole. Okay, so like I said, he's a professor of radiology at the University of Ibadan, Nigeria, and a senior visiting fellow at the University of Oxford, with special interest in stroke, epilepsy, dementia, and computational neuroimaging analysis. And he's the lead radiologist of a stroke research called SIREN, which is the largest stroke study in Africa. And his core expertise is in neuroimaging with low field MRI. So it is no wonder that his topic today is on enhancing MRI accessibility to transform stroke care and management. We are very honored to have the president of the Neuroradiological Society of Nigeria, past secretary of the Faculty of Radiology, WACS, an accomplished author, a prolific scholar and researcher. I introduce Professor Godwin Obole. Prof, you are welcome.
For that beautiful introduction. I feel very honored. I believe you can hear me clearly. Confirm that you can hear me, please. Okay. I'll be presenting on advancing neurological healthcare in Africa, saying MRI accessibility to transform stroke care and management. As I've just been introduced, I work and live in Nigeria, and my interest is majorly stroke and neuroimaging. For this lecture, which I know the day has gone very far, I will take it as smooth as possible and as quick as possible. We'll be looking at the current state of stroke care in Africa. We'll look at Africa generally and look at how we can enhance, MRI accessibility in Africa, and look at some case studies and then potential solutions. I want to also use this opportunity to congratulate my friends, especially Samuel Asiema, the president, for hosting a very beautiful conference so far. I have been looking at the meetings since morning, and I want to just congratulate the whole team for doing an excellent job. So the objective of this lecture will be to look at the state of brain health in Africa, the burden of stroke in Africa, the tools needed to manage brain health, and the challenges facing African healthcare systems, especially in terms of neuroimaging. And then we'll propound some solutions that may be able to reverse the negative trends in neuroimaging or neurological care in Africa. I work in UCH, and that is the picture of our hospital. Is there a problem? Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right.
Prof, please, can you change your slides to PowerPoint?
You can't, okay. Let me see. Okay. Okay, screen. Is it better now? Is it better now?
We don't see your slides at all. Please share screen.
Can you see my slides now? Okay. Hello. Can you see, can you hear me? Can you see my screen? Is it okay? Can you hear me and see my screen?
Yes,
I need to
we can
confirm.
hear you.
Okay.
And we can
All right.
see
Thank
your
you very
voice.
much. And you can see my screen. All right. Thank you. So let me just go. Just like I said, I just want to congratulate the president and
If you
members of
don't
the team.
mind, our IT team will.
What? Is it okay? All right. Just to move ahead, I want to say that Africa has been regarded as a dark continent. And I'm sure most of us, it's not because of the complexion of the people in Africa, but a lot of people have said maybe because of the terrain. But generally, one of the main themes that Africa is regarded as a dark continent is because there is no light at night. The electricity is poor. And that's one of the challenges. And you can see that those of us who work in a field that is very technologically driven, it is very pertinent that electricity is available. So Africa, I just want to tell you about what perception of people are and what we know about Africa. Africa represents the second largest, and the most populous continent in the world. And it houses 1.5 billion people and has about 54 countries. It is regarded as the world's poorest and the world's most underdeveloped country. However, this underdeveloped country or continent has abundant mineral resources. Apart from the just mineral resources, it has about 9% or 10% of the world's oil is in Africa, 90% of the world's platinum, 90% of the world's cobalt, 50% of the world's gold, 2/3 of the world's manganese, 35% of the world's uranium, 75% of the world's coltan, and 60% of the world's arable land is in Africa. Even though Africa is rich, it remains poor. So this is like an oxymoron state. Africa is also a unique place because it was the seat of knowledge, because the oldest world's university was from Morocco. It is a genetically diverse continent and it is intellectually rich because you find Africans all over the world doing well globally. Also, it is the fastest growing population in the world is in Africa, because in the year 2050, 25% of the world's population, of the world's able-bodied men will be from Africa because of the youthful population in Africa. Africa also houses about 25% of the world's global disease burden, but yet it has the least access to diagnostic imaging, which is the key in our modern day for treatment and management of several conditions. You also know that even early progress in neuroscience began in Egypt. This is what Africa is. So Africa is a great continent. In terms of neurological healthcare, we all need to know that globally, neurological disorders are the leading cause of disability and the second leading cause of global death. And this also is also reflected in Africa. About 9 million people die due to neurological disorders. And for those who are dying between 0 and 80 years, the number has, over the years, has actually increased. People, are dying faster and from non-communicable diseases. And apart from among the non-communicable diseases, stroke represents one of the top conditions that results in death. And it costs globally about $900 million to manage stroke globally. And dementia, which can also result from post-stroke syndromes, cost about 1.3 trillion in 2039, based on the study done by WHO. So these are the key costs of neurological disorders. And if you just focus on stroke alone, you'll find out that about 17 million strokes happen every year globally. There's one stroke every 2 seconds. So you can imagine the number of strokes that have happened while you guys are sitting here at the conference. It's a major epidemic. It's a problem. It's a global problem that needs to be addressed. 6.5 million people die per year from stroke. And currently, at every given point in time, you have about 26 million stroke survivors. This is a global picture. But it's also pertinent to know that Africa records some of the highest rates or incidence rates of stroke globally. So this is a major challenge for us in Africa. And apart from dying from or having disability or dementia from stroke, in Africa, we have 6 people or 6 Africans get a stroke every minute. Out of these 6 Africans, you find out that about 2 or 3 of them will die within the first month of stroke. The critical challenge we have also in Africa is that people that have stroke do not present early. They do not present early, so they cannot get the appropriate attention that they deserve. And then they live with a lot of disability, and which causes a huge social and economic burden to the community and creates what's called a vicious circle of poverty, of pain, and a huge economic burden. And you also know that because of that, the treatment and rehabilitation services are poor or are not available. And prevention, is what a lot of people should be targeting, and what I think we should take away from this meeting, that look, we need to look at these neurological disorders and find ways of preventing them, because it is key. One of the peculiarities of stroke in indigenous Africans is that it occurs in a younger age group. People of African heritage, they get stroke at an earlier age. This has been documented severally from several studies. And the type of stroke we get, we have a higher proportion of intracranial or intracranial hemorrhages, or what you call hemorrhagic stroke, occur more in people of African heritage. And then we have a higher proportion of people with small vessel disease because of some genetic predisposition, being Africans. And then the genetic heritability in African ancestry is even higher compared to those of European ancestry. And you find out that a lot of Africans are more predisposed to hypertension and several other risk factors of stroke than the general population, even among Caucasian and Asians. So, comparatively, Africans have worse outcomes when it comes to stroke and disability and cognitive impairment. So the key thing to manage stroke, what are the key things? Is imaging, either CT or MRI. This is what is needed for accurate, timely diagnosis of stroke. Clinical examination or clinical information is not sufficient anymore to make an appropriate diagnosis of stroke. Imaging is what they can determine the decisions you make and can determine the outcome and the prognosis of stroke. So imaging is key, and it must be made available for the general population. And we have moved over time from 1895, where we used X-rays to make diagnosis of conditions in the brain. Now the gold standard is having an MRI, because you need to be able to see clearly, to know exactly what's happening, to be able to treat the patient appropriately. MRI is the gold standard, even in stroke, to be able to diagnose stroke early and then to treat appropriately. Even though CT is the workhorse for acute stroke, but MRI represents. So these two things work hand in hand to be able to manage stroke in our environment. So we'll focus on MRI. Even though MRI over the 5 decades has seen a lot of innovations and has transformed the landscape of non-communicable disease in our environment, this transformation has not been reflected in many low and middle income countries because they are underrepresented, they are underserved, because the regions have specific challenges. And because of these challenges, some people have also come up with some tools that may be able to help us with our challenges. That's what we call ultra-low pulse systems that are produced by Hyperfine. And these systems can be seen for research purposes and also for clinical purposes in places like Uganda, Malawi, Ghana, and even in South Africa. These are being used for research purposes. But low-field MRI also has a place, and it has been used also in sub-Saharan Africa. 80% of the systems we use, MRI we use in sub-Saharan Africa are what? Are low field MRI. But some of these systems are being what? They become so obsolete and not having proper maintenance. Very few countries have what you call like higher field MRIs, like 3 Tesla. You have it in Tanzania, South Africa, and also luckily you also have in Ghana. But there's no country in Africa that has an ultra high field system. These are the systems that are 70 systems, which are basically for research, and currently some of them are also going into clinical use. But you should want to know that for MRI, for neurological diseases, MRI is the gold standard, and we should prepare ourselves to build our capacity, build sustainability in this field to be able to treat patients appropriately. So even in Africa, because of lack of capacity, you find out that it is sometimes people that have MRI are not properly utilized. There's gross underutility of the system because of lack of training and poor capacity in this region. In Africa, the distribution of MRI is still very poor. We have about less than 1 MRI per million population of people in Africa, compared to, like somebody described earlier, I think it was a neurosurgeon from Korea, said Japan has about 50 MRIs per million population, even though Europe has about 6 per million, but Africa has less than 1 per million population that serve it. So 80% of Africans have minimal or zero access to MRI, which is a key diagnostic tool to help us deal with neurological diseases, especially things like stroke. If you look at this is just a diagram that shows the distribution of MRI. About more than 20 countries in Africa have no MRI at all. These are countries in white. And then the other ones have less than 1 MRI per million population. Only countries like Libya, Algeria, the countries in the Northern Africa that have more than 1 MRI per million population. So given the centrality of MRI in the management of non-communicable diseases, there's a need to increase its availability and its utilization for MRI services so that we can be able to reverse the downturn of outcomes in patients with neurological diseases in Africa. And then also, African research is growing. I want to also say that we're lucky that we have one of the, at least in Nigeria, which is also working with people in Ghana, we have one of the biggest stroke researches going on, and research in stroke is also going on in Africa. You can see several publications have been happening from this Western Africa. And the study that has been done that is working with stroke in Western Africa is a study called SIRENE. And these are the people who are involved in the study. This study, actually, the aim of this study is to evaluate genomic and environmental risk factors for stroke in sub-Saharan Africa, while simultaneously building sustainable capacities in phenomics, biobanking, genomics, biostatistics, and bioinformatics. Over the last 10 years, we've been able to have about 60 experts cutting across 3 continents and 15 sites in West Africa to do research on stroke, presenting over 200 publications. And currently, we have over 4,000 purely characterized stroke cases with CT and MRI, and these are linked with over 1,000 variables of clinical, environmental, and genomic data. So we have data and we have information we can use to prognosticate and design studies to help reverse the negative trends of stroke in our region. So it's important that we do this. And also, going ahead, some of our stroke leaders, people like Rufus Akinyemi and Marwa Wolabi, who are co-chairs of the African Stroke Organization. And I'm happy to also say that, of course, Adams is also one of the secretaries, also in Ghana, has founded this organization, which has done extremely well in bringing people from all over the continent to create a pan-African coalition of specialists, to create stroke societies, bringing stroke societies together to be able to formulate policies, research, build capacity, and develop services that can change the tide and reverse the negative trends of stroke. This African Stroke Society plans to develop predictive models which are Afrocentric, expand stroke genomics, and deploy even artificial intelligence and machine learning data science that can help us begin to address stroke challenges in our environment. But there are challenges, and the challenges for neuroimaging are huge because we have infrastructural challenges and we also have what you call institutional challenges. The infrastructural challenges are basically that these equipments are expensive to acquire. Also, the ones that are acquired, maintenance is a big problem. And sometimes you need to be able to power this equipment 24/7 with clean electricity, which is not available in Africa, which is a challenge in Africa. And we also have problems with maintenance because we do not have sufficient, well-trained biomedical engineers to handle these systems. And because most of these systems are brought from abroad, the contracts to maintain the systems are very expensive for average institutions to hold. So these are one of the critical challenges that we have, having systems that can help us to deal with neurological disease in our environment. Apart from that, institutional challenges also exist. And one of the key things which I know most of you have also brain drain. People are living in, there's a massive exodus of experts from Africa to Europe, to America, to Australia. Every day, people are leaving, and when the people that leave are usually the best hands that can help manage in this environment. Apart from that, we do not have a structured training programs for subspecialization. The training facilities are limited, and research studies that are going on because of poor funding, things are not happening to be able to create enough innovation in our region. So these are huge challenges that we face in our region in terms of neurological studies and also in terms of imaging. So in terms of infrastructure, like I mentioned, poor electricity, poor internet, poor research centers. There's only one, as far as I know, in sub-Saharan Africa, there's only one major research center in South Africa, the Cubic Center in South Africa, that is doing excellent work in MRI research, training and building capacity. Most of the machines we have that most centers use in Africa are obsolete. They do not have parks. They do not have radiology information systems to be able to communicate, to support their systems, to store, for store image storage, to retrieve data. Most of these communication technologies are absent in most of our African countries. And like I've also said, poor maintenance culture is a big problem. And also, we do not have equipment manufacturers in Africa. If it is a problem, like somebody mentioned during the, I think it's a neurosurgeon that mentioned that these machines are expensive. They are expensive to acquire, expensive to maintain. And since we do not have the expertise here, we have to pay heavily to get people to come in and maintain this equipment. So medical equipment are not made here. We don't even have the resources to sustain them. Funding is poor. Domestic funding in our region is very poor. Most of the funding for research and innovation that comes in most African countries are international funding from people like NIH, from people like the UKRI, Medical Research Council, and the Wellcome Trust. Local funding for our institutions are poor. Our governments are not supporting sufficient research to move and help us reverse the negative trends of neurological disease in our environment. Personnel, like I've said, we need to do more. The challenges are there: poor mentorship, poor, opportunities for people who are even in academia and who are wanting to stay back and do more. But we are thankful for people like Frank Minja, who is a neuroradiologist working at Emory, who comes to Tanzania to build a fellowship program that is thriving. And these are the things that we would want to see going on, like people in diaspora coming back to help us, build our systems for better outcomes. So I want to discuss some of the possible solutions.
Hello, Papa Gole. Sorry to interrupt. We are running past time, so we will give you a bonus 2 minutes to round up, please.
All right. So what are the solutions? We need to create partnerships, we need to do innovations, and we need to create advocacy. Partnerships across continents. We need to innovate. One of the innovations that I believe we can do is to use portable MRI scanners, which are low field, low cost, and accessible. And these scanners are beginning to come around. People like Andrew Webb are building scanners that can cost less than 1% of the current MRI scanners. And the hyperfine systems are available for commercial use. And technology will help us to do all this. And we need to advocate, get involved with organizations like the International Society of Magnetic Resonance in Medicine. And we've also been able to build a local organization, which is called Smart Africa, that strengthens MRI access and research in Nigeria. I lead this organization in conjunction with one of my colleagues from Uganda. And we're trying to see how we can build and increase MRI accessibility. And one of the proposals is to use low-field systems which are cheap and can be distributed to rural areas like the hyperfine system. These current systems are currently around across some countries in Africa. They're in Ghana, places like also in Uganda and other countries. So we're advocating that we can begin to look at these systems and begin to build these systems on our own. One of these systems was built September last year, September 2 years ago in Uganda, a low-field system working with Jones Obongoloch in Uganda. We're able to put up these systems. In UCH in Nigeria, we're hoping to get one of these systems, and we're going to do our research on stroke and see how we can deploy these systems in peripheral hospitals as well. So to improve the neurological healthcare outcomes, we need to enhance diagnostic accuracy, reduce cost reduction in stroke-related morbidity by providing these tools that can help radiologists, neurologists to help them to reverse and influence the outcomes in stroke management. So to conclude, stroke burden in Africa is high and growing. MRI can help if it's accessible, and low-field, ultra-low-field MRI creates a window for a solution. But funding is critical. We need to advocate for local funding and look for partners globally to help us. And when we are looking for help, we should not ask for people that will give us fish, or we should ask for people who can teach us to fish and build sustainable programs in our region. Thank you very much.
Joining us and making time to share your expertise. If you wouldn't mind staying on the call for the Q&A session in the next 20 minutes. Thank you, we appreciate it. I know we are tired. I can see the energy levels are running low. Please hang in there and stay with us. Our last lecture for the day is going to be given by Professor Benjamin Dabo Sarkodie. Prof. Sarkodie is a distinguished figure in the field of vascular and interventional radiology. He's renowned for his significant contributions to advancing minimally invasive treatments in Ghana and the sub-Saharan Africa region. He's an associate professor at the University of Ghana Medical School and is the first certified interventional radiologist in Ghana, having his training and experience in Ghana, the United States of America, Singapore, and South Korea. At a gathering of Ghanaian radiologists, really, Prof. Sarkodie needs no introduction. Let's welcome the current Vice President of the Ghana Association of Radiologists, Professor Benjamin Dabo Sarkodie.
Hello, thank you very much. Gideon, I'm going to need you here. I'm not going to let you sit there. I have a lot of videos and I need you to help me roll them. And also, can I get the slides? There's still nothing. Okay. Thank you very much, Arwin, for the introduction. Today, my journey is going to be on neuroendovascular therapy. We want to see where Ghana is on the map. My outline. Okay, my outline will be a brief introduction. We'll talk about Ghana's story so far, and then we'll give a brief overview of our journey and share a few cases that we have done here in Ghana. As we all know, cerebrovascular diseases are a major cause of morbidity and mortality worldwide. Endovascular therapies have emerged as a very good way to treat some of these disease conditions, and there has been explosion of these minimally invasive treatment technologies across the globe. And partly these are due to advances in technology and the equipment. We can now handle very complex neurovascular procedures. With the exception of Professor Tariq, I think everybody here knows where Ghana is on a geographical map. But I'm going to talk about a neuroendovascular map. So neuroendovascular practices in other places are well established. But for low and middle income countries such as Ghana, this is a very difficult, novel area for us. And until recently, such treatments were not available in Ghana. People had to travel thousands of miles to access some of these services. And some of the patients were not even fit to travel. I heard about a story of someone who had to travel to India for a cerebral aneurysm coiling. And while they were on the plane to India, the patient developed a PE in Dubai while in transit. So these are some of the challenges that our people face. Now, when you look at the map of West Africa, unfortunately or fortunately, Ghana is the only country you see there with a mark. You have a lot of things up north towards Europe, and then you can see Algeria represented on the map. But in West Africa, Ghana is the only country doing some of the things that we are going to share. So we began our journey in 2019 when we did an embolization of a facial AVM. Subsequently, we went ahead to do our first brain aneurysm coiling case. The daily graphic was generous. You could see it on the front page. The Neuro News International also gave us coverage to talk about our story to the world. In fact, even the BBC gave us coverage. Gideon, can I play the video? Yeah, so again, it was, no, we don't need the voice. Thank you very much. So this was a team of almost 7 people. Like Prof. Kaba said, this is not a one-man show. So it involved neurosurgeons, neurologists, and a lot of people. 7 of us did the first case. I mean, it's interesting, but now we have down the road done over 100+ cases. Okay, so we started almost 5 years ago. Recently, within the last few months, I've been getting emails and messages from all these doctors across the sub-region who are now trying to start something in their various countries, including my good friend, Dr. Nimowolo in Nigeria. So it tells you that Ghana has taken a lead, and we hope that we can sustain and also fast-track this development. So when you look at this table, which is a catalog of cases over the last 5 years, we have done, in terms of aneurysmal coilings, over 100 cases. As for conventional angiograms, we do them on a daily basis, so over 300 cases. We have also done cases of acute ischemic stroke. Prof. Ogule just mentioned how it's difficult to do some of these therapies in Africa. We are proud to say that we are doing mechanical thrombectomy, which means that somebody who gets a stroke within 6 hours, we can actually revascularize and reduce their morbidity and mortality rate. And as I spoke to Prof. Tariq yesterday, when he did neurointervention about 20 years, this was not even being practiced. So it's a fairly new, novel area, and I'm proud that we can do this right here in Ghana. Again, we do embolization for dural arteriovenous fistulas, AVMs, vein of Galen aneurysmal malformations, and tumors. This is our CAT lab, and I wanted to just share a few cases that we have done. This was a large, giant MCA aneurysm that we did stent-assisted coiling for, and as you can see, we managed to publish some of our cases. This is another case that had a giant cavernous aneurysm. We inserted a flow diverter stent, and 6 months after, you can see the beautiful, fantastic results in 2C. This is another patient that underwent a stent-assisted coiling. So when it comes to coiling of aneurysm, all the various modalities, simple coiling, stent-assisted coiling, flow diverter stent insertions, we do the whole range of coiling. Now, acute ischemic stroke. I share a case of a 66-year-old lady who came with sudden onset right hemiplegia, who reported to the hospital within 2.5 hours. It's so difficult to get patients like this, but fortunately in this case, we were able to get the patient within the time window. And here you can see the MR angiogram shows occlusion of the left MCA. We did a digital subtraction angiogram, which further confirmed the finding. Now we did an aspiration, okay, thrombectomy, and within about 1 hour, we had reversed and brought all this clot out of the brain. Another case of a 23-year-old young lady who had an episode of a seizure and headaches. CT scan showed a parietal AVM. Can you play this video for us, if you can? And you could see the patient has a parietal AVM, which was being fed by the anterior cerebral artery with the venous drainages into the straight sinus. Thank you. So this was another view of the AVM. Now you could see our microcatheters traversing all those arteries, transarterial embolization straight into the nidus of the AVM. And the next picture is post-embolization. You don't see any nidus again. This patient was cured completely. And this is the cast that was formed by our liquid embolic, in this case, Onyx. This is another interesting case of a medical doctor who presented with recurrent headaches, epistaxis. They did a CT scan, thanks to Dr. Frimpong from Spectra, who provided me with this image. The patient had this tortuous dilated veins. And when we did the angiogram, I'll go to the next one first. Can you play the first image? We realized that the patient had, when you do a right carotid artery injection, you can see something filling at the back. That was the DAVF, dural arteriovenous fistula, which was being fed by the meningeal arteries from the right side and drained into the cortical veins. When you look at the next one, that is post-treatment, you play it, you can see that nothing is filling at the back again. Again, here we achieve a complete cure of the fistula. So when you go back, this was an injection of the right external carotid artery where the meningeal arteries come from, which was now forming the fistula with the veins. This is my last but one slide. The reason why I'm showing this is tomorrow my colleague Lydia will be talking about some of the difficulties and challenges we face with neuroendovascular therapies. This is a young man, mechanic, who was fixing someone's car. The car fell on his head, and he ended up with a cavernous fistula on the left side, but the intracavernous sinus pressure was so high that he's developed the same thing on the right side. This is a condition that is treatable, reversible, but without treatment, this patient is going to go blind. He's going to have so many issues. But why haven't we treated him? Money. The patient doesn't have money. So I decided to do a personal campaign to raise money to treat this patient. And thank God, 2 of my friends have generously donated funding, and hopefully next week we'll be able to treat this patient. So in conclusion, I just want to say that Ghana has made significant strides in the area of neuroendovascular therapy. This has been achieved mainly through a multidisciplinary effort. However, we need to accelerate access to some of these treatments as well as training for some of our radiologists. We need multiple stakeholder consultations to decide the way forward and to see the best way to continue to carry the flag of Ghana high. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Sarkodie. Thank you for your patience. Up next, we have our most patient sponsor. We have a representative from Philips Health Tech, and they get an extra 1 minute just because they were patient. And the young man is smiling, so I'm guessing you are not upset anymore. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, and you're welcome. Good evening, all. Sometimes the best is kept for the last. And good evening to all the distinguished guests in this house. My name is Chris Isaac Nyakun, and I'm a sales specialist for Philips. Today, I would like to share with you our So in over 133 years, Philips has led the innovation in health tech. And the video you just watched is how MR is supposed to be. When we were young, we were thinking about future, but now the future is here. This is the future of MR. So the traditional conventional systems use about 1,500 liters of helium. And for so many years, I mean, they've been trying to find a way to find a helium-free system, and Philips just broke the code. So we present to you the blue seal magnet, which is the helium-free system that uses 0.7 liters of helium. And this is what we promise you: forget helium. So you have an MR system. We know that a lot of hospitals have their system quenched and they can't restore it. You need basically almost about $150,000 to restore a system with helium. Now there's huge search for helium everywhere. I mean, you can't get helium now. It's become expensive. And so we promise you, forget helium, easy sighting. Because it uses 0.7 liters of helium, you can place the system either on the ground floor, on the first floor, on the second floor. You don't need a quench pipe. And we promise you uninterrupted MR operation. This is a system that when there is doomsday and your lights are off, you are afraid that your compressor may go off, you need electricity, you need to use a genset, UPS goes down, you can quench the magnet for a whole 6 hours just to make sure you refill, and then you have control to switch the magnet back on. This is something nobody can offer you. And with the system in Africa, light, electricity is unstable. Everybody is looking for a way to get a system that you have control over. Thank you very much. So we go on to show you our portfolio. We have the SmartPath, the Engineer ProDiva. These ones, now Philips on the 1.5T, we have eradicated every system that uses helium. Now we are only on the helium-free system, on the MR5300. This one is the entry level. I always ask that, why would you spend your money to buy a helium-based system when you can use that same amount to buy a helium-free system? Because that is what all the OEMs are looking at doing, and this is the future of MR. So at this conference, this one thing that you can take, that if any facility at all is looking to get an MR system, you are saying we want to go for a helium-free system. We don't want any wahala. If doomsday goes off, I want my radiographer to put off the system and put it on at will. Hallelujah. So I just move on quickly to show you how we are integrating artificial intelligence at every step of our CT equipment.
Empowered workflow, and value for a lifetime. CT 5300 is AI-enabled at every step with CT Smart Workflow, delivering precision in dose, speed and image quality across a wide range of applications. Apply the intelligence of precise image reconstruction to cardiac scans for lower dose and higher image quality. The new nanopanel Precise Detector, paired with Precise Image, allows for improved image quality even at ultra-low dose levels. In fact, CT 5300 is built for cardiac. Precise Cardiac compensates for cardiac motion to improve visualization of the coronary arteries during CT imaging. This improves diagnostic confidence in challenging patients with high heart rates. Precise Rib offers fast results for assessing rib fracture in critical trauma patients. Precise Spine automatically labels the vertebrae and creates an axial series of images based on the spinal cord. New interventional controls, along with dual monitors, and improved needle guidance enhances workflow for quick, confident interventional CT procedures to help reduce interventional procedure time by 16%. Precise position saves time while improving patient positioning, accuracy, and consistency, while on-plan patient-side gantry controls allow you to do more without having to leave your patient. In fact, 84% of users agree that patient-side gantry controls have improved patient satisfaction.
So this is the advanced visualization workstation. This is a one-stop shop for all your reporting. And it is a system that you can connect to any other CT, MRI, is more modality. And for radiologists, this is your number one tool. What if you could have access to any clinical application in any clinical domain in one single workspace? That's what you want. That's what you want to use to produce all your reports. This is your most important tool to give the best reports for diagnosis. And if you have this, it's for cardiology, neurology, oncology, everybody is there. So it's one solution, single advanced platform for all modalities, one single license set, a single version, single points of service. And with this, your reporting is just at the snap of your fingertips. Because then this is also AI enabled. So it's going to help you to produce your reports and get your work done as fast as you could. I just want to go fast on this one. A wide range of clinical domains, cardiovascular, oncology, neurology, and radiology. So with this, just go straight to stay connected. This one also has the collaborative live. You can link up with other radiologists anywhere about maybe you have a report that you're doing and you want to share idea with any radiologist. You don't need to do a video call on your phone, WhatsApp call, and all those stuff. If your internet is connected, you can have it on your laptop. It can be installed on your laptop. And with this, you can connect with any radiologist anywhere and live. You are not using your phone to say, can you see the scroll up, scroll? You can be given remote control from where you are, and you can scroll the images at your own pace when you're reporting. I will just scroll through this one quickly. Cardiovascular, neurology, clinical domain, for oncology, for lung nodal assessment, CT liver, MR liver, and virtual colonoscopy, and a whole lot. So this is what I'll say, that this is the best that you can ever go for. And if you ever want to make a decision, please go for Philips. And there's one last thing I would like to inform you. During the epilepsy that we had the doctor speaking, and he said the rule of the thumb for epilepsy imaging diagnosis is to go for a 3 Tesla MRI. Philips was the first company to supply a 3 Tesla MRI in the whole of West Africa. And it is at International Maritime Hospital. If you have a research work to do, it's just here. You just take one Uber and you are there and you have your epilepsy cases there for you at solid diagnosis. And now we have 3 Teslas coming in, 2 in Ivory Coast, 1 is going for Nigeria, and it's all Philips. So we are leading, and we are leading the way. One thing I need to also let you know is that by July, we're going to have the first helium-free system, MR5300, in Ghana. Thank you very much. And then if you want to contact us, our distributor is HealthTech Ghana Limited. Any system you need in ultrasound, in Philips, in CT, just call HealthTech Ghana Limited and they will sort you out. You can scan the QR code and have a blessed evening. Thank you for your audience.
Thank you, Philips Health Tech. And thank you to all our presenters for this session. We will give a few minutes for some questions. I don't know if we still have Prof. Ogole on. Okay, please, Philips has one more website.
Hi, my name is Daniel Mokla. I'm the CEO of HealthTech Ghana Limited. So all the people that Chris talked about, if you want to get it in Ghana, you have to come through us. So I don't have a lot of slides to present. Can you please project the barcode on the screen, please? So what I would like to do, I just need 2 minutes of your time because I know we are pressed for time. So does everybody have their phone here? Can you all take your phones, please? This is just a quick presentation, no slide by PowerPoint, no dev by PowerPoint. So I would like you to take your mobile phone, please, and if you can scan the barcode there, or if you cannot, please go to www.healthtechghana.com. Once you're there, you should have a screen like that. You can scroll down, and we have all our categories. So for most of you, will be very interested in diagnostic imaging. So if you click on diagnostic imaging, it will give you all the good things that Chris talked about. Also, if you scroll down to the very end of the website, there is on the sitemap, there is a link called document library. So for the radiologist, if you want to compare specification, the biomedical engineers in the making of your decision, we have all the goodies here. So you can go to the document libraries and every document that you need is there. So if you go under Philips, you can see all the documents, you can download it. So when you call us, at least you've gone through all that information. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for your attention. My name is Daniel Mokla anyway, and you can always reach us through our website on 0240308902, which is all on the website. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, a big round of applause for Philips Health Tech. Oh, a bigger round of applause.
Being a work wife is a great responsibility, and behind every successful Kevin Hart, there is a gold-digging Regina Hall Hart. And I mean that, Kevin.
Please, would like to call the presenters forward to take a seat up there. Please, can we lift the screen?
Thank you very much. This is a comment to Prof. Sarkodie. I think your last or so slide was this young mechanic you displayed. I was wondering, could you have just concealed the identity a little bit? Because on a lighter note, you look like the mechanic who fixes my car. So could you have concealed the identity for privacy's sake?
Thank you for that question or contribution. So this man has an informed consent signed that we can display his images for the purposes of raising money and for teaching. So I have an informed consent that is signed. That is why I can show this, because for you to even raise money for him, you need to show some of these things. And the only place you can conceal will be the face, the eyes. And the eyes are affected. So if you conceal it, what will you see? So you see that almost all my cases are concealed, but in this particular case, there's no way you could have done that. But thank you for bringing it up.
Okay.
I think there's a question.
All right, thank you very much. My question, well, I don't know if to say question or concern, goes to Dr. Rosemond Abuaji on her presentation about the separation of the twins. I don't know, considering the multiple imaging that these tiny ones had to undergo before eventually the surgery was successfully done. I don't know, I was wondering what effect especially the radiation mediated images, the CTs, and the angios. What effect it could have on them in the future? Well, I can't talk about risk to benefits ratio, but then because leaving them that way too wouldn't help. They needed to have management anyhow. Anyway, but then the radiation they have undergone, I don't know whether that was also considered in the entire management, decision making.
Well, thank you very much for your question. I remember that at some point in the presentation, I mentioned that there was a time when, at a point, we had to be very strict about whether or not we were going to do some of the imaging. And so, after they had received a certain number of CT scans, each time the surgeons would ask for imaging, we would have to have a meeting and discuss it and weigh the pros and cons. And there were actually times when we refused to. Prof. Kaba is here. There were times that I put my foot down and we did not do imaging because I felt that we didn't need that to make clinical decisions. And so for every imaging we did, they did get quite a few CT scans. But each time we had to do it, it was needed for us to take a clinical decision that might, make a difference between life and death or more morbidity. Unfortunately for us, there were times when we could have made do with MRI a few times, but because our MRI had broken down, we still had to resort to CT because the CT was working. And so these were a few of the challenges that we faced. If we had everything at our disposal, we would have done a bit more MRI and a little less of CT. But all in all, we did very well to make sure that we gave as little radiation as possible, as less CTs as possible for us to be able to manage them. And for the risk, we all know the risk, the long-term risk. But for these children, if we hadn't gone ahead to try and separate them, there are a lot of complications that can arise. And I think that the benefits eventually outweigh the disadvantages, which may or may not occur in the future.
Thank you, Dr. Abuaji. I have a question myself. Please, I wanted to find out what the outcome was for the twins. And also, in one of the CT images post-op, you showed some infacts, for both twin 1 and 2. So, post-op, was there any imaging to assess maybe like a functional brain MRI to see how much, what deficit, neurological deficit had been done, anything in terms of prognosis?
Yes, thank you very much. So I would answer a bit of it and maybe Prof. Kaba, because he's the last who I haven't seen Elisha in a long time. So for our twins, our final outcome was that we lost one and we were able to save the one with a dominant cerebral circulation. We had to do an emergency separation at the very last day because twin 1, who was not doing very well, went into cardiac arrest and we could not resuscitate. And so we did an emergency separation. Elisha is doing very well. He's 3 years old. He has some neurological deficits. He's being managed and he's alive and doing well. And I don't know if Prof. Kaba would want to add a little more.
All I would say is what you said is it is what it is. No matter how you see it worldwide, if you look at it for the past 100 years, there've only been about 76 of them reported. 10 upright were said not qualified for separation. The rest, out of 60 that attempts happened, both kids died. Very few, about 20 or less, okay, if I'm messing up the figures, but just few had one twin survive, and about only 8 had 2. And all of them, besides about 2, all of them, especially our type, which was type 3, all of them, they survived with some level of deficit. And the truth too is that until they were 2-3 years down the line, in our case, until they were 2 years down the line, almost, when they got separated, they couldn't do anything. You saw the head. One was this way there. So to achieve separation, they will still have a long-term challenges. Our kid is now 3 years, 3 months. He's still under physiotherapy. And from what they went through, what we have, we think we've done a great job for all those who were involved and for the country. And he's recovering gradually. Right. Thank you.
Yeah, we also think you've done a great job. It was exciting to see all those images, the 3D models, all of that. The advances in medicine is great. And I think one takeaway that we all got is the importance of multidisciplinary approach with difficult cases. So please, if there are any more questions, we will take.
Thank you very much. My question goes to Professor Sarkodie. Usually, we present cases as if it's 100% success. What is the failure rate for the procedures?
I think that is a very good point. Because of the nature of the presentation, we didn't have a lot of time to go into all details. But our complication rates, major complications, have been 3%, which is also comparable with all other centers. So in neurointervention, you want to achieve at least less than 5% complication. The very well-equipped centers, you are looking at less than 3%. So we didn't do 3% because we are super good. We did because we're quite selective with our cases, especially when you are beginning things like this. You don't start with very complicated cases. So we start with very simple cases, and then we graduate as we build more expertise and more support, and then we take on the major ones. So our complication rates are quite acceptable. Thank you.
My question is to Prof. Prof, I just wanted to find out about the mechanical thrombectomy. Did you use like stent retrievers, or you just use normal syringe 20 cc to just aspirate? And secondly, from your experience, which one is more likely to be used in our settings, and how best is it?
This man is trying to take me onto the war field. This is a question that has been debated around the world as to which one is more effective, whether simple aspiration or stent retriever. So basically, for aspiration, you use a bigger catheter, connect it to some pressure, and try to aspirate the clot, which is what I did in the case that I showed. Everybody likes that because it's cheaper, especially for our environment. The stent retriever costs about $4,000 just for the stent. Not talking about microcatheters and all the other things. So if aspiration is going to work for me, I will choose it any day. But in my own practice, what I do is that I will try aspiration at least twice. If it fails, then I go on to the stent. For many centers now, they are even doing double stent retrieval, because apparently that also even increases the efficiency of the procedure. But those are people who can afford that luxury with 2 stents trying to retrieve a clot. So I would say in my situation, most of my cases, about 70%, I do direct aspiration therapy. If it fails, I go on to do stenting. But I think it has failed only in about 2 cases. The rest were all successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Please, any more questions? All right, I think at this point we are all very tired. Please, a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you so much for spending this time with us. I think we can bring this session to a close. I will hand over to the LOC chair for further evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, conferring with the
convener scientific subcommittee. I'm told we are supposed to have a business meeting now. So this will be for GAR members. GAR members. So if you are not a GAR member, then it means that we draw the curtains down for today. Tomorrow we'll be here. The first session starts at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock a.m. in the forenoon. So let's be here on time. 9 a.m. So those of us who are not radiologists, GR members. So I'll hand over now to GR executives. Probably can take the, okay, all right. So GR executives, you take over for the business meeting. So like I said, this is one of the most essential parts of our AGSM, to deliberate on issues pertinent to radiology practice and ourselves. So let us all try and then participate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, LOC Chair. Respectfully, GR members, just draw closer. And ESCO, please, we don't have the luxury of time. You are seated too far away. Just, would you kindly come to the next seat? Check the GAR WhatsApp platform. The minutes have been because we are not going to read the full minutes. We should have read it by now. So please go to your GAR WhatsApp platform. You have the minutes there. We'll be referring to it. Just check. Are we projecting anything? Okay, so see if you can do that and then.